Chapter 855. Tianqin led the team to collect the divine essences and spatial rings floating in the air. Yi Qinghan took a glance and found that 3 of his men and 1 demonic beast had died. Instead, 20 to 30 war gods from the Li family in Rain Butterfly Island had died. Seeing that Li He and Yu Piapiao didn't seem to care, Yi Qinghan wanted to say something but he didn't. He stood quietly to the side and watched Li He open the barrier. Li He sized up the captured 7th grade war god and asked coldly, "What is your name?" The 7th grade war god looked pained. His divine essences were sealed and he had no divine energy. The wound on his leg couldn't heal by itself and was still bleeding. He looked at Li He and said in fear, "My lord, my name is Su Longxiang. I beg my lord to show mercy. I am willing to pay a huge ransom for my freedom." "Shut up." The Li family member who took over Yu Piapiao's grip on Su Longxiang gave him a slap and said angrily, "What did my lord ask you? Does my lord look like someone who lacks divine stones?" There was no expression on Li He's face, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. He seemed to be very satisfied with the cleverness of his subordinates. Smiling faintly, he said to Su Longxiang, "Do you believe that we can break through your barrier in a day?" "I believe it." Su Longxiang's name was domineering, but he looked feminine. His face was fair and clean and he didn't have a beard. His voice was also neutral. Although he said he believed it, his tone showed that he didn't believe it. I knew you wouldn't believe me." Li He didn't mind. He didn't intend to persuade Su Longxiang with his words. He smiled faintly and a black pearl appeared in his hand. The pearl was surrounded by white mist. As soon as the pearl appeared, Su Longxiang's face turned ashen. "Brother Li He, what is this?" Yi Qinghan asked curiously. He knew it must be a rare treasure. Yu Piapiao looked at the pearl enviously and said, "This is the spiritual water pearl. The Li family is really rich. The spiritual water pearl can absorb the water elements in the surroundings. Without the water elements to replenish the array, we can easily break it in one day. Without this pearl, it would take us at least a few months to break the array." Su Longxiang, do you believe me now?" Li He looked at Su Longxiang with a fiery gaze. His words also contained pressure, as though he wanted to completely break through the defenses in his heart. Believe. Sir, what do you want?" Su Longxiang nodded bitterly. Li He said indifferently, "Get your men to open the barrier, we will enter your treasury to take a look. Don't worry, we won't take everything away, we just want to see if there's anything we need. Otherwise, if we break through, we'll kill every single one of your men and take away all your treasures." "My lord." Su Longxiang was silent for a while before saying, "Can you guarantee that you won't kill us?" "Sure," Li He said decisively. They didn't lack divine stones so they could take away the good treasures along the way. Otherwise their people would have died for nothing. In order to save his life, Su Longxiang had no choice but to start using his spiritual awareness. Since the island's protective shield was open, Yi Qinghan and the other spiritual consciousnesses could not penetrate inside. However, Su Longxiang, as the big leader, certainly had a way to communicate with his own people. "Big brother Li He, why don't you just take this big leader as your sole slave? Wouldn't it be easier to order him around?" Su Longxiang was using his spiritual awareness to communicate and so was Yi Qinghan. Of course, he didn't have any intention of taking this 7th grade war god as his sole slave. He was just a little confused. Brother Yi, you don't understand. Because the god bandits spend most of their time killing in the Starry Sea, they often get captured. Hence, the god bandits of the Starry Sea thought of a way to seal their soul flame with a treasure. If they take it out by force, their soul will explode. This way, when the god bandits are captured, they will either be killed or released. After they are captured, they will take a certain amount of treasures to redeem their freedom. This will prevent them from being taken as soul slaves. As Li He explained, he looked at Yi Qinghan. He saw that Yi Qinghan didn't have any intention of taking the big leader as his sole slave. However, he still decided to give him a reminder. "Brother Yi, actually, try not to think about taking in soul slaves in the future. Firstly, having too many soul slaves will affect your state of mind and soul spirit. Secondly, if you rely too much on external forces, you will lose yourself. Cultivating your own strength is the way to go." "Thank you, big brother Yi, for the reminder." Yi Qinghan nodded gratefully at Li He. The Rain Empress had told him about this before and he understood it as well. However, he was still very grateful for Li He's reminder. But just as the voice transmission was going on, the barrier around the island suddenly opened. The white fog on the island also slowly dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the island. The island was very beautiful, but the god bandits floating in the corner of the island didn't look so good. Li He laughed and gestured for the group to follow him. Then everyone flew towards the island. The people on the island didn't move. All of their divine powers surged as if they were prepared to escape at any time. Although Su Longxiang had transmitted a message to them saying that everything had been settled, it was obvious that they didn't believe him. Li He didn't bother about them and left them to guard a huge cave. He brought a few people and Yi Qinghan with him as he escorted big leader Su Longxiang into the cave. The treasure trove was huge and had many mechanisms. If it wasn't for Su Longxiang, Li He would have had to spend a lot of effort. It was just that the treasures in the treasure trove did not satisfy Li He and Yi Qinghan. Your 8th-ranked Pirate King army only has these lousy things? Li He was the first to be unhappy. There were trillions of divine stones in the treasure trove, and there were many treasures as well. However, they were all mid-grade and high-grade items. There were no top-grade items at all. Su Longxiang panicked when he heard that. These important people had better not get angry and kill him directly. That would not be fun. He hurriedly explained, "My lord, you don't know this. 100 years ago, our hideout was discovered by the Poison Fang army. Our treasures were all plundered and half of our men ran away. My big brother also died in that battle. You can go and ask around. Our Pirate King army was originally ranked 4th. I definitely wouldn't dare to lie to my lord. Damn it. How unlucky. Go out and have your subordinates take out all their spatial rings. If we can't find a top-grade item today, I'll empty out your treasure trove." Li He was furious. He walked out and had Su Longxiang order his subordinates to throw the spatial rings over. He then checked them one by one but found nothing in the end. He even had Tianqin capture a squad leader and search his soul. In the end he found nothing. This Pirate King army was really poor. They didn't have a single top-grade treasure. "I've worked for nothing." Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to have Li He lead his men away, Li He suddenly shot out rays of light from his eyes. Li He's eyes suddenly emitted rays of light that seemed to be real, shooting into Su Longxiang's eyes. Li He's aura also suddenly changed at this moment, becoming majestic like an ancient god. He said to Su Longxiang, whose face was pale with fright, "Think carefully for this, Daddy. Are there any top-grade treasures hidden? If there aren't any, I don't mind killing all of you." My lord." Su Longxiang's high-grade soul skill scared him so much that his body went limp. He blinked for a long time before he suddenly became spirited. "That's right, yes, there's a place that definitely has treasures. My subordinates discovered it not long ago, and haven't prepared to explore it yet. I can swear that there's definitely treasures there, because that cave is guarded by a 7th-grade spirit beast." Chapter 856. 7th-grade spirit beast? Li He and Pia Piaoyu looked at each other and their eyes lit up. Spirit beasts were things from ancient times. Legend had it that there were no demon beasts in ancient times, only spirit beasts. The spirit beasts in ancient times would not attack humans on sight. Instead, many of them signed contracts with humans and never left them. If it was really a spirit beast guarding the cave, then it would definitely be the cave of an ancient expert. There would definitely be treasures inside. Legend had it that the evil Moon Venerable had killed a 7th-grade spirit beast in an ancient expert's cave in the Sea of Stars. Then he obtained the supreme divine artifact, the God-slaying sword. He also obtained a great opportunity and comprehended the realm of an 8th-grade venerable. However, Li He was very clear that this was not a legend but a real thing. What kind of 7th-grade spirit beast? Li He's eyes lit up as he stared at Su Longxiang and asked. Su Longxiang said, "Tentacle beast." Before I had time to investigate, my 3 subordinates sent back news that it was a huge monster with 12 black tentacles. It was similar to an octopus, with 3 eyes and dragon horns on its head. "Where are your 3 subordinates?" Li He and Pia Piaoyu looked at each other again. This was exactly the same as the ancient spirit beast tentacle beast recorded in their family records. If it was really a tentacle beast, with just the 3 of them they could definitely kill it. However, Li He was still worried and asked again. "That, after they sent back the message they died. If you don't believe me I can bring you there. You can let me go after you confirm that there's no mistake." Su Longxiang said confidently. "All right, if you dare to lie to me, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Li He pondered for a moment and said. Everyone was also excited. If it was really an ancient cave, there would definitely be treasures inside. Without treasures, the spirit beast would not guard it. If there were a few supreme divine artifacts or ancient manuals inside, it would be great. Ignoring the low-grade goods in the treasure vault, Li He and Yi Qinghan immediately led the team onto the dragon boat. Then, under Su Longxiang's signal, they headed north. Time was of the essence, so the dragon boat began to move forward at full speed. Yi Qinghan also sent a voice transmission to the women and Yi Qingyo in Battle Emperor Palace. He gave them a simple explanation of what had happened and told them to stay inside until the treasure hunt was over. After traveling for 2 days, the dragon boat stopped at a sea. Yi Qinghan looked around and did not find any islands. He could not help but ask curiously, "Is there a myriad god cave here?" "Maybe. The astral sea's qi is very strange. Maybe there was a big island thousands of years ago that was full of qi. After a long time it could have sunk." Then she gestured for Yi Qinghan to open the mechanism and said, "Put away the dragon boat. Leave a few peak rank 6 to protect you. Put the rest in. If there are too many people, it will attract the attention of the nearby treasure hunters. It will also be easy to cause chaos." Yi Qinghan listened to Li He's suggestion and left 5 peak rank 6 war gods behind. Li He and Piapiao also put their own people in. Yi Qinghan looked and realized that Li He and Piapiao's spatial divine tool was much weaker than his. This was because their speed of putting people in was much slower. Furthermore, the spatial fluctuations were very large. When he used his divine sense to check, he could faintly see a faint teleportation door in the space. "Brother Yi, your spatial divine tool is very enviable. Lord Jianghu must have given it to you." Li He felt Yi Qinghan's divine sense and said with a slightly envious smile. Yi Qinghan laughed dryly. He did not explain and flew down with everyone. At this moment, Li Hai also removed the seal on Su Longxiang's divine crystal and asked the Wind Emperor to carry him. She was also secretly on guard. As long as Su Longxiang made any strange movements, she would immediately kill him. Su Longxiang was very obedient. He knew that if he made any strange movements while walking in the middle of the three, he would definitely die. He obediently led everyone and dove into the water. This was the first time Yi Qinghan had entered the water. He was at a loss and did not know how to sneak in. Li He, Piapiao, and the Wind Emperor were rather simple. They released their divine domains and formed a protective barrier around their bodies, blocking the seawater. Just like that, they circulated their divine powers and quickly dove down. "Master, let us bring you away." Tianqin was very sensible. He pulled Yi Qinghan's hand and the 5 of them surrounded Yi Qinghan. At the same time, they released their divine domains and followed everyone as they dove down. Li He's original intention was to let Yi Qinghan into his spatial divine tool. However, Yi Qinghan did not mention it and he was too embarrassed to mention it. Although a rank 7 spirit beast was strong, the 3 of them should not have any problems killing it. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan was protected by a rank 5 or rank 6 spirit beast. There should not be much danger. Hence he did not say anything. The few of them dove down quickly. When they reached a depth of a few 100,000 meters, everyone started to slow down. After all, at such a deep depth, the pressure of the seawater was still there. After adjusting, they continued their journey. Along the way they encountered countless sea creatures. Beautiful sea fishes, strangely shaped sea creatures, and powerful sea beasts. Of course, these beasts sensed everyone's powerful aura and still did not dare to come over. Everyone's speed was fast and they could not catch up. After diving for another 10,000 meters, everyone saw a towering underwater mountain peak below. Of course, such a deep seabed was already pitch black. Everyone could only see it with their divine senses. "It's here. The location that my subordinate sent the message is here. It's halfway up this mountain peak. I estimate that we'll reach it after a few thousand meters." Su Longxiang compared and immediately transmitted his voice to everyone. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Li He immediately transmitted his voice. "You scout ahead. Don't play tricks. You can't beat us in speed. We can kill you at any time." "Of course, my lord. If you're sure, please put it down and leave." Su Longxiang nodded and bowed in fear and trepidation. He took the lead and sneaked forward. His speed was not fast. Only then did the 3 of them nod in satisfaction. They signaled Yi Qinghan to follow behind them so that he could take care of them if anything happened. The few of them opened their divine senses and stealthily traveled a few thousand meters. When everyone's divine senses detected a large cave halfway up the mountain, they were all shocked. There was a cave below. There were thick vines all around the cave. There were also countless small holes above. The small holes and the large holes were covered in moss, showing the ancient nature of this mountain peak. Moreover, 2 long tentacles extended from the entrance of the cave. Everything was as Su Longxiang had said. Yi Qinghan could clearly see that in front of the cave, there were 3 big words: Mystic Spirit Mansion. It was indeed the cave of an ancient expert. No one dared to breathe loudly. Li He waved her hand and signaled everyone to prepare for battle. Then she transmitted her voice to Su Longxiang. "Go down and lure that tentacle beast out." Although Su Longxiang wanted to refute, he saw the golden light in Li He's eyes. He knew that if he didn't go down he would definitely be killed immediately. Helplessly he flew down. His body shone with divine power as he looked cautious. Swish. Suddenly Su Longxiang turned his head and smiled sinisterly. Then his speed suddenly increased. The divine power in his hand suddenly swung down, but his body flashed like lightning and flew into a small hole. A strange sound was heard. This sound did not spread through the seawater but directly sounded in everyone's mind. The sound made everyone's soul tremble. Yi Qinghan was even more unbearable as his body began to tremble. Not good, we've been tricked. This is definitely not a tentacle beast. Run. Brother Yi, enter the spatial divine artifact immediately. Li He and the other two's faces changed drastically. Li He's hand kept shooting out soul waves, but her body turned and rushed up. Chi-chi. Everyone's reaction speed could be said to be fast, but what made everyone's souls almost leave their bodies was that the entire mountain peak trembled, and the black moss on the vines that clung to the bluestone was shaken off, revealing countless huge black tentacles that covered the sky and covered the earth, shooting towards everyone. In an instant, everyone was tightly bound by the tentacles. As Yi Qinghan's soul trembled, his body was already tightly bound by the tentacles when he reacted. Yi Qinghan woke up and immediately teleported into the Battle Emperor Palace. However, he didn't understand the divine power in his body at all, let alone teleport. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. He transmitted his voice, "Not good. These tentacles are strange. I can't enter the spatial divine artifact." Chapter 857. This monster's tentacles have a mysterious power that can suppress divine power. Your divine power is too low and can't be released. Without divine power you can't use your spatial divine item. Quickly think of a way or you will die. Li He was anxious. Although his divine power was suppressed, he could still resist it. All his soul skills flew around, but these tentacles didn't have any reaction to them. These tentacles are so hard. Master, try to see if you can use the Slaughter God Blade. If not, you will be in danger. The Wind Emperor desperately waved his halberd and slashed at the tentacles. However, these tentacles were extremely hard. His superior grade divine item was only able to chop off half of them. Now the tentacles were starting to shrink into the cave. If he didn't chop them off he would be dragged into the cave. Yu Piapiao's charming face had already turned snow white. The soft whip in her hand had already been replaced by a sharp longsword. She kept slashing at the tentacles. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Li He was also frightened. He didn't dare to use his soul skills anymore. He copied the other two and took out a longsword to slash. The 5 war gods also took out their weapons. After slashing for a while, their divine power was probably completely suppressed. There was no more divine power radiating from their bodies. They could only rely on their physical strength to slash. God damn it, what the hell is this? I can't even open my spatial ring? My divine power is completely sealed? Yi Qinghan was completely flustered. If the enemy was strong and attacked him head-on, he wouldn't be afraid. However, this thing was so strange. Moreover, the tentacles started to speed up and dragged everyone into the dark cave. Who knew what was inside? When faced with the unknown, it was human nature to be afraid. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan forced himself to calm down. His 2 souls revolved at high speed. However, he couldn't think of any solution. His strength was too low. The only things he could use were his soul skills and the body fusion battle technique. However, without divine power he couldn't use the body fusion battle technique. Even if he used it, it would be useless if he couldn't find the monster's body. Even if he found the monster's body, it might not be effective. As for soul skills, there was no need to even mention. His biggest reliance was the War Imperial Palace. The War Imperial Palace allowed him to teleport at any time, vanishing from the immortal world and appearing in another parallel space. But the monster's strange roar just now made his soul tremble slightly, and he fainted for a moment. In the end, his divine power was instantly suppressed. Without divine power, not to mention opening the War Imperial Palace, he couldn't even open a spatial ring. Chi. Finally, the Wind Emperor was the first to chop off the tentacle. He immediately rushed over and began to chop at the tentacle that was binding Yi Qinghan. However, another tentacle shot out from the darkness. The Wind Emperor had no choice but to protect himself first, while Yi Qinghan was the first to be pulled into the dark cave. Brother Yi. City Lord Yi. 2 tentacles were chopped off and green blood oozed out. Li He and Yu Piapiao's divine powers were strong, and before they were pulled into the hole, they had also chopped off the tentacles. However, the two of them could only watch helplessly as Yi Qinghan and the 5-peak 6th-grade soul slaves were dragged into the dark cave. Li He and the other two charged forward a few times, but they were scared back by the frighteningly fast tentacles. They knew that if their divine powers were also sealed, they would die in the end. If they were to die, how could they talk about saving people? *CK the supremacy will kill me. Li He ruthlessly slashed at the mountain peak and the mountain peak gave a loud rumble. He wasn't worried about Li Shui, and the others. Even if Yi Qinghan died, Li Shui, and the others would be fine in the spatial divine item. No matter how strong a spirit beast was, it wouldn't be able to refine a spatial divine item. He was worried about Yi Qinghan and that little soul-devouring beast. If anything happened to them, Supremacy Li Quan would definitely kill him, and apologize to Lord Devour. Yu Piao's face was also ashen. Yin Ling was fine, but she was afraid that something would happen to her. Lord Devour used the deaths of a supremacy and more than 10 palace masters to prove how much he valued Yi Qinghan and Xiao He. If anything happened to Yi Qinghan or Xiao He, and Lord Devour didn't say anything, Supremacy Li Quan and Yu Piao would use their heads to apologize to him. The Wind Emperor's mood was a little complicated. If Yi Qinghan died, his soul slave status would also be removed. But who knew if Li He and Yu Piao would capture him and take him back to apologize to him? Send a message to Lord Devour. Ask the Supremacy and Lord Diaowu to come here immediately. After Li He slashed with his saber, he suddenly came to a realization. With Lord Devour's great power, he might be able to rush over quickly. Now that the Wind Emperor hadn't sensed that Yi Qinghan was already dead, there might still be hope. Yu Piao quickly took out her communication jade talisman and said anxiously, I will also send a message to my supremacy immediately. After Li He received the message, his face changed instantly. While he was cursing Li He immediately sent a message to Lord Devour. Then he instantly teleported to the soul-devouring city. When Supremacy Li Quan stepped out of the teleportation formation, another formation in the distance lit up, and Yu Piao's figure appeared. The two looked at each other and didn't say anything. Their figures instantly disappeared and reappeared on the rooftop of the City Lord Mansion. The rooftop was still beautiful. A red figure was sitting under the grape trellis, calmly drinking tea. A maid with an elegant temperament stood quietly at the side. Lord. When the two saw Lord Devour so leisurely, their hearts calmed down a little. After bowing, Lord Devour raised his head and waved at them, pointing at the jade stool beside him. The two could only sit down, but they felt as if they were sitting on a cushion of needles. Supremacy Li Quan couldn't sit still anymore and said, Lord, Yi Qinghan's situation is very dangerous. You see, that's right, my lord. Why don't the two of us rush over? I estimate that we can reach there in 3 days. I wonder if young Master Yi can hold on for 3 days? Yu Piao's face was also heavy as he said nervously. Lord. When Lord Jiao heard that, her face changed. Seeing that Lord Devour didn't say anything, she hurriedly asked. Supremacy Li Quan and Yu Piao had rushed over after sending the message. Lord Devour didn't say anything, so of course Nine-Tailed Fox didn't know. Why are you so nervous? Isn't it just a void-gouging beast? Is it worth your fuss? Lord Devour put down the teacup in his hand and glanced at Nine-Tailed Fox before replying softly. This, Lord. The void-gouging beast isn't a problem for us, but Yi Qinghan's strength? Supremacy Li Quan couldn't understand Lord Devour's thoughts. He exchanged looks with Yu Piao and started to guess. When they received the message from Li He and Yu Piao, they immediately knew that Yi Qinghan's group had encountered a void-gouging beast. This void-gouging beast was indeed an ancient mutated spirit beast. Although its attack wasn't strong, its attack method was very strange and its defense was very strong. Unless one was at least a grade 8 venerable, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it. It was the best spirit beast to protect the cave abode. However, this attack wasn't strong for them. It was different for Yi Qinghan. The void-gouging beast's attack method was to release a kind of energy from its tentacles to suppress the divine power. Then, the tentacles would ooze poison and slowly invade the divine crystal. In the end, the divine crystal would be destroyed from the inside and the martial artist would die instantly. Since Yi Qinghan had been captured, Li He and Yu Piao couldn't do anything. If they didn't hurry over and the divine power in Yi Qinghan's divine crystal was used up, he would be dead. You guys go back. I have the freedom to decide this matter. What? Li He, right? Don't let them do anything stupid. Just wait and see. After Lord Devour said that, he lowered his eyes and sipped his tea. Chapter 858. Venerable Li Quan and Yu Piapiao left, but Lady Jiao was anxious. However, Lord Devour had already warned her, so she didn't dare to speak carelessly. She held her breath and her pale face turned red. She stared at Lord Devour with an awkward expression. After a long time, Lady Jiao finally couldn't bear it anymore and said through gritted teeth, "Lord, it's fine if you don't worry about little Han, but are you really not worried about young Master Xiaohe?" Lord Devour revealed a faint smile and looked at Lady Jiao, who was as anxious as a monkey. He said, "Xiaohe is fine. Didn't I give him a ring? Once his life is in danger, he will immediately be transported here. Not to mention a void-gouging beast, even a venerable can't hurt him. As for little Han, I said I won't control his life, so I won't care about his life or death. If he wants to become a supreme being, he must cut a bloody path between life and death. If I protect him forever, he will never become a supreme being." Wait and see? After Li He and Yu Piapiao received the message, they looked at each other in dismay. However, they really couldn't do anything. This monster's attack was so strange and its defense was so strong. Without a transcendent divine tool and source power, they couldn't cause much damage to it. The two of them wanted to, but they couldn't. "You guys watch here. I'll go find that bastard. If I find him, I'll tear him apart." Li He shouted angrily, and was about to run toward the cave that Su Longxiang had entered. Yu Piapiao saw this and quickly transmitted a message to him, blaming him for his recklessness. She said, "Don't go. What's the point of caring about that now? What if something happens here?" Wind Emperor advised, "He must have come to investigate this place personally. Otherwise he wouldn't have entered the cave randomly. He's probably millions of miles away now." Li He sighed bitterly. He didn't expect that he would be schemed against today after scheming for his entire life. The three of them didn't dare to wander around. They obediently stood guard outside and extended their divine sense into the cave. However, there seemed to be some kind of inexplicable restriction in the cave. Their divine sense couldn't extend very far before it was blocked. The only thing he could be sure of was the Wind Emperor's side. If the Wind Emperor's soul slave contract came into contact, then it meant that Yi Qinghan was dead. While their soul consciousness was locking the Wind Emperor, they were waiting for Lord Devour's team. They thought that the two venerables had asked them to wait for them to come. However, they didn't know that Lord Devour didn't want to come. What monster is this? Inside the huge cave abode, it was brightly lit. The hall was very big as a small city square. Yi Qinghan and the other 5 were tightly bound by the tentacles and sent flying through the air. At the same time, there were also hundreds of tentacles flying in the air. The source of these tentacles was a soft monster the size of a small mountain. 6 gloomy eyes gazed at the 6 of them. They didn't have pupils, which was just a pitch-black area which looked really scary. Underneath, there was a big red mouth, which could fit the 6 of them at the same time. Yi Qinghan and the 5 soul slaves tried their best to wiggle, gazing at the monster's eyes and mouth. They were afraid that the monster would throw them directly into the mouth. However, as their god power was sealed, how could they get rid of it with only their physical strength? "What should we do? What should we do?" Yi Qinghan was a little flustered. He had encountered many dangerous situations, but this time, he was the most helpless one because he didn't even have a chance to resist. The 5 soul slaves were panic-stricken. Their god power was also subdued. If a warrior didn't have the power, it was understandable that he was killed. However, he had the formidable power, but he couldn't use it at this moment. It was really a grieving and bewildering. With so many emotions, his mind was a mess. Hiss. The monster's scarlet mouth let out another strange cry, which made everyone's soul tremble again. Those 6 pupilless eyes were like the Grim Reapers. They were suffused with an evil and cold aura, which made everyone shudder. The huge tentacles kept waving. Yi Qinghan felt that it was more exciting than riding a roller coaster. The tentacles occasionally approached the scarlet mouth, and a fishy smell came, which made people feel nauseous. Every time they approached the mouth, Yi Qinghan was scared, afraid that he would be thrown in and turn into a pile of feces. They didn't know if the monster wanted to play or if it felt that their flesh wasn't delicious. Every time they felt like they were going to be eaten, they were thrown out by the tentacles. Occasionally they would be thrown down the cave, which made them dizzy. As time passed, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like this monster didn't dare to eat them? Or was it not willing to eat them? Or was it not a carnivorous animal? An hour had passed and the monster still hadn't eaten them. This meant that they probably wouldn't be eaten, which meant they were safe for the time being. As long as they weren't dead, there was hope. If there was hope, they had to fight for it. I wonder if Li He will send a message to honor Li He? It would be great if Lord Devour could come, but how long would it take for him to get here? Invincible 9th grade war god doesn't mean he's omnipotent, right? Yi Qinghan thought to himself, but then he thought about Lord Devour's cold-blooded and heartless nature. Perhaps he wouldn't care even if he knew. But if he didn't place his hope on them, what else could he do? Not good, master. I feel the god power in my body is slipping away. If this continues, we will all die. Tian Chen's sudden voice interrupted Yi Qinghan's thoughts. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to check his body, but he didn't find anything strange with his divine crystal. What's going on? You guys. Not good. Just as Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice over to inquire about the situation, he suddenly discovered that the divine crystal was trembling. Suddenly, there was an additional black air current in his body. This air current passed through his body and directly drilled into the location of the divine crystal, wrapping around the divine crystal. The divine power within the divine crystal began to emerge like water, disappearing into the black air current. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 of them turned paler than snow. God power was the source of their power. If their God power was drained, the divine crystal would explode without the protection of God power. Then, they would die. It's over. It's over. We're really dead this time. No one can save us. Originally, Yi Qinghan still had a glimmer of hope that Lord Devour and Honor Li Quan would come to rescue them. But now, it seemed that even if Lord Devour came, it would be useless. They had been traveling on the star for several months, and the dragon boat was moving so fast. Even if Lord Devour had godly abilities, what could he do? Could he teleport anywhere in the divine world? Half of my god power? It was just 1 hour, but half of his god power was gone. If it continued like this, they would be dead in 1 more hour. At this moment, Yi Qinghan wasn't flustered anymore. He slowly calmed down. No matter what, he was going to die anyway. Why did he need to think so much? When people knew that they were going to die, they would have some kind of understanding. Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of death. As he knew that he was going to die, nothing mattered anymore. Pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan sent a message to Xiaohe. Xiaohe, wait for a while. I'm going to detonate myself to bring you to the Imperial War Palace. Stay there and wait for Lord Devour to save you. Tell Qingqing and the others not to be sad. It's the fate of a warrior. Tell my son. I'm sorry. Chapter 859. No, boss, you won't die. You said that we will be together forever. You said that you want to stand at the top. How can you die? Don't worry, my aunt will be back soon. Hold on. Xiaohe was very clear about Yi Qinghan's situation. He also wanted to leave the beast space, but Yi Qinghan didn't have divine power and couldn't do anything. He always wanted to transmit his voice to Yi Qinghan, but he was afraid that it would disrupt Yi Qinghan's thinking. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had completely calmed down and transmitted his voice to him. Only then did he dare to transmit his voice to him. No one can save me. I know that. Xiaohe, you don't have to comfort me. You know me. If there is a chance, I won't give it up. But, even if I die, I'm not afraid. I'm satisfied to be able to live like this. My only regret is that I couldn't see my son. I don't even know what he looks like. I wonder if he looks like me. The more Yi Qinghan spoke, the more desolate he became. Whether it was his words or his aura, they revealed a sense of death. It was just like that time in front of the Yi family castle's enchanted pavilion. But at that time he had nothing to live for and his heart was already dead. At this moment, facing a desperate situation, he was powerless to resist and could only quietly wait for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Suddenly Yi Qinghan felt the divinity crystal in his body shake. He was slightly startled. His spirit was shaken and his divine sense instantly locked onto the divinity crystal, thinking that a miracle had happened. A miracle indeed happened, but Yi Qinghan still felt helpless. The shake just now was from the black stone in the god realm. It emitted a soft white light. This light formed a small shield around the divinity crystal, resisting the invasion of the black gas. Under the protection of this white light shield, the speed at which the divine power flowed was many times slower. But it still flowed. This is just dying a little later. After observing for half an hour, Yi Qinghan finally confirmed that the shield produced by the black stone only had this much power. It couldn't completely resist the invasion of the black gas. With less than a third of his divine power left, Yi Qinghan was already planning to self-destruct. After the self-detonation, the divine energy within the divine crystal would allow it to break through the obstruction of the black gas flow. As long as a sliver of it entered his meridians, Yi Qinghan would be able to use that sliver of divine energy to open the War Imperial Palace and let Xiaohe in. Master, I can't do it anymore. If Master isn't dead, please reduce the time my little brother is a soul slave. Many thanks to Master. Xinghui will go ahead first. A voice transmission rang out. Yi Qinghan subconsciously looked over, only to see that on the other side, a soul slave's body was ablaze with raging flames. Clearly he couldn't hold on any longer. Rather than dying like this, he might as well self-destruct. Even if he died, he wouldn't let this monster have an easy time. Bang! The fireworks were not particularly beautiful, nor were they big. In fact, the body didn't even turn into dust. Instead, it turned into pieces of minced meat that flew around in the hall. A bloody head rolled on the floor countless times, with a pair of big eyes that died with everlasting regret. The self-detonation of a 6th-grade war god was terrifying, but the self-detonation of a soul slave at the peak of the 6th-grade war god was like a squib. Even the tentacle that bound him didn't suffer any damage. Only some green blood seeped out. Looking at that big head and the pair of eyes that died with everlasting regret, a desolate feeling welled up in everyone's heart. Later, this might be their end. Bang! Another small firework bloomed. A soul slave couldn't bear the torment of waiting for death and followed. This time, it was a piece of minced meat that exploded on Yi Qinghan's face, making his desolate heart even more desolate. Explode, explode! Yi Qinghan made up his mind and prepared to explode himself. Otherwise, when he ran out of divine energy, he wouldn't have the chance to self-detonate, and Xiaohei would be implicated by him. No, no, no. Boss, if you dare to self-detonate, I won't live alone. Xiaohei sensed Yi Qinghan's thoughts and transmitted his voice frantically. His voice trembled slightly with a sobbing tone, despair, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Xiaohei, you've grown up. Don't be so childish. Don't forget that you have Li Shui. You won't be alone anymore. Boss will be watching you from the heavenly kingdom. Yi Qinghan laughed. He thought that if he died, would he be able to transmigrate again? Or fall into eternal darkness? Or go to the legendary 9 Nether realm alone? Idiot. A cold voice transmission resounded like a clap of thunder, causing Yi Qinghan's entire soul sea to tremble. This voice was somewhat familiar. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion. Then, his face revealed a look of ecstasy as he exclaimed, "Battle Emperor?" The voice transmission came immediately and it was filled with dissatisfaction. Humph. Don't be too happy too early. This Emperor's remnant soul is sealed in the black stone. I can't save you even if I want to. You trash, you don't think about improving your strength and opening the seal. Instead, you run around all day looking for treasures? If you die like this Emperor must have been blind to find a successor like you. Senior Battle Emperor, let's not talk about this. How can I save myself? As long as there's a chance, I definitely won't give up. Yi Qinghan didn't mind the Battle Emperor's scolding. Instead, he became extremely excited and his soul was still trembling. Although the Battle Emperor's transmission said that he was powerless. Since he had sent a transmission, it meant that at least he still had a chance to live. As long as there was a chance, Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't give up. You idiot. You clearly have something good but you don't know how to use it. If it wasn't for the trace of divine sense that I placed on the black stone, which made me feel that you were about to die, you really would have died from stupidity. The Battle Emperor scolded again and then sent a transmission. Hurry up and use your divine sense to activate the trace of origin energy in your soul sea. As long as you activate it, this trash spirit beast can be easily killed. Is this really origin energy? How do I activate it with Senior Battle Emperor's divine sense? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. The white mist in his soul sea was actually really origin energy. Origin energy was indestructible. Of course, it could easily destroy this spirit beast. However, how do I activate it? Yi Qinghan had tried many methods, but he couldn't move it at all. Concentrate all your divine sense and use it on the origin energy. Fortunately, you don't have much origin energy. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't be able to activate it. Remember to protect your heart. The first time you activate the origin energy, your soul will feel intense pain. As long as the origin energy leaves your soul sea, you will be able to control it at will. However, if you can't hold on when the soul sea moves, your soul will also collapse. Whether you live or die will depend on your willpower. You idiot, it's because of you that this trace of my soul has slowed down for a long time. If you don't die, remember to cultivate hard and open the 3rd layer of the seal. Otherwise, this trace of soul might dissipate in advance. The Battle Emperor went completely silent after giving his instructions. At this time, Yi Qinghan finally understood. This Battle Emperor said that he would see him again when he broke the 3rd layer of the seal. It turned out that this trace of his soul was actually preserved in the black stone. Tianqin, don't self-destruct. Maybe we can still be saved. Yi Qinghan transmitted a message, afraid that the remaining 3 soul slaves would also self-destruct. Then he ignored the 3 of them. He closed his eyes and began to activate the origin energy according to the Battle Emperor's instructions. Boss, you will definitely succeed. Definitely. Xiaohei was also excited. He hurriedly transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan and then didn't dare to say anything else. He was afraid that he would disturb Yi Qinghan's final struggle. Chapter 860. Tianqin and the other 2 soul slaves looked at each other, their eyes burning with passion. This master's strength wasn't high, but he had done a lot of earth-shattering things. Moreover, this master was very strange. Perhaps there was hope for him? A white bridge spanned across the 2 soul seas of Yi Qinghan. On the bridge, a white misty airflow quietly floated above. It did not release any aura and it felt very ordinary. However, at this moment Yi Qinghan knew that this thing was not ordinary. This was really the power of the source. The peerless weapon that venerables relied on to suppress the masses. Without time to think, Yi Qinghan began to use his divine sense on the white cotton according to the battle sovereign sex method, trying to get it to leave the bridge. Yi Qinghan had tried this method before, but he did not dare to use his divine sense. After all, this thing was above the Soul Sea. If it was too barbaric, the Soul Sea would collapse and he would die. However, now that the battle sovereign had said it and he was about to die, Yi Qinghan did not care. Rise. Yi Qinghan let out a deep shout from within his soul. He used all of his divine sense on the white cotton ball. At this moment, the 2 soul seas started to tremble. Even Yi Qinghan felt that the soul bridge was shaking. However, Yi Qinghan was very happy because this white cotton was lifted by his divine sense. Yi Qinghan felt hope, and he began to control his divine sense to move the white cotton towards the soul sea on the left. The white cotton moved very slowly, and with every inch it moved, Yi Qinghan felt his soul sea tremble. He began to feel extremely tired and his mind was blank. Yi Qinghan knew that this was because his divine sense was under heavy pressure, causing his soul to feel this way. This was very normal. Without stopping for a moment, he continued to move the white cotton towards the soul sea on the left. Hiss. When Yi Qinghan's divine sense moved that white cotton ball to the top of the Sea of Soul with great difficulty, the soul sea suddenly shrank. However, an intense pain instantly spread throughout the soul sea. Yi Qinghan's body suddenly shrank. His entire body was in so much pain that he was convulsing. Cold sweat instantly dripped down like rain. Damn, he actually went back again? When the pain subsided a little, Yi Qinghan scanned the area again with his divine sense, only to find that the white cotton ball had returned to the bridge. He couldn't help but curse angrily. However, he didn't dare to waste any time. Only a quarter of his divine power was left in this short amount of time. If he didn't hurry up, he would be done for. Let's fight. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and came up with an idea. He would use one of his souls to control his divine sense, and the other to control his body. By doing 2 things at the same time, he could endure the pain and push his origin energy to the edge of his soul sea and enter his body. That would be a success. The pain from one of his souls caused Yi Qinghan to howl in pain. His eyes, ears, nose and mouth started to bleed, and the muscles on his face became even more distorted. His entire body was like a terrifying demon, and his body emitted a cold aura. Master, what's going on? It's over. Master is going to die. Although our soul slave contracts have been broken, it will be our turn to die later. If he dies, then so be it. A martial artist's final destination is death. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to go back to my family to take a look. Sigh. The 3 soul slaves' hearts pounded as they watched, and they all let out sighs one after another. They sighed for Yi Qinghan and also for their own fate. Hiss. Suddenly, the giant beast in the cave mansion screamed and waved its hundreds of arms. Under the astonished gazes of Tianqin and the other 2, countless tentacles swept towards Yi Qinghan, as if they wanted to entangle him to death. Countless tentacles instantly wrapped around Yi Qinghan. Layer after layer, he looked like a giant dumpling. The monster continued to roar. Every roar caused Tianqin and the other 2 souls to tremble and their bodies to tremble. What's going on? This monster seems to be afraid? Yes, it's afraid. Look at its eyes. It's afraid, it's terrified. What's going on? Did a martial honorable come to save us? Did Senior Jianghu come? Although their souls were trembling, they were extremely excited. There must be a reason for something abnormal. Something must have happened for this monster to be acting so strangely. The 3 of them spread out their divine senses and began to investigate their surroundings. However, they were disappointed to find that the hall was completely silent. There were no abnormalities in the countless passageways around them. Chi-chi. Suddenly, green blood sprayed everywhere, splattering all over their faces. Then, under the astonished gazes of the three, a hand glowing with white light reached out from the tentacles that were wrapped like dumplings. Then, the hand turned into a blade and forcefully chopped down at the tentacles. Ping-pong. The countless tentacles were like tree branches that had been cut down by a sharp sword. It landed heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud. A green figure slowly appeared. His face was still covered in blood, but the light in his eyes was so bright that the three of them could not open their eyes. The monster's countless tentacles turned into a sky full of afterimages as they swept towards the green figure. His speed was so fast and his strength was so great that even the air whistled. Evil creature, you still dare to be so arrogant? The green-robed figure was naturally Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was very excited, incomparably excited. He took a deep breath and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. The feeling of surviving a calamity was really good. Looking at the sky full of tentacles, those tentacles that had made him feel hopeless and helpless just a moment ago, now felt like they were like bull whips. His hand rose and fell, twisting in the air a few times. Tens of tentacles were instantly cut down. His entire hand was wrapped in origin energy and was indestructible. What couldn't he cut down? It's master, it's master. Master actually succeeded. What's that white thing? It can't be origin energy, right? Divine Emperor Supreme, a divine king actually managed to refine the origin energy? While Tianqin and the other two were ecstatic, they were also extremely shocked. They could not believe their eyes. They used their divine senses to confirm that it was indeed origin energy. But, how did this divine king realm master get origin energy? One should know that origin energy was not something ordinary. It could only be given by the law of heaven and earth. Could it be that this young master was actually a venerable who was hiding his strength? Yi Qinghan did not care about what the three of them were thinking. Origin energy revolved around his hand as his body flickered in the hall. He raised and slashed until the monster's tentacles were all cut down. Only then did he stop attacking. Are you guys alright? Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of blood. He shook off the blood on his face with his divine power before turning to the three of them. We're fine. Master is mighty. Thank you, Master, for saving our lives. Tianqin and the other two exchanged glances and knelt down on one knee. If they had been unconvinced before, they were now completely subservient. Subservient to the strong. You guys go ahead and see if there are any treasures. I'll go and dismember this evil creature. Yi Qinghan nodded calmly before charging towards the monster that was howling in pain. Tianqin and the other two nodded and rushed towards the four passageways. Green blood splattered everywhere and soft pieces of flesh fell to the ground. Yi Qinghan used the origin energy that revolved around his palm to forcefully chop the huge monster's body into pieces. Only when the monster had turned into a pile of minced meat did he finally stop in his anger. At that moment, Tianqin's voice rang out, jolting Yi Qinghan to his senses. Master, master, hurry over here. There is a saber in this cave. I suspect that it is a supreme-grade divine weapon. Chapter 861. How could I be so lucky? There really is a supreme divine artifact? Yi Qinghan immediately followed Tianqin's direction and flew into a tunnel. Not long after, he arrived at a small hall. The small hall was decorated lavishly. In the center was a huge jade coffin. It was clearly a bedroom. At the moment, Tianqin was lying on the white jade bed in the innermost part of the room. A dark green saber hung on the wall next to the bed. The saber was not unsheathed, but it exuded a chilling aura. The scabbard was lavish and had complicated patterns on it. One look and anyone could tell that it was no ordinary item. At that moment, Tianqin's hand glowed with divine power. He wanted to remove the saber, but even with his strength at the peak of the 6th rank, the saber did not move at all. This showed how strange the saber was. Master, why don't we just destroy the wall? Tianqin pulled a few times but it did not budge. He stepped back helplessly and said to Yi Qinghan in distress. Don't move. There are restrictions everywhere. Do you want us to be buried here? If you can take this kind of treasure, then take it. If you can't, then you don't have the fortune to do so. You can't force it. Yi Qinghan quickly stopped Tianqin. He knew the power of restrictions. Moreover, this was an ancient cultivator. He had a strange power that could not be underestimated. Yi Qinghan did not touch the saber. Instead, he carefully observed the room. In the end, he found that other than the coffin, the rest of the room was normal. There were no special restrictions or traps. After a moment of silence, he walked to the bed alone. He then controlled the origin energy in his hand. It came out of his palm and slowly covered the dark green saber. When the origin energy came in contact with the blade, it suddenly shone with azure light. A gentle hum rang out, like the roar of a beast of antiquity. It almost caused Yi Qinghan to retreat in fright. Up. Yi Qinghan quickly calmed his mind and shouted. All the origin energy in his body came out of his palm and covered the scabbard. Then he shook his divine power and grabbed the hilt, lifting it up. Clang! Suddenly the blade trembled and the entire blade separated from the wall. It trembled in Yi Qinghan's hand like a real dragon, trying to break free. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared on the saber. This illusory figure was like an ancient mutated beast. Its aura was ferocious and unruly. A savage aura immediately enveloped the entire hall. Yi Qinghan could even feel a pair of cold eyes staring at him from within the phantom. At this moment, he felt as though his soul had been frozen. Tianqian's eyes shone with envy. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was in a daze, he hurriedly reminded him, Master, this blade has the soul of a beast as its soul. It's definitely a supreme god artifact. Hurry up and store it in your space ring or it'll fly away. Yes. Yi Qinghan woke up with a start. He quickly used his divine sense on the saber and stored it in the treasury of the War Imperial Palace. With the restrictions of the War Imperial Palace, there was no way this saber could escape. The moment the saber disappeared into the air, the oppressive aura in the hall disappeared. Yi Qinghan quickly looked inside the treasury of the War Imperial Palace and realized that the moment the saber entered the treasury, it returned to its original state. It was like an ordinary divine artifact lying there quietly as though nothing had happened. It is indeed a supreme god artifact. Yi Qinghan was very sure that this saber's aura was similar to the god-slaying sword, the wrath of the dancing butterfly. The aura of the mutated beast's soul was even comparable to the golden dragon in the god-slaying sword. How could a weapon with such an aura not be a supreme god artifact? Something isn't right. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of his slaughter god saber. Although the slaughter god saber didn't have a soul, its aura was definitely not inferior to this saber or the god-slaying sword. Could the slaughter god saber also be a supreme god artifact? Tianqin, you should know about my slaughter god saber. What grade do you think it is? Yi Qinghan turned around and asked Tianqin, hoping that he would be able to answer his question. Master, this thing. I do know about it. However, I cannot say it because I made a God Emperor blood oath in the Battle God Pavilion. I cannot reveal what I saw in the Battle God Pavilion. Tianqin sighed helplessly and continued, Master, hurry up and cultivate. Go to the Battle God Pavilion to obtain the title of a 5th grade war god. Or, just reveal your source energy and you will immediately advance to 5th grade. The Battle God Pavilion will show you a special scene, and you will know the answer. Reveal my source energy? Of course I cannot reveal it. The 3 of you must also keep this a secret. If you reveal it, I will not show any mercy. Yi Qinghan was stunned and woke up. He didn't care about the slaughter god saber anymore. Instead, he thought about his source energy. This thing must not be revealed to others. Even if it was a dripping river, he must not let them know. Why? Because he was only in the God King realm. His strength was too low. If this matter were to spread, he probably wouldn't be able to return to the Misty Continent alive. Also, Yi Qinghan's source energy wasn't something that he could use whenever he wanted to. His strength was not enough. This time it took him a long time to activate his source energy. It was only because he was lucky that he managed to activate it. If his enemies found out that he had the source energy, they would definitely attack him with a big move. By the time he activated his source energy, he would have already been dismembered. It was better to hide this thing. If he launched a sneak attack in the dark, he would be successful. The 2 of them looked around the room but didn't find any secret manuals or treasures. At this time, the other 2 soul slaves also returned. They also didn't find anything. Yi Qinghan believed that the 2 of them wouldn't dare to hide anything. After all, their lives were in his hands. In the end, Yi Qinghan could only look at the coffin in the middle of the small hall. This coffin definitely contained the corpse of the ancient cultivator. It was very likely that there was a great treasure inside. Go open the coffin. Be careful. Yi Qinghan brought Tianqin and another soul slave to the exit of the small hall. Then he ordered the other soul slave to open the coffin. Although there weren't any restrictions on the surface of the coffin, it was still better to be careful. The soul slave flew over with great resentment. However, he didn't dare to get too close. Instead, he used his godly energy on the coffin from afar. Creak. The coffin lid was easily opened. The The soul slave immediately retreated. However, after a while nothing happened. Only a white mist and cold air came out. Yi Qinghan and Tianqin immediately used their divine sense to lock onto the inside of the coffin. Their eyes lit up at the same time. There was a corpse in the coffin. The corpse was completely frozen. There were no signs of decay on the body. It was obvious that it was an old man. But that wasn't important. What was important was that the corpse was hugging a white jade box in front of its chest. The box wasn't big, but the cultivator was hugging it in his arms before he died. This meant that the box was very important to him. The soul slave checked for a while and didn't find anything strange. He relaxed and took out a long whip from his storage ring. He controlled the whip and easily took out the white jade box. Then he closed the lid of the coffin. Master. The soul slave checked the white jade box and didn't find any restrictions on it. Then he handed it over. His eyes were filled with passion, as if he was very curious about what kind of treasure was inside. Yi Qinghan's godly energy shook and easily shattered the small protective restrictions on the surface of the jade box. Then he slowly opened the jade box. 4 pairs of eyes locked onto the jade box. There wasn't any divine light coming out of the jade box. There was only a piece of inner armor inside. The inner armor was fiery red with a fire dragon pattern on it. The material was very special. Chapter 862. This doesn't look like a treasure, does it? It's very ordinary, but the material is very special. Why did the ancient expert hold on to it before he died? Tianqin picked up the inner armor and looked at it for a while. The other 2 soul slaves were also puzzled. They looked at it for a while and said doubtfully, "It really doesn't look like a treasure. There's nothing special about it." God damn it, is this fire god battle armor really an ancient treasure? Tianqin and the 2 soul slaves didn't know what it was. Yi Qinghan took a look and saw it clearly. There were 3 treasures in his treasure room that had the same pattern as this inner armor, and the material was also very similar. From the looks of it, his 2 fire god bracers and 1 fire god leg guards were very likely to be a set with this inner armor. Wait here, I'll be right back. Yi Qinghan said and flashed into the War Emperor Palace. He went straight to the treasure room and opened his hands. 2 arm guards and a leg guard appeared in his hands. The arm guard was obtained in the divine city of the Fire Dragon continent, the leg guard was obtained in the baleful Yin stream, and the leg guard was brought back by a supreme expert who was at the end of his lifespan in Gu Yang's hometown. Originally, Yi Qinghan had almost forgotten about these 3 treasures. But the appearance of this inner armor today made Yi Qinghan attach great importance to it. A supreme cultivator from the ancient times who could use such a powerful spirit beast to guard the door, and a supreme cultivator who could possess a transcendent grade divine artifact was still holding onto this inner armor at the moment of his death. It could be seen that this inner armor was definitely a treasure. A great treasure. Yi Qinghan compared it carefully and found that the inner armor and the leg guard were made of the same material. The patterns on them were also the same. They were a set. Still no changes? There's nothing strange. Do I have to gather the remaining leg guard and helmet for it to be effective? Yi Qinghan put the items together, but there were still no changes. He secretly felt that it was a pity. It seemed that he would have to find a way to collect the remaining 2 parts. Perhaps it would really be a heaven-defying battle armor. Since he couldn't find anything, Yi Qinghan didn't want to waste his time on the fire god's battle armor. He just made a mental note to pay more attention to the fire god's battle armor. Yi Qinghan sent a voice transmission to the ladies to inform them that he was safe. Then Yi Qinghan went out in a flash and continued to search the cave with Tianqin and the other 2. He had almost dug 3 feet into the ground, but in the end he did not find anything. After the 4 of them searched 3 or 4 times, they finally announced the end of this treasure hunt. Yi Qinghan was worried that Li He and the others would be so worried. He was also worried that Lord Devour had arrived and it would be a false alarm. He hurried to bring the other 3 out. Li He Trio's spiritual consciousness was obstructed, but Yi Qinghan's group of 4 walked out of the cave with ease. After the 4 of them appeared, Li He and the other 2 wore expressions of excitement and astonishment, as though they were suspecting that their eyes were playing tricks on them. It's really you? Brother Yi, my venerable and Lord Diawu are not here yet? How did you get out? While he was pleasantly surprised, he was also very confused. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness and did not find anything. He asked again, did Lord Diawu save you? No. Yi Qinghan also had a lingering fear. He thought that it was really dangerous this time. He immediately said, Big brother Li He, Lord Yu, did you send a message to your venerable? Ask them now. If they are here, let them go back. Also ask, if my lord is here too? Yi Qinghan wasn't sure if Lord Devour was on the way. He could only let the two of them ask. If he was on the way he would send a message. That would be more appropriate. Li He and Yu Piapiao nodded and immediately sent a message. The reply was very fast. In the end, Li He and Yu Piapiao were stunned. Lord Devour did not let the two of them come. Moreover, they found out that Lord Devour had never left the soul-devouring manor. Brother Yi, how did you get out of danger? Lord Jianghu seemed to know that you could get out of danger and did not come. Did Lord Devour give you an awesome treasure? Li He thought that Lord Devour did not come, but Yi Qinghan escaped. It was obvious that Lord Devour gave Yi Qinghan a treasure. Otherwise, how could he get out of danger? Something like that. I used a treasure to kill this monster and obtained a saber and an inner armor. Yi Qinghan did not know how to explain and was prepared to fool around. Now that Li He mentioned it, he immediately answered. He thought to himself, did Lord Devour predict that I could get out of danger, or was he cold-blooded and did not want to save me? Then he took out the fire god inner armor and handed it to Li He. He asked, Big Brother Li, do you know what this is? I got it from the cave mansion. Help me take a look. Li He looked at it carefully and then he even used his divine sense and divine power to check, but he found nothing. He shook his head and said, this material is from the primordial age, but there is no artifact soul inside. Although the defense is not bad, it is not very useful, not a good treasure. Yu Piapiao and Wind Emperor also checked it and thought the same. Yi Qinghan thought that he should let Lord Devour have a look when he went to see her. Maybe she would know something. Yes, I also got a saber. I guess it is a supreme divine weapon, but I did not dare to take it out. This saber seemed to have an unknown power that I could not control. Yi Qinghan told them about the saber. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to share it with Li He and Yu Piapiao. After all, he had risked his life to get it. He could not share it with a saber. Supreme divine weapon. Ah. Brother Yi, this is a blessing in disguise. Congrats. Li He and Yu Piapiao revealed envious expressions. Since Yi Qinghan did not take it out, they would not be stupid enough to ask to see it. This spirit beast was killed by Yi Qinghan. Even if there were a bunch of treasures inside, they would not want to have a share. Big Brother Li He, Lord Yu, I hope you will not tell my wives, Miss Shuai, Miss Ling, and the others about this dangerous encounter. I am afraid they will be worried. Yi Qinghan explained and then dived up with the others. This time they were not in the mood to look for treasures. They dived directly to the sea surface. It took them only an hour to reach the sea surface. Damn it. Let's go to that island. I will tear down the Pirate King's lair. I can't take this lying down. Once they entered the dragon boat, Li He's face darkened. His entire body exuded a murderous aura as he spoke to Yi Qinghan. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that he had been tricked by the Pirate King's leader. However, he shook his head and said, we are not going. Let's go straight to Peach Blossom Island. By the time we get there, it will probably be a deserted island. They are not fools. Although Yi Qinghan hated this cunning god bandit leader, his killing intent was not strong. If not for this god bandit leader, Jianghu might not have been sure that the white cotton in his mind was the power source. He would not have alerted the battle emperor. Of course, he would not have known how to use this power source. He would not have gotten that transcendent grade divine artifact and would not have known that this fire god battle armor was actually a cardinal treasure. Speaking of which, he had to thank Su Longxiang. Chapter 863. Yu Piapiao chimed in and said, City Lord Li, there is no need to go. They know that we are stronger than them. Even if we are not, once the god bandit's lair is discovered, they will immediately move. The dragon boat moved forward at full speed. After traveling for 2 days, Yi Qinghan released the people from Battle Imperial Hall. Once the girls were released, they started to chatter non-stop. Li He and Yu Piapiao did not reply. Yi Qinghan also casually said a few words. He said that under Su Longxiang's lead, they killed a spirit beast, obtained 1 or 2 treasures and so on. 10 days later, the dragon boat finally neared a super large island. Yi Qinghan, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qinghan looked at the approaching Peach Blossom Island and started to get excited. Yi Qingyo also had tears in his eyes. They had not seen Yi Sihan for a long time, and Yi Qinghan had not seen her since he was born. Everyone bring 5 guards into the island. This Peach Blossom Island used to be the largest god bandit group in the South Sea. There are many formidable martial artists under them. I reckon that there are even more of them now. Brother Yi, Lady Shuai, or Lady Ling, remember, do not be rash. As long as you do not violate the island's rules, the Peach Blossom supremacy is still reasonable. After Li He gave his instructions, the 3 of them kept their subordinates and flew towards Peach Blossom Island with a group of more than 10 people. Peach Blossom Island was not like a paradise. The scenery was average. The construction was similar to that of the floating continent. It was mainly built with limestone. Furthermore, the construction was very compact. After Yi Qinghan and the group entered the island, they flew for a while before they saw a small city. The heaven and earth essence energy on Peach Blossom Island was very dense. It was even denser than Flying Snow Island and at least 3 times denser than the average place in the floating continent. Before Yi Qinghan and the group entered the island, they had already paid divine stones. They did not expect that they would have to pay divine stones again to enter a small city. It looked like Peach Blossom Island was a group of god bandits. The rumors were not wrong. After entering the small city, Xiaochen discovered that the population of this Peach Blossom Island was really high. The wide streets were filled with people and carriages. Furthermore, the city was actually not empty. There were many cultivators flying in the sky. Yi Qinghan asked Wu Shan to ask around, and it didn't take him long to find out. Peach Blossom Island had 108 small cities, 12 large cities and 1 main city. Not long after he went to Wu Mountain, he even bought a map of the island. Yi Qinghan thought to himself that it was the right decision to bring Wu Shan along. He handled these trivial matters well. Needless to say, Yi Qinghan guessed that Yi Sihan was definitely in the main city because the Peach Blossom Venerable was in the main city. His daughter was about to choose a husband and would definitely not go out, so Yi Sihan could only be in the main city. For the sake of not taking the wrong path, Yi Qinghan once again sent Wu Shan to investigate and find out more about Yi Sihan, Yi Tianlong, and Yu Shishui. He had thought that it would be difficult, but in the end he was able to find out about it easily. City Lord Young Master is in the main city. That Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui you mentioned aren't that famous, but Young Master is quite famous on Peach Blossom Island. Wu Shan ran over and said with a smile. Before Yi Qinghan came to the island, he had instructed his subordinates to all change the way they addressed him. Don't call him Master or Young Master. Why was it better to call him City Lord when he was going to see his son? Now that he heard Wu Shan's words, he was incomparably shocked. Yi Qingwu, who was beside him, also nervously grabbed onto Yi Qinghan's robes and looked at Wu Shan, waiting for his explanation. Young Master was accepted as an in-name disciple by the Peach Blossom Venerable a few months ago. How could the people on Peach Blossom Island not know about him? The Peach Blossom Venerable doesn't have many disciples, only 3. Although he has many in-name disciples, he is still quite famous on Peach Blossom Island. Wu Shan's eyebrows were full of joy. This young master was quite good, to actually become the Peach Blossom Venerable's in-name disciple. Like father like son. Oh, however Yi Qinghan wasn't happy at all. Instead he felt a sharp pain in his heart. According to Lord Devour's information, Yi Sihan had been on Peach Blossom Island for quite some time. Why did he only become an apprentice now? It seemed like he wanted to marry the little princess, but he didn't have anything to rely on. He could only think of a way to become an apprentice and increase his status. Only then would he be qualified to compete with the young masters of the famous sects. Yi Qinghan could imagine that Yi Sihan, who wasn't very powerful and had no background, wanted to become a toad trying to eat a swan's meat. He was distressed and thought of thousands of ways, but in the end he could only think of a way to get closer to the Peach Blossom Venerable. This child had really suffered. As a father, he was really a failure. Without stopping at the small city, Yi Qinghan directly led his people out of the city. They went straight out of the city according to the location on the map. In the end, once they left the city, they encountered something that made them feel very helpless. They had to collect divine stones to leave the city. Along the way, they didn't dare to enter the city anymore. When they saw a city, they immediately flew away. It wasn't that they couldn't bear to part with the divine stones, but it was very troublesome and made them very uncomfortable. After flying for half a day, the sky was completely dark. Only then did they see a huge majestic city in front of them. Although Yin and the others were there, which slowed them down a lot, they could still see that this Peach Blossom Island was incomparably huge. 100 million divine stones per person. Yi Qinghan was still looking at the 3 big words, Peach Blossom City, on the city wall when the guard's voice came from the city gate, causing everyone to frown. Mother Fastersker. Did the Peach Blossom Venerable open a black city? 100 million divine stones per person to enter the city? This was daylight robbery. Give it to him. Before entering the city, Yi Qinghan was already very uncomfortable with the Peach Blossom Venerable. Even if he wasn't the one who gave the order to collect divine stones like leader, like subordinates. If the Peach Blossom Venerable wasn't a greedy person, he definitely wouldn't let his subordinates mess around like this. After entering the city, they saw that there were even more people in Peach Blossom Island. The buildings were also more imposing, and the design of the city was similar to that of Beacon Smoke Prefecture. It was clearly built according to the specifications of a prefecture city. After asking Wu Shan to inquire about Yi Sihan's whereabouts, Yi Qinghan and the others walked to the plaza and checked in at a very high-class restaurant, Minuet Court, next to the plaza. Minuet Court's fees were very high, but Yi Qinghan was already numb to it. The people in this godforsaken place were all vampires. Li Shui and Yin Ling were here to have fun, so of course he wouldn't let them pay for their divine stones. Anyway, he didn't lack divine stones, so he could just treat it as feeding the dogs. Wu Shan returned very quickly. Before Yi Qinghan could say anything, Yi Qingwu and the others immediately surrounded him. Wu Shan didn't even say anything before he started asking all sorts of questions. "Don't worry, Madam's Mayor, I found out where the young master lives. He's in the southern district, I'll take you to him now." Wu Shan smiled bitterly and cupped his hands at everyone. "Fireworks, go rest at Miss Shue's place. Also, tell Master Li Heyu that we're going out for a while. Let's go." Yi Qinghan immediately stood up and gestured to the Wind Emperor. He then hurriedly led the others out. After leaving the Minuet Court, Yi Qinghan and the others immediately took off and flew towards the southern district under Wu Shan's lead. However, Yi Qinghan asked everyone to restrain their aura. They were in someone else's territory and there were many strong people here. If they were too high profile, they could easily get into trouble. The southern district was very big and the courtyards near the plaza were all very big. Yi Qinghan was secretly wondering how Yi Sihan and the others had so many divine stones to buy a courtyard, but after flying for a while, he realized that the courtyard in front of them had become very small. After flying for a while longer, the courtyard in front of them had become so small that it couldn't even be considered a courtyard anymore. Wu Shan finally stopped. He turned around and said respectfully, "Mayor, he should be in this area. Let's go down." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and the group flew down. The courtyard here was very small, probably only 2 or 3 rooms. There was an empty space in front of them and all the courtyards were exactly the same. Many of the courtyards had light blue barriers activated, and divine senses couldn't penetrate it at all. "Wu Shan, which courtyard?" Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine sense and shouted at Wu Shan. "Should be called Yi Family Castle." As soon as Wu Shan finished speaking, Yi Qinghan immediately extended his divine sense limitlessly. Finally, a few thousand meters ahead, he saw a courtyard with the words Yi Family Castle written on it. Yi Family Castle, it must be. Yi Qingwu also felt it. Her entire body began to tremble, and her face was already teary. Yu Qingqing's calm face was also incomparably emotional. Yi Qingyu's eyes were glistening with tears. They had watched Yi Sihan grow up. Even Yi Yaorao was affected by the atmosphere, and her expression became unnatural. Whoosh! Yi Qinghan took the lead and dashed forward. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan's footsteps began to hesitate. Yi Qinghan didn't move, Yi Qingwu felt weak all over, and the others didn't dare to move forward first. Yi Qinghan began to slowly walk towards the courtyard. His footsteps were incredibly heavy, and the corners of his eyes were slightly moist. His emotions were also growing more and more emotional. Boom! Suddenly, just as they were about to approach the courtyard, the sound of an energy explosion rang out from within. Then Yi Qinghan heard Yi Qinghan bellow angrily. Next, a figure flew out of the courtyard's gates, blood wildly spraying from his mouth. His eyes were bulging with rage. It was Yi Qinghan. "Azure Ox, are you all right? Azure Ox, don't be rash. Grandpa Azure Ox, don't come in yet." 2 familiar voices and a slightly urgent young voice drifted over. Yi Qinghan's mind instantly went blank. The 2 familiar voices belonged to Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishue. Calling Yi Qinghan grandpa? Who else could it be but Yi Sihan? Boom. In the next second, Yi Qinghan's mind was instantly filled with boundless rage. A strange black saber suddenly appeared in his hand, and his eyes turned blood red. With a furious roar, he actually dashed towards the courtyard in front of him at lightning speed. "City Lord, don't be rash. This is Peach Blossom City. Everyone charge with me. Wu Shan, send a message to Lihe City Lord." The Wind Emperor was shocked. Yi Qinghan was actually so rash. A soul cultivator didn't even use a soul skill. Instead, he used a saber to attack people? Furthermore, he actually dared to use the Slaughter God saber in Peach Blossom City? His figure flickered as he charged towards Yi Qinghan. Chapter 864. Yi Qinghan was halfway there when he heard the Wind Thearka's voice transmission, causing him to be startled awake. This was not the floating continent. He hurriedly kept the Slaughter God blade and replaced it with a soft sword. He did not stop and directly rushed into the courtyard. The courtyard was very small, so only about 10 people could stand in it. At this moment there were 7 or 8 people standing in the courtyard. They were all dressed in red battle armor, and their bodies glowed with divine power. Yiqinghan did not look at them. Instead, he locked his gaze on the 3 people at the door of the small hall in front of him. One of them was dressed in black battle armor. His body was skinny and his old rigid face was filled with anger. Another was dressed in a white robe. His beauty was still as gentle as water. The last one looked like a 14 or 15-year-old youth. He was dressed in a white robe, and his appearance was unusually handsome. However, his body was a little skinny. His eyes were currently locked onto Yiqinghan, who had just rushed in. Yiqinghan and that youth looked at each other. Their bodies trembled at the same time and their eyes lit up. Yiqinghan immediately recognized that this youth was Yi Sihan. They looked too alike, just a little more handsome. Yi Sihan had seen pictures of Yiqinghan since she was young. Although Yiqinghan's appearance had matured a little, it had not changed much. How could she not recognize him? Time seemed to stop at this moment. Everyone around them seemed to have disappeared. All that was left was this father and son pair that they had met for the first time in decades. A few drops of tears appeared in Yiqinghan's eyes. He felt an indescribable sourness in his heart. Meanwhile, Yi Sihan's body began to tremble, and a trace of hatred appeared in her eyes. Yiqinghan could clearly see the hatred in her eyes. Little Han. Yi Tianlong's body also began to tremble slightly. His lips trembled a few times before he finally called out. Yu Shishui's beautiful eyes also lit up, and she began to look outside the door. Where did this little god king come from? Get out. A sudden voice rang out, ruining the atmosphere in the courtyard. Yiqinghan felt a sense of danger in his heart. His eyes swept to the left and he saw a martial artist in red armor attacking his head with divine power in his hand. Yiqinghan didn't move. He just coldly snorted and quickly sent a message to Yi Tianlong. He didn't ask anything, just the identity of these people. Xiao. The Wind Emperor rushed over, but without Yiqinghan's orders, he could only receive the red-armored martial artist's attack with one hand. Bang! An explosion rang out. The Wind Emperor was completely unscathed, but the attacking martial artist bounced back. Xiao. Tianqin had also arrived with his men. There were only 5 or 6 of them, but each of them was a peak rank 6. In an instant they surrounded the 7 or 8 people in the field. Sihan. The courtyard could no longer hold so many people. Yi Qingwu and the others flew into the courtyard. When they saw Yi Sihan in the main hall, they ignored everything else and flew into the main hall. Yi Qingqing, Yi Qingyu and Yi Yaorao also followed. Even though there were 7 or 8 red-armored martial artists, their leader was only a 6th rank 6, so they naturally didn't dare to move. Mother, aunts. Yi Sihan didn't dare to recognize Yiqinghan, but when she saw Yi Qingwu and the others, she could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. She directly knelt before them, but she still suppressed her emotions and didn't allow herself to cry. When Yu Qingqing and Yu Shishui saw each other, their faces were also filled with tears. Yi Tianlong's eyes were already brimming with tears, but he still looked outside worriedly. The red-armored martial artists realized that something was wrong. There weren't many people in this group, but the light in their eyes made it seem as if they were dead people. The war god was a little anxious. He quickly sent a message, then said to the Wind Emperor, "Who are you?" "We are from the Flying Snow Island. You dare to attack us? Our young master is in the city. Are you tired of living?" Yi Qinghan and Yi Tianlong didn't receive any useful information through the transmission. They only said that these people had suddenly barged in and ridiculed Yi Sihan, telling her to withdraw from the betrothal contest, or else she wouldn't even know how she died. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he was infuriated. The hatred in Yi Sihan's eyes was very obvious, and it deeply touched him. When he heard this person's clamor, he became even more enraged. He waved his hand and angrily said to the Wind Emperor, "Take them all down." Bus. When the Wind Emperor saw that Yi Qinghan and Yi Tianlong had communicated for a while, he thought that Yi Qinghan had figured out the situation, so he didn't hold back. He opened his god's domain and his power pressed down. At the same time, the 6 grade 6 war gods also pressed down. Their figures flickered a few times, and a few of the 7 or 8 red-clothed experts were instantly sent flying. The war god could only last a few rounds under the Wind Emperor's suppression before his divine crystal was sealed away by the Wind Emperor. "Throw them all outside. Tianqin, send some people to keep an eye on them. You guys stand guard outside. Wind Emperor, come in with me." Yi Qinghan calmly waved his hand. Today he had acted very domineeringly and arrogantly, as if he wanted to show off in front of his son. Yes, City Lord. Tianqin and the others gave a low roar, then decisively carried a few people out. The sudden reversal of the situation outside stunned Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui. Even Yi Sihan turned to stare at Yi Qinghan in astonishment. When Tianqin and the others respectfully called out, "City Lord," the three of them were even more shocked. They stared at Yi Qinghan, who was striding in a daze. Grandson Yi Qinghan pays his respects to grandfather and senior Shishui. Yi Qinghan bowed to Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui, then turned to look at the skinny youth in front of him. To his surprise, Yi Sihan turned her head to the side. It was obvious that she didn't like Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. He didn't get angry. Instead, he said in a low voice, "My name is Yi Qinghan. I'm your old man, your father. Perhaps you don't want to acknowledge me as your father, but what cannot be changed is that we share the same blood. What happened all those years ago? Don't blame your mother and aunt for being vicious. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being useless. Today I have come with my sincerity. I want to acknowledge you as my son. I can satisfy any request you have as long as I can do it." Yi Sihan didn't say anything, nor did she turn around. Her body trembled even more violently, but she still didn't cry. Yi Qinghan felt a wave of helplessness. He knew that anyone would find it hard to accept the sudden appearance of a father. Hua! Yi Qinghan was silent. He wondered why the people of the Flying Snow Island had come to threaten Yi Sihan. Didn't Lord Devour say that he had sent people to protect them? Just as he was about to ask Yi Tianlong about the situation, the sound of something flying came from outside. Then Tianqin's transmission arrived. Many warriors had arrived, led by 7th grade war gods. "Stay inside and don't come out." Yi Qinghan's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, a large golden door appeared in the hall. Instantly, several 6th grade war gods emerged to guard the hall. Only then did Yi Qinghan walk out with the Wind Emperor. Whoosh! Tonight, the southern district was bustling with activity. Countless barriers were activated and countless warriors flew out, sending their divine senses in this direction. In the distance, 3 groups of people were flying in this direction at high speed. Their auras were overwhelming, and the entire southern district was alarmed. Chapter 865. Bring them along. Tianqin, you go into the sky. Since they were here to help his son find a husband, Yi Qinghan did not intend to keep a low profile. He ordered Tianqin to bring his men into the sky. Tianqin then escorted the warriors in red armor into the sky. The Wind Emperor and Yi Qinghan stood in the courtyard. Both of them released their divine senses and waited for the approaching troops. Yi Qinghan had seen one of the 3 groups of people before. In front of them there were 3 mighty dragon horse chariots. Nearby, there were dozens of strong martial artists surrounding them. It was a grand display of extravagance and momentum. Yi Qinghan had seen these 3 dragon horse chariots on the Flying Snow Island. They were young Master Fei Li's chariots. The other troop was flying in the sky. They were all wearing gray armor and holding battle axes. Yi Qinghan had seen this kind of attire before. They were the guards of the Peach Blossom Island. However, this troop was flying very slowly as if they wanted to observe for a while. The last troop was obviously Li He's group. However, Yi Qinghan immediately transmitted his voice to them, telling them not to come over and to observe from afar. Yi Qinghan did not have to worry about the guards of the Peach Blossom Island. Although he had heard that the soldiers of the Peach Blossom Venerable were greedy, they were still reasonable. As long as they were reasonable, there was nothing to be afraid of. As for greed, that was the problem with the divine stones. Chi. The 3 dragon horse chariots stopped in the sky. The warriors surrounding the chariots also lined up. They were surrounded by divine power, their expressions gloomy, and their auras condensed. 2 experts walked down from the 2 chariots next to them. From their auras, Yi Qinghan could tell that they were 7th grade war gods. After the 2 7th grade war gods got off the chariots, they did something strange. They knelt down on one knee toward the chariot in the middle. The dozens of experts beside them also knelt down and shouted, "Welcome, young master." The shouts of the dozens of experts instantly spread throughout the southern district. Even the entire Peach Blossom Island was startled. The cultivators in the nearby courtyards all looked at the carriage in the middle with incomparable shock and envy. Is this the young master of a super clan? Even his entrance is so grand. A beautiful white hand reached out and pulled open the bead curtain in front of the chariot. An incomparably beautiful woman walked out and knelt beside the chariot. She pulled the bead curtain and leaned her head on the front of the chariot. "Get up." Only then did a lazy voice come from within the chariot. Then an exceptionally handsome young man dressed in luxurious clothing walked out. His eyelids were drooping, and his movements were elegant and indifferent. It was as if everything in front of him was so ordinary, and there was not the slightest bit of pretense. "Young master, please take a seat." One of the experts waved his hand, and a resplendent chair surrounded by clouds appeared in the air, giving off a rainbow-colored light, waiting for the young master to sit down. The maid on the chariot immediately stood up. She handed over a cup of fine wine and a snow-white silk handkerchief. The young cultivators below were both envious and jealous of such a luxurious lifestyle. Young Master Fei Li elegantly wiped the wine off the corner of his mouth. He did not even look around. Then he raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Tianqin. He said indifferently, "Tell Yi Sihan to come out and see me." Of course, young Master Fei Li knew about Yi Sihan. In fact, he was the one who gave the order tonight. He did not expect that a group of people would actually come out to help this little trash. His words were very clever. He purposely ignored the people in the air and treated Tianqin and the others as Yi Sihan's servants. Firstly, he could drive a wedge between these people and Yi Sihan. Secondly, he could clearly suppress Yi Sihan in terms of aura. Show off? Yi Qinghan smiled coldly and transmitted his voice into the carefree pavilion. Instantly, countless experts appeared from inside. Even the 49 demonic beasts flew out. All the experts unleashed their divine power, and their aura covered the sky. The 49 demonic beasts' aura soared into the sky, and their ferocious and terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire Peach Blossom City. Xiao. No. The Wind Emperor took the lead and unleashed his aura. He brought dozens of experts and flew into the sky. Then the 49 demonic beasts also quickly rose into the sky. All the demonic beasts roared at the same time, shaking the entire Peach Blossom City. Countless top experts in the city quickly scanned the area with their divine senses. There were even more people who flew out from their courtyards and inns. Even the Peach Blossom Venerable released his divine sense at this moment and instantly locked onto this side. Countless figures instantly soared into the sky and surged over. Sihan, go up. Don't be afraid. Remember, your status is different now. You are the son of Yi Qinghan. You are the young master of the Fire Dragon City. This young master Fei Li is nothing. If he wants to fight, just fight with him. Yi Qinghan looked indifferently at the stunned Yi Sihan and shouted in a deep voice. The arrogance in his eyes was obvious. When he saw that Yi Sihan was still somewhat afraid, his expression turned cold and he said angrily, "Do you still want to marry the little princess of Peach Blossom City? If you have stage fright today, you will lose this opportunity forever. Go on. Even if the sky breaks, I will hold it up for you." Yi Sihan looked deeply at Yi Qinghan. Then she clenched her teeth and stomped her feet before flying out of the courtyard. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and ignored what was happening in the sky. Instead, he started to discuss the details of the marriage contest with Yi Tianlong, as well as the things they had encountered in the past few years. "Greetings, young city lord." The Wind Emperor had received Yi Qinghan's voice projection long ago. When he saw Yi Sihan fly over, he immediately knelt on one knee and shouted. What shocked everyone in the city was that the 49 demonic beasts also roared at the sky and knelt down on one knee. Their huge heads were lowered heavily, and their movements were extremely orderly. It was obvious that they were welcoming Yi Sihan. At this moment, countless experts locked onto the cultivators here with their divine senses. Even the Peach Blossom Venerable in the city lord's residence was stunned. The Wind Emperor and dozens of experts were not surprised. However, the actions of the 49 demonic beasts were unbelievable. They were indeed demonic beasts. It was easy for an expert to subdue 1 or 2 demonic beasts. However, this was a total of 49 peak rank 6 demonic beasts. Furthermore, they were demonic beasts that looked exactly the same. Even if a venerable wanted to subdue a group of demonic beasts as his subordinates, where would he find so many demonic beasts of the same species and strength? This was too extravagant. Young city lord? What city's young city lord? No matter who the city lord was? However, Yi Sihan was destined to become famous in Peach Blossom City today. It was very obvious. Yi Sihan's extravagance had suppressed young master Fei Li. Furthermore, Fei Li's subordinates addressed him as young master, but Yi Sihan addressed him as young city lord. There was a difference between young master and young city lord or young clan head. Although young master Fei Li was doted on Feishui Island, he was the successor of the city lord. The city lord did not appear, but the young city lord's extravagance was already so grand. It was obvious that this city was not an ordinary one. Actually, Yi Sihan was also shocked by this extravagance. However, she pretended to be calm on the surface. She looked at young Master Fei Li for a long time before saying coldly, "What's the matter?" Chapter 866. Let go of my people. Young Master Fei Li's expression did not change. Even though his aura was suppressed, his aura had been nurtured since he was young. He did not lose his composure. His tone was still indifferent, but in his heart he was secretly cursing the 18 generations of female relatives of the person who collected information on Yi Sihan. Yi Sihan was silent. Her face did not show any expression. She seemed to be thinking. Yi Qinghan looked down and sighed. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission over to give some instructions. After receiving Yi Qinghan's transmission, Yi Sihan raised her head and said coldly, "You are not going to give an explanation?" Because he was too nervous, he was stuttering. Fortunately, his expression was cold, so no one could see through his inner thoughts. "What explanation do you want?" Young Master Fei Li saw that Yi Sihan seemed to be a bit timid, so he glanced at Yi Qinghan. Then, he glanced at the Peach Blossom Island's guard leader, who was standing in the distance and had yet to come over. The Peach Blossom Island's guard leader pretended not to see young Master Fei Li's gaze. With such a big commotion here, the Peach Blossom Sovereign would definitely know. He didn't dare to move, so he could only wait for the Sovereign's instructions. After being glanced at by young Master Fei Li, Yi Sihan's heart trembled. She did not know how to reply. Yi Qinghan sighed again. It seemed that this son of his had a low self-esteem and was a bit reserved. It was probably because he was not by his side that he became more introverted. He hurriedly transmitted a message. Yi Sihan then said, "Everyone break one of your own arms." Wah! Soft murmurs came from all around, expressing the shock in everyone's hearts. Even though Yi Sihan had a bit of fame in Peach Blossom City, this fame was only because she was the Peach Blossom Venerable's in-name disciple. However, young Master Fei Li was different. He was the young master of Flying Snow Island, and his name shook the Star Sea. Now that Yi Sihan had such an attitude, wasn't this clearly humiliating young Master Fei Li? It seemed that today was going to be a lively day. At this moment, the Peach Blossom Venerable did not say anything, and the guards of Peach Blossom Manor did not move. This meant that the Peach Blossom Venerable had tacitly approved of the confrontation between the two. Young Master Flying Snow's face turned slightly red. Those who were familiar with him would know that this prince's mood was terrible. He was on the verge of exploding. Fei Li's side did not have as many people as Yi Qinghan's side, but they had 2 7th-grade war gods on their side. In comparison, their strength was almost the same or even slightly stronger. His subordinates had received a secret message saying that the Peach Blossom Little Princess and Yi Sihan had been in contact before. They had even searched for treasures together and stayed together for a year and a half. Although Fei Li wasn't sure if the two of them had feelings for each other, he had to be cautious. He decisively sent out a few of his subordinates to force Yi Sihan out of Peach Blossom Island. Who would have thought that a group of experts would suddenly appear, and Yi Sihan would even become the young city lord? Yi Sihan was even more unwilling to give them face now that her people had been captured. If this went on, he would lose all his face. How were they supposed to find a husband without face? After pondering for a moment, he made his decision. He calmly raised his head and received the wine from the maidservant. He once again took a snow-white handkerchief and wiped his face. He turned to look at Yi Sihan and said, "Are you planning to start a war with my Flying Snow Island?" Yi Sihan became even more apprehensive. She did not dare to reply. Young Master Fei Li was very smart. He directly mentioned Flying Snow Island and Paragon Flying Snow. Start a war with paragons? Of course, Yi Sihan did not have the guts to do so. It should be known that the entire South Sea was under the influence of the 3 great paragons. Who would dare to become enemies with them? Who would dare to start a war with them? Sigh. Yi Qinghan slightly frowned. This son of his did not look foolish, but he had not seen much of the world. He was frightened by just a few words. He hurriedly transmitted a message. However, Yi Sihan was still hesitant. In the end, she clenched her teeth and said, "If you can represent Flying Snow Island, then let's start a war." Wah! This time, not only the nearby small warriors, but the entire Peach Blossom City was shocked. Young Master Fei Li naturally could not represent Paragon Flying Snow. However, since Yi Sihan said this, it was clear that the power on his side was not afraid of Paragon Flying Snow. Which city's young city lord was this? How could he be so confident? Young Master Fei Li turned silent. He did not dare to reply, but he had no choice but to start a war. He had already said this much. If he did not start a war, not only would he fail in this marriage, he would not be able to raise his head in the entire Star Sea. Show. Countless figures shot out from a huge restaurant in the distance. There were close to 100 people and they were rapidly flying over. Leading the group were 2 7th-grade war gods. Not long after, they flew over and actually cupped their hands towards young Master Fei Li. After that, they silently stood behind young Master Fei Li. This group of people did not come over just now. Now that they rushed over, it was clear that they intended to participate in the war. Young Master Fei Li was not surprised by the arrival of these people. They were originally strong reinforcements that he had roped in previously. The momentum of young Master Fei Li's side completely suppressed Yi Qinghan's side. Young Master Flying Snow indifferently nodded towards the 2 experts who led the group. Only then did he turn around and stared at Yi Xihan. He revealed a mocking smile and said, "Are you sure you want to start a war? Are you comparing numbers?" Yi Qinghan indifferently smiled and transmitted a message to Li He and Yu Piapiao. At the same time, he waved his hand and kept everyone into the combat Imperial Palace. He then slowly flew up. Li He and Yu Piapiao were originally watching the show from a distance. At this moment, when they received Yi Qinghan's transmission, they immediately used their god energy and rushed over. Yu Piapiao and the others even unfolded their wings and directly revealed the name of the Rain Butterfly clan. The name of the Rain Butterfly clan had indeed shocked everyone. The king of the Rain Butterfly clan was a famous paragon in the deity world. His speed was definitely one of the top amongst paragons. And for Li He to fly in front of Yu Piapiao, it also let everyone know that he was also a subordinate of a paragon. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to fly together with Yu Piapiao, let alone in front. Greetings, City Master. The moment Yi Qinghan appeared, Wind Emperor immediately led his people to bow and pay their respects. Their attitude was incomparably respectful. Li He and Yu Piapiao flew over and cupped their hands in greeting too. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted to Yi Qinghan. "Big brother Yi, just this good-for-nothing young master wants to start a war with you? Slap him to death." Linger had a pair of 5-colored wings behind her back. She intimately flew towards Yi Qinghan and shouted loudly. It was as if she wished for the world to be in chaos. Li Shui'er and Little Fireworks also had a fearless look as if they were hoping to watch a good show. The appearance of Li Shui'er, Linger, and Little Fireworks had brightened the eyes of the nearby warriors. That is the little princess of the Rain Butterfly clan. That one in white is the little princess of the Li clan. That one with horns on his head is probably from the Lei clan of the Misty Continent. Aha, it's going to be lively this time. He actually provoked so many big shots. This time, young Master Fei Li won't dare to make a move, right? The king of the Rain Butterfly clan has announced that if anyone dares to touch a single hair on her daughter, she will lead millions of experts of the Rain Butterfly clan to chase him to the nefarious abyss. Shh. Lower your voice. The Rain Butterfly clan is nothing. Don't you know Paragon Li Quan's temper? Back then he only had the strength of a 7th-grade war god, but he already slaughtered everywhere in the Star Sea. The number of experts that have died in his hands is uncountable. Who is this green-robed young divine king? He is actually the city master. Could he be Yi Xihan's father? Divine king realm strength? He actually has so many paragon experts as his subordinates? The city instantly became noisy. The people of the Li clan and the Rain Butterfly clan were no strangers to the Star Sea. Both sides were openly helping Yi Qinghan, which made the situation even more complicated. Who are you? The blush on young Master Fei Li's face deepened. The situation was out of his control. He was indeed a young master of the Flying Snow Island, but his status was incomparable to Linger and Li Shui'er. He wasn't the only young master on the Flying Snow Island. Of course he could tell that Yi Qinghan was the leader. Therefore he looked at Yi Qinghan and asked, "Who am I?" "You don't have the qualifications to know." Yi Qinghan glanced at young Master Fei Li indifferently. His attitude was extremely arrogant and overbearing. He didn't leave any face for young Master Fei Li. Since he had decided to help Yi Xihan gain some face, he was naturally prepared to tear off his own face. Young Master Fei Li's face instantly turned from red to black. He raised the wine cup and was about to smash it down angrily. However, a wave of spatial fluctuations attracted his attention, causing him to stop what he was doing. It also attracted the attention of everyone else. A green figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Since it could teleport, it was needless to say that it was a paragon. But, wasn't there only one paragon in the Peach Blossom Island? This time it was a woman. Her entire body looked very hazy, but her eyes were dazzlingly bright. She was obviously not the Peach Blossom Paragon. Who was she? You are indeed not qualified to know the name of my young master. The woman glanced at young Master Fei Li indifferently. It was just a glance, but it made the Paragon and young Master Fei Li feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Then, under countless shocked gazes, she cupped her hands towards Yi Qinghan and said respectfully, Mo Xiaoxiao pays her respects to young Master Yi, pays her respects to young Master Yi. Chapter 867. Mo Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance completely shocked the entire Peach Blossom City. There was no doubt that venerables were awesome. The entire South Sea Islands were shrouded in the might of the three venerables. No one dared to oppose them. However, today another venerable appeared, and this venerable was someone else's subordinate? Young Master Fei Li's lips turned pale. The current situation was no longer a matter of face. Even if Yi Qinghan's men killed him today, what could his old man do? His family had a venerable, but someone else had a venerable as a subordinate. Without a stronger venerable or sovereign, how could he order them around? My Lord Mayor Young Master. My young master said that he failed to recognize Mount Tai. He will not meddle in the matter between you and young Master Fei Li again. He will come to apologize in the future. A 7th grade war god behind young Master Fei Li suddenly spoke. This was the powerful reinforcement that young Master Fei Li had recruited. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately prepared to retreat. Mo Xiaoxiao did not speak. Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently, waved his hand at the 7th grade war god and said, Go, tell your young master not to stand up for people with bad character. He will get himself into trouble sooner or later. The two 7th grade war gods immediately cupped their hands in obeisance. Their expressions were extremely respectful. Then, without bidding farewell to young Master Fei Li, they flew away with their subordinates. Young Master Fei Li also wanted to leave, but he did not dare to. He knew that if he did not pay something today he might pay with his life in the end. However, he reckoned that Yi Qinghan would not kill him, but he did not know if Yi Qinghan would save him some face. Li He and Yu Piapiao were shocked when they saw Mo Xiaoxiao. They all knew Mo Xiaoxiao, and Li He had even met her once. She was a very loyal subordinate of Lord Devour, a powerful general. Back then, Lord Devour had instructed her to do what happened in Dancing Phoenix City. However, after that incident she went to the floating city to admit her guilt. Eventually she was sent to the first-class Balefulline stream. Unexpectedly she was released after only a few decades. Moreover, she had broken through to 8th grade. Yi Qinghan was not surprised by Mo Xiaoxiao's appearance, because he had received Mo Xiaoxiao's sound transmission when he was in the yard. Just send him a voice transmission and tell him to do as he pleases. However, he did not expect Mo Xiaoxiao to cause such a huge commotion, nor did he expect her to break through to the venerable realm. It seemed that Mo Xiaoxiao wanted to make the decision herself. Lord Devour had ordered her to help Yi Sihan marry the little princess to make up for Yi Sihan's suffering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her to stay here to protect her. Yi Qinghan didn't hold back. It was his habit all along. If he didn't want to make trouble, he would make it bigger. Therefore, he raised his hand and looked at young Master Fei Li. Do you think you can give me an explanation now? Oh. Young Master Fei Li took the snow-white handkerchief from the handmaiden beside him. This time he wasn't using it to wipe the wine stains from the corner of his mouth. Instead, he was subconsciously wiping the wine stains from his forehead. His hands were trembling slightly. Yi Qinghan's aura was strong, but when he looked at Yi Qinghan, he felt like he was looking at his old man. Just a glance from her was enough to make him feel a little breathless. Sir, what kind of explanation do you want? After a long while, young Master Fei Li finally controlled his emotions and opened his mouth. However, he still accidentally trembled when he spoke. Let them go. Yi Qinghan turned his head and said to Tianqin. Tianqin waved his hand and directly threw these people over. Young Master Fei Li's subordinates immediately flew out to catch these people. When young Master Fei Li saw this, not only was he not happy, his expression became even more gloomy. Cut off one of your arms and this matter will end here. As expected, what young Master Fei Li was worried about happened. Yi Qinghan didn't give him any face and directly cut off his arm. If he really cut off his arm today he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the Star Sea in the future. But what could he do? Buzz. There was another ripple in the air. When they saw who it was, young Master Fei Li's people instantly heaved a sigh of relief. The person who came was wearing a gray lace robe and looked like a middle-aged man. There was a neat long beard on his chin and his face was gentle and refined, giving people a sense of familiarity. Greetings, Venerable. When the Peach Blossom guards in the distance saw this person, They immediately flew over and knelt on one knee. Many of the nearby Peach Blossom Island's residents also knelt and bowed respectfully. The main character is here. Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed slightly and a faint smile appeared on his face. He had gone overboard today to lure this person out. However, he didn't go over immediately and only looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable with a faint smile. The Peach Blossom Venerable was full of smiles and didn't pay attention to young Master Fei Li. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan and said with a smile, "An esteemed guest has arrived. As the host, I apologize for not going out to greet you. May I know your name?" Yi Qinghan was waiting for this sentence. He hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting, though he transmitted back, "He Venerable is too polite. I am Yi Qinghan, the Fire Dragon City Master. This time I have specially come for the matter of my son Yi Sihan. I have just arrived today and wanted to immediately pay my respects to Sir Venerable. Who would have thought that there would be a small misunderstanding, and I have let this matter go. So it is City Master Yi. City Master Ye's name has spread far and wide. Currently, half of the Star Sea is discussing about the grand event of Fire Dragon City. Now that I have met City Master Yi, the rumors are not as good as meeting face to face. City Master Yi is indeed a dragon among men. How about you give me some face today and let this matter go? Paragon Flying Snow and I have a little friendship." The Peach Blossom Venerable revealed an expression of as expected. The smile on his face became even wider. He then glanced at young Master Fei Li before transmitting over. "All right." Yi Qinghan naturally took advantage of the situation and stepped down. He looked at young Master Fei Li and said, "Today I will give Paragon face and you can go." Young Master Fei Li relaxed. He hurriedly bowed and thanked the Peach Blossom Venerable. He did not dare to put on an ostentatious show anymore. He kept the three mighty chariots before rapidly flying into the distance. Yi Qinghan gave him face. Furthermore, he mentioned Peach Blossom Venerable by name. The Peach Blossom Venerable was in a good mood. He politely waved his hand towards the crowd. "The few of you have come from afar. Come, let's go to my Peach Blossom little house. Today I want to have a good drink with everyone. We are just about to pay a visit to Paragon to thank Paragon for taking care of my son these few years." Yi Qinghan lowered his stance. He was here to seek marriage, so he naturally had to give face to his in-laws. The Peach Blossom Venerable did not teleport. Instead, he just brought everyone and flew towards the back of the City Master residence. There was a huge courtyard behind the City Master residence. This courtyard was much bigger than the Dripping Water Pavilion, and the words Peach Blossom Little House were written on it. This made Yi Qinghan and the others feel uncomfortable. The interior of the Peach Blossom Little House was very luxurious. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful. There was also a super large inner lake. Rows of imposing buildings were built around the inner lake. Countless maids were walking back and forth inside. It was comparable to a flourishing large tribe. The Peach Blossom Venerable brought everyone into the largest hall in the middle. Rows of beautiful maids immediately came in and served fragrant tea and all sorts of spirit fruits and snacks. The decorations in the hall were also very luxurious. Many precious treasures were hung on the surrounding walls. The intention of showing off was very obvious. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yi Qinghan had already determined the Peach Blossom Venerable's preferences through his observations along the way. This person was indeed the same as the rumors. He loved treasures, wanted face, and liked to put on a show. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not waste any time. With a flip of his hand, he took out a jade box from his spatial ring and handed it over. He directly stated his intentions. "Venerable, you have taken care of my son for so many years. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Furthermore, I solemnly represent Fire Dragon City to request a marriage alliance with the Peach Blossom Island. My son has always liked your daughter. If Venerable is willing to part with your treasure, Yi Qinghan will definitely repay you generously." Chapter 868. The moment Yi Qinghan spoke, Yi Sihan's eyes lit up. She looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable with hope, her face flushed with excitement. "City Lord Yi, you are too polite. Sihan is a good child. She managed to cultivate to the divine general realm at such a young age. Furthermore, she comprehended the destruction Tao. Her future achievements are limitless. City Lord Yi, like father, like son." The Peach Blossom Venerable didn't reply. He just smiled and turned to Yi Sihan to perform. Yi Sihan became even more excited when she heard that. She thought that the matter was settled and was about to stand up to thank the Peach Blossom Venerable. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan shot her a look and stopped her impulsive actions. Yi Qinghan had heard such polite words many times, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. As he expected, the Peach Blossom Venerable tossed something to a maidservant. The maidservant took it and immediately turned to enter the inner room. It was obvious that she saw what Yi Qinghan had given her as a greeting gift. Yi Qinghan's greeting gift wasn't expensive. It was just 10 top-notch mutated fruits. Of course, this was only to him. According to Yi Qinghan's understanding, these top-notch mutated fruits could only be found in the Sealed God Valley. The mutated fruits unearthed in the Sealed God Valley were only sold in the floating continent. They rarely spread to the Starry Sea. However, one had once been auctioned in the Starry Sea for a high price of several trillion. Yi Qinghan guessed that the Peach Blossom Venerable would definitely be shocked by his greeting gift. Indeed, after the Peach Blossom Venerable said a bunch of nonsense, his face suddenly flushed, and the smile in his eyes deepened as he looked at Yi Qinghan. However, to Yi Qinghan's disappointment, the Peach Blossom Venerable finally gave an answer after beating around the bush for a long time. Half a month later, I will hold a marriage ceremony at the Peach Blossom residence. City Lord Yi, you know that almost all the young masters of the Star Sea have come this time. If I agree to this, I will be criticized. Moreover, this is the opinion of my daughter. However, I promise to consider City Lord Ye's suggestion carefully. I also admire Lady Jianghu very much. Yi Qinghan was not too disappointed. The Peach Blossom Venerable was a master that would not act unless it saw a rabbit, so it would definitely wait for the best offer. Since the betrothal contest was going to be so grand, it definitely wouldn't be settled with just a few words from him and a few mutant fruits. Yi Qinghan already felt very good to be able to get these words. He quickly got up and excused himself. For some reason, Yi Sihan's complexion was very bad. She stood up with heavy footsteps. This answer clearly disappointed her. Yi Qinghan shot the Wind Emperor a look, and the Wind Emperor hurriedly brought him back. This time, they didn't return to the small courtyard in the southern part of the city. Instead, they went straight to Mingyue Pavilion. Yi Qinghan had Wu Shan book a large suite for them, and only then did he transport Yi Qingwu and the others out. Yi Qinghan's actions were obviously effective. Although Yi Sihan didn't really look at him, the resentment in her eyes had already faded quite a bit. Yi Qinghan and Li Hiu Piao sat at the side, lightly drinking wine. The girls, however, were chattering away, asking Yi Tianlong and Yu Shixue about things that had happened over the years, as well as the betrothal contest. It's useless. The Peach Blossom Venerable will never marry Little Peach Blossom to me. The most important thing is Little Peach Blossom's opinion? If he cared about Little Peach Blossom's opinion, he wouldn't have held this betrothal contest. It's useless. Yi Sihan's words attracted Yi Qinghan's attention, and Yi Qingwu and the others stopped asking questions. They began to worry. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. Yi Qingwu hurriedly asked, "Sihan, what do you mean by that? Tell us and we'll think of something. What else can we do? Little Peach Blossom and I are clearly in love, but the Peach Blossom Venerable wants to separate us. You've given him such a valuable gift, but this is his answer. He clearly doesn't want Little Peach Blossom and I to be together. It's been 3 years. I wonder how Little Peach Blossom is doing?" After Yi Sihan finished speaking, she lowered her head. No matter how Yi Qingwu asked her, she bit her lip and refused to say another word. Yi Qingwu had no choice but to look worriedly at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He only gave Yi Tianlong a look and excused himself to Li He and Yu Piao. Then the two of them walked into a small hall at the side. After entering the small hall, Yi Qinghan carefully inquired about what had happened to Yi Tianlong over these years. Yi Qinghan's brows were tightly knitted together. He sighed, but there was a faint anger in his heart. After Yi Tianlong and the other two ascended to the divine realm, they were teleported to a small tribe in the heavenly demon residence. After that, they were robbed by a group of powerful god bandits in the Star Sea's inner sea. Everyone in the tribe was captured. The three of them weren't strong and couldn't resist. In the end, they were sold as slaves to a treasure-hunting adventurer team in the Star Sea. There were countless myriad god caves in the Star Sea. However, many myriad god caves had all kinds of restrictions and spirit beasts. It was very dangerous. Many treasure-hunting adventurer teams liked to buy low-level martial artists as slaves to search for treasures. They placed memory worms on their bodies and used the slaves' lives to exchange for valuable information. Yi Tianlong and the other two were very lucky. This was because Yi Sihan had a special battle beast, the Ghost Eye Beast. It wasn't a high grade, just rank 8. Furthermore, this battle beast didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities. The only special thing about it was that it had 3 eyes. The eye in the middle was very special. It could detect hidden dangers. With this Ghost Eye Beast, the three of them narrowly escaped death many times. In the end they even found a valuable treasure. They were released by the team leader who was in a good mood. The three of them started to roam the Star Sea's inner sea and suffered a lot. The turning point of their fate was when they met the little princess of Peach Blossom Island. The little princess was called Peach Blossom. She was very beautiful, very kind, and liked to play. Maybe because of her father's influence, she loved to search for treasures. Xianxia relied on this strange beast to become a scout in the little princess's treasure hunting party. After the three of them joined the little princess's party, their lives changed a lot. The little princess's powerful guards also guaranteed their safety. The beautiful and kind Peach Blossom naturally attracted Xianxia's love. It was just that Xianxia had a dull personality and was not good at communicating. In addition to the difference in status, she didn't dare to confess. Actually, young Master Fei Li's information was not accurate. Xianxia and Peach Blossom didn't stay together for a year or two, but more than 10 years. Furthermore, Xianxia almost died a few times for the little princess. Xianxia risked her life a few times and won the little princess' heart. However, when the little princess returned to Peach Blossom Island and mentioned this matter to the Peach Blossom Venerable, the Peach Blossom Venerable was furious. He directly locked up the Peach Blossom and announced that he was looking for a groom. Xianxia was at the Dark Night Island next to Peach Blossom Island. He wasn't strong enough and couldn't enter Peach Blossom Island. He happily waited for Peach Blossom's news, but he didn't expect that in the end, it was the news of the Star Sea looking for a husband. Xianxia sat by the seaside for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, when Yi Tianlong wasn't paying attention, she sneaked into the sea and stayed at the bottom of the sea for half a year. In the end, she brought back a pile of treasures, among which was a rare ancient scroll. After selling the treasures, Xianxia stubbornly went to Peach Blossom Island and used this ancient scroll to ask for a husband. She didn't expect that in the end, she would only get the status of a disciple in name and the right to participate in the looking for a husband. Today Xianxia caused such a big commotion and even gave out such a huge gift. Xianxia thought that she would get a definite answer, but she didn't expect that she would only get a few vague words in the end. Especially the little girl's opinion, that hurt Xianxia's heart, which was why she lost her composure. Chapter 869. This Peach Blossom Venerable is really a bastard. How can he auction his daughter's happiness? Xianxia was also vaguely angry. Logically speaking, the Peach Blossom Venerable's daughter should be treated like a treasure. Look at Venerable Li Quan. He could give away half of a prefecture for his daughter. This person's personality has really changed. He's become greedy for treasures. When one's cultivation reached the level of Venerable, the origin energy was the greatest treasure. Why would he want these things? This child has suffered too much. I must succeed. I have to pay any price. If I really can't do it, I will do anything. Xianxia thought to himself. His son's happiness was more important than anything. It didn't matter what treasures Xianxia had to pay. If Peach Blossom Venerable was still stubborn, he could only ask Imo Xiaoxiao for help. Xianxia asked Yi Tianlong to go out and comfort Xianxia. Xianxia asked Imo Xiaoxiao to come in and discuss with her. Greetings, young master. Imo Xiaoxiao teleported in and smiled at Xianxia. Lord Imo, congratulations on breaking through to Venerable. Also, I haven't had the chance to thank you for dancing Phoenix City. Xianxia stood up and said sincerely. Imo Xiaoxiao still couldn't see her body clearly. Her eyes were frighteningly bright. She smiled and said, Lord Do instructed me to do this. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Xianxia went straight to the point. Lord, I have a presumptuous request. I mean, if this betrothal contest fails, I would like to ask Lord Do to help me. I wonder if Lord Do can help me? Sure. Imo Xiaoxiao's answer was very straightforward. It surprised Xianxia. Imo Xiaoxiao's explanation made Xianxia understand. Imo Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Lord Do instructed me to do my best as long as it's young Master Sahan's matter. However, Lord Do instructed me not to help you with your own matter. Also, once young Master Sahan's matter is done, I must return to Soul Devourer Manor. Lord Do's attitude confused Xianxia again. Plus, the incident at the bottom of the sea made Xianxia understand some things. Lord Do doesn't seem to care about me now? But after thinking about it, Lord Do didn't care about me other than that time in Flame Dragon City. If he hadn't reached level 8, Lord Devourer would only consider him as a passerby who had a close relationship with Blackie. After discussing some details with Imo Xiaoxiao, Xianxia ignored everything that was happening outside and entered the War Emperor Palace. Only after 15 days did Yi Qinghan come out. Under everyone's hopeful gazes he didn't say much. He only looked at Yi Sihan solemnly and said, "You must remember, even if you lose, don't lose your will. No matter what happens tonight, don't lose your composure and don't let others look down on you. Leave the rest to me. I promise to give you a living peach blossom." Yi Sihan didn't say anything. She just looked at Yi Qinghan with a fiery gaze and nodded heavily. The group flew out of Mingyue Court. Before they even reached the cottage, someone came out to greet them from afar. Today's marriage contest was not held in the main hall, but on the grassy field in front of the main hall. Yi Qinghan and Mo Xiaoxiao and Yi Sihan sat at the front, and behind them were Li Shuai, Yinling, Yi Qingwu and the others. Today's wedding was obviously not as lively as Li Shuai's wedding, but there were many young masters in their prime. Yi Qinghan and his group had obviously become the focus of everyone's attention. Many of them had seen what happened to young Master Fei Li half a month ago with their own eyes. Those who hadn't seen it had heard about it. Many of the young masters present were secretly showing hostility. They clearly saw Yi Sihan as a strong competitor. Of course, there were also countless people looking at Yinling Little Smoke and the others. Their beauty was simply too outstanding. Little Smoke's looks, Yinlinger's fiery figure, Yu Qingqing's temperament, and Yi Yaorao's cold aura easily attracted countless gazes. Buzz. Peach Blossom Venerable teleported with the little princess. Yi Qinghan saw that this peach blossom was as beautiful as a flower. She was dressed in a green robe and looked eccentric. Her delicate aura made people want to love her. When Yi Sihan saw the peach blossom, she immediately became excited. She stood up and was about to rush over. Yi Qinghan quickly pulled her back. Little Peach Blossom's eyes flickered and swept across everyone's eyes. When her eyes landed on Yi Sihan's side, her body trembled slightly. However, she immediately suppressed it. She lowered her head and stood there quietly. "Everyone, my daughter is very active. She runs around in the sea all day. She is about the right age. Therefore, I am thinking of finding a good husband to marry. I want him to take care of her and restrain his temper. Therefore, I am taking the liberty to find a husband. If anyone can move my daughter, you can immediately become this venerable's son-in-law." Peach Blossom Venerable had a smile on his face. He had a scholarly temperament and would occasionally look at the peach blossom. If Yi Qinghan didn't know the inside story, he would really think that Peach Blossom Venerable truly loved his daughter. Peach Blossom Venerable imitated Li Quan Venerable and reported a matchmaking event. However, it was obviously not as lively as Li Shuai's coming-of-age ceremony. The young masters weren't as excited as that day. The entire matchmaking event was just like an auction in Yi Qinghan's eyes. The auction item was the little Peach Blossom Princess. "Greetings to Peach Blossom Venerable. This humble one is Fire Snake Island's Fire Snake. I offer a Fire Spirit Pearl in hopes of marrying the little princess. This humble one is sincere towards the little princess. I hope Venerable can grant my wish. Greetings to Venerable. I am 3 Kill Island's Chow Chali. I offer 2 ancient secret manuals. I hope Island Lord can grant my wish. I met young Lady Peach Blossom on Dark Night Island within 5 years. I was shocked. Greetings to Venerable. One by one the young masters stood up and brought their clan's treasures to pay their respects. Peach Blossom Venerable said that if the matchmaking event was unsuccessful, all the treasures would be returned. 1 hour later, the few large tables in front of Peach Blossom Venerable were filled with treasures. The entire matchmaking event had turned into a treasure appraisal event. Peach Blossom Venerable was obviously dissatisfied. The smile on his face didn't diminish, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Peach Blossom, who was at the side, lowered her head even more and had a cold expression. "Oh." Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. Although the treasures offered by these young masters weren't bad, none of them were truly precious. As long as it was a normal wedding, Yi Qinghan definitely wouldn't do anything stupid. "Sihan, go up and propose." With a flip of his hand, Yi Qinghan took out an extremely large jade box and placed it on the table. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Peach Blossom Venerable's eyes lit up when Yi Qinghan made his move. The young masters present also stared nervously at the huge jade box on the table, trying to guess what kind of treasure it was. Yi Sihan's body trembled as she looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. Under Yi Qinghan's encouraging gaze, she finally picked up the jade box happily and strode forward. Peach Blossom raised her head for the first time and stared at Yi Sihan. Her face was filled with hope and joy. Peach Blossom Venerable's eyes also lit up, but he was looking at the jade box in Yi Sihan's hands. "Yi Sihan has come to propose. I am willing to swear to the Divine Emperor that if I am fortunate enough to marry Peach Blossom, I am willing to dote on her, love her, and dote on her for the rest of my life. I am willing to give up everything for her, including my life. Yixihan didn't mention what treasure she was offering. Instead, she knelt down on one knee and smiled at Peach Blossom. She actually made a Divine Emperor's oath. Her young voice rang out, shocking everyone, including Peach Blossom Venerable. Little Peach Blossom's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Her eyes sparkled with tears, creating a different kind of beauty. After making the oath, Yixihan raised the jade box in her hand high and stared coldly at Peach Blossom Venerable. My proposal gift is a supreme divine weapon, the Dragon Source Saber. Gasps could be heard in the surroundings. Even the Peach Blossom Venerable was in disbelief. He knew that Yixihan would make a move today, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even he didn't have a supreme divine weapon. The pile of treasures on the table was nothing compared to this transcendent-grade divine artifact. All the young masters' faces turned gloomy. They knew that the marriage contest today had failed. This was simply incomparable. At the same time, countless people looked at Yixihan and secretly admired him. For his son's marriage, he actually took out a priceless treasure. However, was it worth it? It was worth it. Yixihan looked at Peach Blossom and the smile on Yixihan's face. He looked at Peach Blossom Venerable's confident gaze. He laughed in his heart. To him, the happiness of his family was more important than anything else. If the War Imperial Palace could give it away, he would have given it to them. Even without this supreme divine weapon, Yixihan had originally planned to take out the Slaughter God Saber. Buzz! Peach Blossom Venerable immediately opened the jade box and a dazzling radiance shone out. A strange beast's roar could be heard, and a greenish-black battle saber flew out and was caught by Peach Blossom Venerable. Peach Blossom Venerable was excited as he laughed and looked at Yixihan. City Lord Yi, your heroism is truly shocking. The atmosphere became strange. Yixihan walked back with an excited expression, and Peach Blossom no longer lowered his head. The young masters behind him didn't continue to present their treasures. They had already taken out their supreme divine weapons. What else was there to present? Yixihan smiled at Peach Blossom Venerable and didn't pay too much attention to it. His mood was completely relaxed. It seemed like there was no more suspense this time. Swish. Just as Yixihan was waiting for Peach Blossom Venerable to speak, countless war chariots flew over from the sky. These war chariots were much bigger than young Master Fei Li's. The one pulling the chariot was a strange beast that looked like a flaming lion. Its violent aura was comparable to Yixihan's peak tier rank 6 demonic beasts. Before it even flew over, everyone was alarmed. Fiery Lion War Chariot? Someone from the Supreme Island actually came? The Supreme Island has been sealed for millions of years. Someone actually came into the world? Is this the prince from the Supreme Island? Peach Blossom Venerable's smile became even wider. He put the saber in his hand into the jade box and flew into the sky. He laughed and said, I wonder which prince has arrived. Peach Blossom Venerable, please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. 20 martial artists flew out of the war chariot. They were all 7th grade war gods, and there were even 5 peak tier rank 7 martial artists. An extremely handsome young master wearing the war god robe flew out of the war chariot in the center. He laughed and said, Uncle Peach Blossom Venerable, you are too kind. Li Tian risked his life to leave the island this time just for little sister Peach Blossom. My father said that as long as we become in-laws, he will introduce you to the sovereign and help you fight for the opportunity to enter the nefarious abyss. I hope you can give my father some face and give me a chance. As soon as the young master in the war god robe finished his words, everyone present was in an uproar. The expressions on countless people's faces became extremely interesting. Peach Blossom Venerable's eyes even brightened up, and he became spirited. He even put the jade box in his hand behind his back. Is this gift very important? Yixihan's expression darkened, and he transmitted his voice to Emo Xiaoxiao. Very much more important than yours. Emo Xiaoxiao's expression also became serious. He looked at Li Tian in the sky and transmitted his voice to explain, among the 8 sovereigns, 5 of them broke through to the 9th grade in the nefarious abyss. Yixihan's expression completely darkened. He was silent for a moment, then transmitted his voice to Emo Xiaoxiao, Motherf asterisk Ker? Prepare to snatch her. Chapter 870. Transcendent grade artifacts were very precious. Among the treasures that Yixihan knew, they were considered the best. But in the face of the huge temptation of breaking through to rank 9, they were not worth mentioning. This could be seen from the shock on the faces of many young masters and the fire in the eyes of the Peach Blossom Venerable. Rank 9. This temptation was fatal to all venerables. If breaking through from rank 7 to rank 8 was like transforming into a dragon, then breaking through from rank 8 to rank 9 was like transforming from a chicken to a phoenix. Yi Qinghan glanced at the ashen-faced Yi Sihan, then looked at the sad Peach Blossom in the distance. He was extremely angry. He looked at Mo Xiaoxiao, then started to transmit his voice to the people behind him, telling them about his plan. As a precaution, he prepared a path of no return, snatched them. When he saw the expression on the Peach Blossom's face towards Yi Sihan, he was even more certain of this plan. If there was no other way, he would take everyone into the War Imperial Palace, snatch the Peach Blossom, and let Mo Xiaoxiao teleport him away. As long as they teleported a certain distance, Yi Qinghan and Mo Xiaoxiao would both enter the War Imperial Palace. Even the Peach Blossom Venerable would not be able to do anything then. Finally, he would think of a way to slowly escape back to the ethereal continent. As long as he returned to the ethereal continent, he reckoned that the Peach Blossom Venerable and the people from the Galaxy Sea would not have the guts to snatch people from the ethereal continent. Of course, this plan would not be carried out until the very last moment. If it was carried out, then his plan to go to Soul Emperor Island and Flaming Dragon Island would come to a halt. After all, under the fury of the Peach Blossom Venerable and the Supreme Island, it would be difficult to move an inch in the Galaxy Sea. The Peach Blossom Venerable might not be very powerful, but the Supreme Island was extremely powerful. The Island Lord of the Supreme Island had two identities. The first was the Star Monarch, and the second was the Pavilion Master of the War God Pavilion. Any one of these identities was enough to scare people to death. The Star Monarch was obviously a rank 9. The power of the Pavilion Master of the War God Pavilion went without saying. He was the undisputed #1 person in the entire Divine Realm. Although the purpose of the War God Pavilion was to exterminate demons and protect the Divine Realm. In the past million years, he had never heard of anyone from the Battle God Pavilion using the power of the Battle God Pavilion to suppress the powers of the Divine Realm. However, Yi Qinghan was very clear that what he saw on the surface was never the truth. He could tell from Supremacy Evil Moon and His Highness Li Tian. Even if the Pavilion Master of the Battle God Pavilion was a saint and impartial, who could guarantee that his subordinates would have the same sentiments? The Fire Lion War Chariot was still floating in the sky, but the Peach Blossom Venerable teleported back. His Highness Li Tian, who was wearing the War God's robe, also flew down under the protection of 27th grade War Gods. Under the respectful greetings of the young masters, he calmly sat down. His words and expression didn't have a sense of superiority, but it was this indifferent expression that clearly expressed a sense of superiority. Yi Qinghan glanced at Yi Sihan, who was lowering her head and blushing. He sent a voice transmission. Sihan, is there anything special about Peach Blossoms? Why are people from the Supreme Island here? Peach Blossoms? Peach Blossoms awakened the bloodline of the Water God 3 years ago. Yi Sihan looked up at Yi Qinghan and sent a voice transmission with a bitter expression. 10 clans of the ancient gods. Yi Qinghan was shocked. Another spiritual body of heaven and earth. No wonder the Supreme Island, which had been sealed for 1,000,000 years, specially sent someone to the world today. The bloodlines of the 10 clans of the ancient gods were very special. Young girls were especially precious. Little Firework had the bloodline of the Thunder God. According to Yi Qinghan's understanding, if Firework took her first time, not only would it be easier for her to break through her bottleneck, but her body would also have the opportunity to possess the power of the Thunder God. Needless to say, the might of the Thunder God's protection and the Thunder God's wrath were not needed. In the baleful Yin stream, countless people wanted to catch Firework. Yi Qinghan scanned Li Tian with his divine sense. As expected, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine King realm. He probably had his eyes on Peach Blossoms, who had the bloodline of the Water God. The Peach Blossom Venerable sat at the head of the table. He didn't seem to be in high spirits. Instead, he was having a hard time choosing. It was obvious that Yi Sihan and Li Tian were giving him a headache. If he chose one, he would definitely offend the other. Furthermore, one had a treasure that he had desired for a long time, while the other had an opportunity that could allow him to break through to the 9th stage. In the end, he waved his hand and started asking his subordinates to return the treasures that the young dukes had sent over. The young dukes who had their treasures returned weren't very disappointed. They didn't have any intention of resisting the Supreme Island. Instead, they looked at Yi Qinghan's side gloatingly. Relatively speaking, Yi Qinghan was an outsider. Of course, they didn't want the benefits to flow out. In the end, only Yi Qinghan's jade box was left on the table. Everyone looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable, waiting for his decision. Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable nervously. Sigh. After a long while, the Peach Blossom Venerable sighed softly. He then turned to look at Yi Qinghan. When the people on Yi Qinghan's side saw this, they knew it was going to be bad. As expected, the Peach Blossom Venerable picked up the jade box in his hand and said apologetically, "City Lord Yi, thank you very much for your love for my daughter. Unfortunately, we aren't fated to become in-laws. My daughter just sent me a voice transmission and told me that she has made a choice. I'm really sorry, shameless." Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. Whose side was Peach Blossom's heart on? Everyone present wasn't blind. They could easily tell, but this Peach Blossom Venerable was lying through his teeth. Shameless. As soon as Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart, he heard an even more sorrowful and angry roar. Yi Sihan, who was at the side, slammed the table and stood up. She pointed at the Peach Blossom Venerable. Although her body was trembling from nervousness, her expression was unusually determined. "Peach Blossom Venerable, do you know that you're really shameless? If you have the guts, unseal Peach Blossom's mute acupoint and let her tell everyone who she likes. If you dare to unseal it and Peach Blossom says that she doesn't like me, I, Yi Sihan, will immediately self-destruct. Do you dare?" As Yi Sihan spoke, her body didn't tremble as much anymore. Her words also became more sonorous and forceful. There was a trace of mockery and a trace of madness in her eyes. Her spine also straightened at this moment like a sharp sword that pierced the heavens. Everyone was silent as they looked at Yi Sihan, who suddenly exploded. Their expressions were extremely rich. This little divine general actually dared to point at a venerable and scold him? She even dared to use her own life to force the Peach Blossom Venerable. Some people didn't show it on their faces, but they were filled with admiration in their hearts. Even His Highness Li Tian, who had been calmly playing with the teacup in his hand, turned his head and looked over with interest. Peach Blossom's face was glistening with tears as she looked at Yi Sihan and shook her head continuously. The Peach Blossom Venerable's expression darkened after Yi Sihan's sudden actions, but he didn't know how to reply. "Good. This is my son." Yi Qinghan didn't stop her. Instead, his eyes lit up as he shouted. At the same time he stood up and clapped his hands. Ever since he met Yi Sihan, the impression that Yi Sihan gave him was that she was weak, introverted, and had low self-esteem. This made him very disappointed, but he didn't blame her. He was very clear that Yi Sihan's personality was formed because of them. The 12-year-old youth was at the age where he needed the love of his parents, but he watched his mother leave before he resolutely went into seclusion for 8 years. It would be strange if he wasn't introverted. After drifting in the God realm for so many years without anyone to rely on and being bullied by others, it was very normal for him to feel weak and inferior. However, today Yi Sihan's outburst completely stimulated the trace of aggressiveness in his blood. That trace of madness was the same as Yi Qinghan's bones. Yi Qinghan was very excited, and his face was brimming with pride. This was his son. He had guts. Chapter 871. Venerable One, please forgive my son's offense. However, there are some things that I have to say. Yi Qinghan patted Yi Sihan's shoulder and asked him to sit down. If this silly kid continued to be impulsive, he would really have no choice but to snatch her away. He smiled at the Peach Blossom Venerable One and said, "To me, the happiness of my family is more important than anything else. I only have one transcendent artifact and I risked my life to obtain it. Of course, it's very important to me, but I took it out without hesitation." What? Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and ignored everyone's gazes. He only looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable One and continued, "You have already reached the Venerable Realm and can look down on the entire South Sea of Stars. If you have cultivated to such a high realm, you must understand that the most important things for a martialist are the comprehension of laws and your heart. Everything else is fleeting. If you use your daughter's happiness to exchange for an elusive opportunity, even if you have the chance to break through to grade 9 in the future and stand proudly at the peak, your daughter will not acknowledge you. Everyone will think that you are a heartless person. What's the point of living then? I am considered a junior to you. Of course, I don't dare to teach you a lesson, nor do I have the right to do so. I just want to remind you that you only have one daughter." Although Yi Qinghan's words were very tactful, it was only to Yi Sihan. Countless young masters rolled their eyes. Don't dare to teach him a lesson? You are clearly teaching him a lesson. Like father, like son. The Peach Blossom Venerable One's face darkened even more. Anyone who was a venerable would not be in a good mood after being scolded and ridiculed twice in front of hundreds of young masters. Swish. At that moment, the peach blossom beside the peach blossom venerable suddenly walked forward, and Yi Sihan, who was beside Yi Qinghan, also stood up. The two of them walked to the center of the field, held hands, and knelt before the peach blossom venerable one. The peach blossom's face was covered in tears, while Yi Sihan's expression was firm. The two of them kowtowed continuously to the peach blossom venerable one. Peach Blossom's unusual actions caused the surroundings to be in an uproar, and Prince Li Tian's expression darkened slightly. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, smiled. This was what Yi Qinghan had taught Yi Sihan through telepathy. However, he did not dare to relax. His divine sense locked down the surroundings to prevent any accidents from happening. The Peach Blossom Venerable finally spoke. He snorted coldly, expressing his extreme dissatisfaction. He waved his hand and threw the jade box at Yi Qinghan. Then he looked at Yi Qinghan coldly and said, "City Lord Yi, your gift is too precious. I don't dare to accept it. Bring the peach blossoms back and everyone, let's call off today's marriage contest. See our guest out." The Peach Blossom Venerable's words made Yi Sihan and the Peach Blossom completely panic. Yi Sihan looked at Yi Qinghan nervously. Peach Blossom's face was pale as she glared at the Peach Blossom Venerable. Her beautiful eyes were full of resentment and anger. "Wait." Yi Qinghan put away his saber and shouted. Then, he cupped his hands at the Peach Blossom Venerable and revealed a strange smile. "Venerable, I must marry you today. In the future, when you have thought it through, Yi Qinghan will naturally come and apologize. I'll be taking the peach blossoms away first. Buzz." As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, the people behind him suddenly vanished. Then Yi Sihan and the peach blossoms vanished as well. Just as everyone's expressions changed, Mo Xiaoxiao, who was beside Yi Qinghan, grabbed him and the two of them vanished as well. Whoosh! Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then a riot ensued. No one had thought that Yi Qinghan would be so daring as to steal someone else's daughter in their territory. Such an action was clearly a slap to the Peach Blossom Venerable. It was also a humiliation to the experts of the Starry Sea. "You're going too far. Yi Qinghan, I swear I'm not human if I don't kill you." The Peach Blossom Venerable was completely infuriated. He released his divine sense and easily locked onto Mo Xiaoxiao, who had just teleported to the north of Peach Blossom Island. The quintessence energy in his hand flickered, and he vanished. Everyone was in an uproar, but they instantly quietened down because of Prince Li Tian's cold grunt. Prince Li Tian was obviously in a bad mood. He was about to succeed today and he was about to break through to the God Emperor realm. He was about to taste the spiritual body of heaven and earth. But now, his bride had been snatched away. How could he not be angry? He stood up and looked at the young masters present. He said coldly, "Young Master Fei Li, please send a message to your venerable and ask him to help. I Li Tian owe him a favor. Young Master Yubuki, please send a message to your venerable, Young Master Yen, Young Master Feng." Young Master Fei Li was the fastest. He immediately took out his message token and sent a message. Yi Qinghan and his son had humiliated him half a month ago. He was obviously excited that he could take his revenge today. The other young masters immediately came to their senses and took out their message tokens to send messages. Yi Qinghan had obviously broken the rules and slapped the faces of all the experts in the Starry Sea. Now that he had a favor from young Master Li Tian, many venerables would definitely give him face. Li Tian quickly communicated with the young masters and the people of Peach Blossom Island. Soon he found out the identity of Yi Qinghan and his son. He pondered for a moment and took out a golden token. He shouted to everyone present, "Send out my star order. All martial artists in the Starry Sea are to hunt down Yi Qinghan and his son. Those who report their whereabouts will be captured. The Supreme Island will reward anyone who kills them." "Your Highness, it's not good to send out the star order. It won't be easy to explain to the Lord." A peak 7th grade war god beside Li Tian reminded him worriedly. Li Tian waved his hand and sneered, "It doesn't matter. Spread my decree. This concerns the reputation of the Xianxia Sea. Even if my father knew about it, he would agree. I'll take responsibility for everything. The ethereal sovereign and the dancing butterfly war god won't dare to cause trouble in the Starry Sea no matter how strong they are. Although the Supreme Island has been sealed for millions of years, not everyone can step on us." Li Tian spoke on behalf of the Supreme Island. All the young masters were excited. This matter wasn't a big deal. But because of what Li Tian did, it escalated to the level between the Starry Sea and the Misty Continent. As a member of the Starry Sea, They naturally hoped to cut Yi Qinghan and his son into 1,000 pieces. A young master suddenly asked, "Your Highness Li Tian, this scoundrel has a spatial divine tool. In addition, he has a supremacy with him. It will be very difficult to catch him. If they escape back to the Misty Continent, it will be troublesome." "You don't understand. The space in the Starry Sea is very unstable. This also causes the parallel space in the Starry Sea to be very unstable. With the activation of the Star Order and the movement of so many martial artists, the space will become even more unstable. With so many of them, they can't stay in the spatial divine tool. It will be very easy for them to be forced out of the divine world. Send out the order. Assign a martial artist with spatial laws to every team. When searching, use spatial vibrations. The martial artists in the spatial divine tool will be forced out immediately." Li Tian revealed a cruel smile and said, "So what if they have a supremacy? In the Starry Sea, supremacies don't dare to teleport too far. Let's see how they escape back to the Misty Continent." Let's go. Let's return to our respective islands. Activate all the god bandits in the South Sea and search everywhere. Let's see where they can escape to. Let's go. How dare they snatch people in the Starry Sea? This time they won't be able to return. There are billions of god bandits in the South Sea of the Starry Sea. Where can they escape to? After everything was arranged, countless young masters flew out of Peach Blossom Island. At the same time, the million martial artists on Peach Blossom Island were all mobilized. Countless people flew out of Peach Blossom Island and in all directions. Chapter 872. Several million kilometers to the north of Peach Blossom Island, Paragon Peach Blossom's expression was as black as charcoal. After Mo Xiaoxiao teleported out, he immediately chased after her. However, Mo Xiaoxiao was very smart. She and Yi Qinghan immediately entered the spatial god tool to avoid being detected by his divine sense. Then they came out again and immediately teleported away. By this time, he had already lost sight of the two of them. Wong. The space by the side trembled. A white figure appeared in the air. Paragon Peach Blossom swept his divine sense before keeping the origin source energy in his hand. He looked at the white-haired old man with slight grief and indignation. "Little Peach Blossom, I've told you not to hold a marriage contest. Just marry your daughter to my grandson. Wouldn't everything be fine then? Look at this." The old man's white hair danced behind him. His face was glowing red. He looked at Paragon Peach Blossom and ridiculed him. Paragon Peach Blossom was so angry that his beard was curling up. He angrily shouted, "Old man Flying Snow, if you continue to make sarcastic remarks, I'll fall out with you." Paragon Flying Snow did not dare to tease him anymore. But he could not help but smile. "Haha, I'm just joking. Don't be angry. Aren't I here to help you?" Rest assured, His Highness Li Tian has already issued the Star Order. The entire South Sea has been stirred. All spatial experts have been mobilized. They can't escape. Another two ripples appeared in the air. Two paragons appeared. They were willing to do Li Tian a favor. One had to know that the evil abyss was a place that all paragons dreamed of entering. But Supreme Island had been sealed for 1,000,000 years, and they had never had a chance to do so. Now that Supreme Island had sent people over and even gave them a huge favor, they were naturally moved. Furthermore, it was just chasing after a paragon and a few minor experts. In their eyes, this was an easy task. Paragon Flying Snow saw that everyone had arrived. He lightly coughed and said, "All right, the paragons of the South Sea are all here. Peach Blossom, don't look so black. They will definitely return to Misty Continent. The few of us will spread out a huge net and seal the entire eastern region. As long as they dare to appear, we'll immediately chase after them. As long as they are targeted by the four of us, they will definitely die." The Peach Blossom Venerable and the other two Venerable ones nodded. If Yi Qinghan escaped back to the Misty Continent, there would be nothing they could do. The only way was to kill them in the Sea of Stars. Plow the World received the Star Medallion, and all the martial artists were mobilized. A spatial artifact would definitely not be able to hide people. As long as they locked onto the location, even if they had escaped into the spatial artifact, as long as they guarded that space, they would be forced out sooner or later. Once they were forced out, the four of them would immediately attack and it would be a dead end for them. "What if they do not return to the Misty Continent?" the Peach Blossom Venerable asked. Although he was furious, he did not lose his composure. "Humph. It'll be even easier if he doesn't return." Another Venerable Lord laughed coldly and said, "The entire South Sea has been mobilized. Billions of god bandits have also been mobilized. Their images have all been sent out. If we do not return to the ethereal continent and flee in other directions, We will definitely die. Let's go. The four of them came to a consensus and decided to split up. All of them instant shifted towards the east. At the same time, they released their divine senses and started to search the surroundings. It was not just the four of them. The entire South Sea of the Star Sea was also mobilized. Countless martial artists flew out of the islands and countless island shields opened up. Countless dragon boats sailed in all directions. At this moment, all the god bandits were no longer god bandits. Someone from the Paragon Island had entered the world and even sent out a supreme star order. At this moment, no god bandit dared to risk the wrath of His Highness Li Tian and continue to kill and rob. All of them started to search for Yi Qinghan and the others. Every team of martial artists was automatically assigned a spatial martial artist. Spatial oscillation was a fundamental profound mystery. It was not an impressive nomological law, but at this moment, it became exceptionally important. At the same time, more than 10 venerables from the East Sea, West Sea and Internal Sea were rushing over at full speed. Even 2 venerables from the faraway North Sea were rushing towards the South Sea. The god bandits of the East Sea and West Sea were all on the move. Firstly, it was because young Master Li Tian's bounty was sufficient. Secondly, it was because Paragon Island had sent out a star order for the first time in a million years. This was something that the formidable martial artists of the Star Sea had to take seriously. Although the Paragon Island did not say anything, it meant that they approved of Li Tian's actions. Within a few days, the names of Yi Qinghan and his son, as well as Mo Xiaoxiao, spread throughout the entire Star Sea. Billions of god bandits and martial artists started to search for Yi Qinghan and the others in a frenzy. It was just that. After searching for more than a month, Yi Qinghan and the others seemed to have evaporated into thin air. There was no news at all. The entire South Sea of the Star Sea had been turned upside down, but there was still no news. Kiki, brother Yi, I guess it must be very lively outside. Inside the War Emperor Palace, Li He drank a cup of wine leisurely as he smiled at Yi Qinghan. Yu Piapiao, who was beside him, also grinned and said, City Lord Yi is too daring. When I first found out about this plan, I was shocked. I thought City Lord Yi was just fooling around. I didn't expect him to really do it. Kiki, let them continue searching. We will stay here for a few years. When they are done searching, we will think of a way to return to the ethereal continent. Yi Qinghan revealed a helpless look. He had no other choice. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take such a risk. At this moment, Mo Xiaoxiao's body was no longer hazy. She revealed a beautiful figure and a beautiful face. Her eyes were the prettiest. She smiled lightly and said, Kiki, young master, to be honest, if not for the Myriad God Cave and your War Emperor Palace, I might not have agreed to your plan. The space in the Star Sea cannot be compared to the ethereal continent. Li He and Yu Piapiao nodded. Indeed. Without the magical War Emperor Palace, it would not have been so fast to snatch people. Moreover, it would have been difficult for Mo Xiaoxiao to escape the Peach Blossom Venerable's divine sense. The War Emperor Palace was very magical. As long as Yi Qinghan's divine sense moved, he could enter immediately. There were no spatial fluctuations at all. The speed was faster than teleportation. That was why he could instantly take the Peach Blossom and the person behind her away in front of the Peach Blossom Venerable. After Mo Xiaoxiao teleported away with Yi Qinghan immediately cooperated with her. The two of them entered the War Imperial Palace and teleported away, removing the Peach Blossom Venerable's divine sense lock on them. After that, it was simple. Under Yi Qinghan's instructions, Mo Xiaoxiao teleported to a place. This place was very ordinary. Among the countless myriad god caves in the Star Sea, Mo Xiaoxiao's destination was the myriad god cave where Yi Qinghan had obtained the transcendent grade divine weapon. There was a very strange restriction in the myriad god cave that could avoid the probing of divine senses from outside. Back then, Li He, Yu Piapiao, and the Wind Emperor wanted to probe the situation inside, but they could not. After Mo Xiaoxiao teleported here, she immediately spread her divine sense inside, but she could not probe either. Therefore they entered the cave abode decisively. That's right. The space in the Star Sea was unstable. There were too many of them. After staying in the War Emperor Palace for a period of time, they would be forced out of the divine realm space due to the vibration of the parallel space. However, in this cave abode it was fine even if they were forced out. The people outside could not probe the situation inside. Once they were forced out, they could immediately enter the War Emperor Palace. Mo Xiaoxiao's divine sense was very powerful. If anyone entered the cave abode, she would know immediately. With her ability, she could kill ordinary spies in an instant. Therefore, everyone was extremely safe here. Boss, The space of the Combat Emperor Palace trembled again. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and directly brought everyone out of the Combat Emperor Palace. In the Great Hall of the Cavern, several experts and demonic beasts were forced out by the tremors. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and finally said to Imo Xiaoxiao, "Lord Imo, this is not a solution. Recently the search has been intensifying. Do you think we can let them return to the Fire Dragon Continent?" Chapter 873. Fire Dragon Continent? Milord's homeland? Do you have a way to return to the Fire Dragon Continent? Imo Xiaoxiao asked with a slight frown. If one wanted to return to the material plane controlled by the floating continent, they had to go through a special teleportation portal in the floating continent. Moreover, the price for each person to go back was sky-high. Of course, many powerhouses had special ways to go back. Yi Qinghan opened the door of the Carefree Pavilion and sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. He asked him to bring the soul slaves and demonic beasts to the Fire Dragon Continent first, in case they were forced out by the spatial turbulence. Only then did he bring everyone back to the War Imperial Palace. He released a barrier to separate the few people's conversation before explaining, "I have a spatial divine item. My lord refined 2 teleportation gates for me, and I've always placed the other gate in the Fire Dragon Continent." So that's how it is. Milord learned some artifact forging from the Soul Emperor. I'm afraid apart from the other artifact forging supremacy, only Milord has this ability. Imo Xiaoxiao exclaimed in realization. Actually, Yi Qinghan had another idea. He wanted everyone to return to the Fire Dragon Continent through the Carefree Pavilion and then teleport to the Ascension Platform through the Purple Island. After that, they could teleport to the floating continent through the Ascension Platform. If this idea worked, the crisis in front of them would be easily resolved. However, after Yi Qinghan voiced his idea, Imo Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and shook his head. "We can go back to the Fire Dragon Continent, but apart from Li He and Yu Piapiao, none of you can teleport to the floating continent through the Ascension Platform." The Ascension Platform. You know that it's at the border between the 100 Battles Mansion and the Star Sea, but it's under the control of the Star Sovereign. Needless to say, there are definitely supremacies guarding it. The Ascension Platform has a restriction. No one can hide in the spatial artifact. As long as they control the restriction, I won't be able to teleport. Even if Li He and the others want to go back, they must send a message to Supremacy Li Quan and the others. Otherwise, they won't be able to teleport. Li He and Yu Piapiao's eyes lit up. They weren't worried about their safety. As long as their names were known, no one would dare to touch them. Although they had come along with Yi Qinghan, they hadn't done anything out of line. However, since they could return easily, they were more than happy to do so. After all, the situation in the Starry Sea was too complicated. Li He looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly and asked Imo Xiaoxiao, "Sir, can't you send a message to Senior Jianghu and ask her to go to the Ascension Platform to receive Brother Yi?" "We can send a message. But with my understanding of Milord, she will definitely not come." Imo Xiaoxiao shook her head. Then she turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said, "Little Han, you should know Mistress's temper very well. She won't take action in this matter. After all, it's fine for your subordinates to make a ruckus, but if someone like her makes a move, it might cause a war between the Star Sea and the Floating Mist Continent." Yi Qinghan nodded. He didn't have much contact with Lord Devour, but he knew Lord Devour's temper. Lord Devour had sent Imo Xiaoxiao to help Yi Sihan. "According to Lord Devour, I've returned your favor. I don't owe you anything. Why should I care about your life or death?" Yi Qinghan pondered. He guessed that the spatial ring that Lord Devour had given Xiaohei was strange. Because that spatial ring had disappeared into Xiaohei's body just like the love of the dancing butterfly. Since he couldn't guess Lord Devour's thoughts, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to gamble. He didn't want to lower himself to beg her. He knew that there were 2 paths in front of him. The first was to return to the Flame Dragon Continent and stay there for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Once this matter was settled, he would return to the Immortal Realm through the Ascension Platform. Or he could find a way to return to the Immortal Realm through the space crack. However, that would require a high cultivation level. Of course, he could also find a way to purchase a teleportation formation. The second was to let the others return to the Flame Dragon Continent. He would continue to stay in the mysterious Spirit Cave Mansion with Wind Emperor and the others. After things had calmed down a little, he would think of a way to escape. The restriction formation in this cave mansion was very strange. Divine senses couldn't detect it from the outside. Even if there were spies, Wind Emperor and the others could kill them easily. Hence, this mysterious Spirit Cave Mansion should be safe. Yi Qinghan became silent. Bringing people back to the Flame Dragon Continent might be the safest way. However, the gate of the carefree pavilion couldn't be kept open this time. Otherwise, if someone found out and followed them in, it would be a catastrophe for the Flame Dragon continent. If he went back, he would have to live a peaceful life for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years in the Flame Dragon continent. Most importantly, the Flame Dragon continent lacked spiritual energy. It was harder to break through in the Flame Dragon continent than to reach the sky. If it was before the battle in the Flame Dragon city, Yi Qinghan wouldn't have hesitated to return to the Flame Dragon continent and live a peaceful life. However, after experiencing so many things, Yi Qinghan understood one truth. If he wanted to live a truly happy life, he must have great strength. If he didn't want his family and clansmen to be hurt, he had to become stronger. So strong that no one dared to be his enemy. Outside the Flame Dragon city, he comprehended the heart of a powerhouse. Now that he had great strength and influence, how could he be willing to go back and live an ordinary life? How could he be willing? Lord Emo, what do you think? What I mean is, how will you leave? Yi Qinghan knew that Emo Xiaoxiao obeyed Lord Shi's orders. Yi Sihan's matter was almost done and he would probably leave. Of course, it was better to ask and make a decision. You don't have to worry about how I leave. When you are done with your arrangements, I will leave alone. It'll be hard for me to escape with you, but if I don't, as long as no one from the Supreme Island comes out, no one from the Stellar Sea, can stop me. An 8th grade soul cultivator isn't someone to be trifled with. Emo Xiaoxiao's answer didn't surprise Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan looked at Li He and Yu Piapiao again and said, Brother Li He, Lord Yu, how will you leave? How about you fly back from the Flame Dragon continent? That's the safest way. Alright. Li He and Yu Piapiao nodded. This was indeed the safest route. Li He looked at Yi Qinghan and seemed to have guessed his thoughts. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Yi Qinghan, I think you should go to that plane of yours and hide for tens of thousands of years. The lifespan of a divine-level martial artist is so long. The God realm is far too dangerous. He returning to the Flame Dragon plane is indeed safe. Tens of thousands of years aren't long, but if I back down this time, I will never be able to reach my peak in this life. Tens of thousands of years is enough to wear down my spirit. At that time, Yi Qinghan will no longer be Yi Qinghan. So I can't retreat. This is my decision, don't try to persuade me otherwise. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He then waved his hand and retracted his god domain. Only then did he walk towards the girls. He first looked at Peach Blossom and said, Peach Blossom, it's a little hard for you to follow Sihan like this. Moreover, there are pursuers outside. Now, I can let you and Sihan return to my material plane. It's absolutely safe there. As long as the situation here is less tense, or I return to the Misty Continent, I will let you come to the God Realm. Are you willing? If not, I can send you back. Chapter 874. No. I won't go back. No matter where I go, I won't go back. Peach Blossom's mental state had always been bad. After entering the Battle Emperor Palace, she had been in a trance. When she heard Yi Qinghan's words, hatred bloomed in her eyes. Tears flowed out of her eyes. While sobbing, she said, I don't like to search for treasures and I don't like to run around. I only did this to make my father care more about me. But I was wrong. He only has his treasures in his eyes. Only his strength and influence. Only his everything. He doesn't care about me. Sihan, take me away to that material plane. I don't want to go back to the divine world. I don't want to see the sea of stars anymore. When Peach Blossom cried, Yi Sihan panicked again. She quickly coaxed her, Okay. I don't want to stay in the divine world anymore. Let's go back to my hometown. I'll take you to every city in our continent. Don't cry, Peach Blossom. Even if your father is gone, you still have me, right? Yi Qinghan immediately made a decision and said decisively, Okay, Qingqing, you all go back. Yarao, go back too. You all have to prepare the grandest wedding for Sihan and Peach Blossom. When the situation here is more stable, I'll let you all come over. You're not going back? Yu Qingqing was the first to react. She opened her eyes wide and looked over. The rest of the girls also became nervous. Even Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom looked over in confusion. I can go back whenever I want. Why are you all so nervous? I'm not the same as before. With 50 demonic beasts, I can even block an 8th grade venerable. Besides, isn't Lord Mo here? If you all want to come over, you can ask Elder Lu to send me a message. Yi Qinghan told a white lie, but Mo Xiaoxiao didn't expose it. Only then did the girls feel relieved and stop hesitating. However, there was a hint of loneliness in Little Firework's eyes, and a complicated look in Yin Linger's eyes. Li Shui directly asked, Big Brother Yi, is Xiao He still in seclusion? I'm leaving. Why won't you come out and see me? Yi Qinghan immediately contacted Xiaohei with his soul and transmitted his voice to him. Then he said apologetically, before Xiaohei went into seclusion, he had said that he would not come out of seclusion until he transformed. Before he went into seclusion, he said that he would immediately go to Pai Quan City to propose marriage. How long will that take? Li Shui frowned slightly, making people feel sorry for her. It won't take long, at most a few thousand years. You have to believe in Darren's ability and Xiaohei's determination. Actually, Xiaohei likes to mess around with you, but she still cares a lot about you. Yi Qinghan said sincerely. After the arrangements were made, Yi Qinghan explained the specific arrangements to everyone in detail. Li He and Pia Piao also began to send messages to their supremacies. Half an hour later, Mo Xiaoxiao checked the surroundings and found nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did Yi Qinghan lead everyone out of the Battle Emperor Palace and open the door to Carefree Pavilion, allowing everyone to enter. Big brother Yi, you must be well. I will wait for you in Yen Dragon City. Xiao Fireworks' eyes were filled with love. Even a blind person could see her feelings for Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and said with some embarrassment, "All right, Firework, you must work hard to cultivate when you get back. Yi Qinghan, don't die. You still owe me 2 things. Yin Ling suddenly transmitted her voice, causing Yi Qinghan to break out in cold sweat. Li He pulled the reluctant Li Shui and Xiao Firework, while Pia Piao brought Yin Ling Saber Emperor Yi Qingyo, and Yi Tianlong into Unfettered Pavilion. Finally, when Yu Qingqing and the others entered, Yi Sihan, who was holding onto Peach Blossom, suddenly turned around and looked deeply into Yi Qinghan's eyes. Her lips squirmed a few times before she finally said, "Father, take care." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and smiled brightly. After a short while, only Yi Qinghan and Mo Xiaoxiao and the Wind Emperor were left in the noisy hall. Hee, now that the backup plan has been arranged, I can finally play with them. Yi Qinghan relaxed. Now that his family had been settled, he could finally let go and fight for his life. He transmitted his voice to Elder Lu in Unfettered Pavilion. Not long after, Tianqin led dozens of 6th-grade war gods and demonic beasts out of the portal. Yi Qinghan signaled to the Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor immediately led dozens of soul slaves to set up a defense in the Profound Spirit Cave abode. Of course, it was impossible for them to set up a defense. They could only act as spies and hide in every corner of the cave abode. Once a spy entered, they would immediately kill or capture him. 3 demonic beasts were left behind, and the rest of the demonic beasts were sent into the Battle Emperor Palace. Then the Unfettered Pavilion was completely sealed off. Yi Qinghan then asked Mo Xiaoxiao, "Sir, when are you leaving?" Li He and the others will be attending Sihan's wedding in the Flame Dragon Plane. It will take about a month in the material plane and half a month here. I'll leave in 10 days. I'll appear in the Star Sea a little earlier than them. This way they won't attract any attention. Mo Xiaoxiao said after pondering for a moment. This was something that they had already discussed. Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about Li He and the others, but he was afraid that Reverend Peach Blossom would think that they had entered the material plane. At that time, if they found out that Yi Qinghan was from the Flame Dragon Plane, and if an expert tore through space and entered the Flame Dragon Plane, it would bring a world-ending disaster to the Flame Dragon Plane. Mo Xiaoxiao happened to be leaving, so she and Yi Qinghan came up with a plan. They would take Yi Qinghan's 3 demonic beasts and appear in the Star Sea before Li He and the others. Moreover, these 3 demonic beasts were originally going to be sacrificed. This way, Reverend Peach Blossom wouldn't think of Li He and the others at all, and would continue to search the stars. Yi Qinghan and Mo Xiaoxiao stayed in the Profound Spirit Cave abode with peace of mind. However, the Flame Dragon continent was incomparably lively. At the beginning, the entire Flame Dragon continent was frightened. When the Golden Horned God clan descended, a few peak heavenly gods and peak divine generals had frightened the entire Flame Dragon continent. Elder Lu led a group of 6th-grade war gods and peak 6th-grade demonic beasts and stayed in the Flame Dragon continent for a while. All the Divine Realm warriors in the Flame Dragon continent were so scared that their legs went soft. Especially those demonic beasts. Although they had restrained their auras, the violent and terrifying pressure contained in their bodies made the people in Blue City unable to straighten their legs. Fortunately, not long after, Yi Tianlong and Yu Qingqing came back with people. Li He immediately activated her divine domain and controlled the leakage of her aura, so that the ordinary people in Blue City wouldn't be scared out of their wits. The demonic beasts and soul slaves were transmitted back to the divine realm by Yi Qinghan. Coupled with the return of Yi Tianlong and the others, the warriors of the Flame Dragon continent immediately teleported to Blue City. When they heard that those powerful warriors and demonic beasts were Yi Qinghan's subordinates, the warriors of the Flame Dragon continent were completely frightened, more frightened than when the demonic beasts arrived. Then, when they heard that Yi Qinghan had built a city in the Divine Realm and that the reason he came back this time was to help Yi Sihan steal the daughter of an island master in the Star Sea, they were completely dumbfounded. The entire Flame Dragon continent became lively because Yi Qinghan had sent an order to hold the grandest wedding for Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom. Although they didn't understand why Yi Qinghan didn't want to go to the Divine Realm to hold the wedding, all the high-level warriors of the Flame Dragon continent began to get busy. The entire Blue City was once again expanded dozens of times, and the Yi family castle was more than 10 times bigger than before. But even so, Yi Tianlong felt that it was embarrassing. After all, Peach Blossom was the daughter of the Venerable One, and the entire Peach Blossom Island was several hundred times the size of the Flame Dragon continent. On the day of the wedding, all the emperors of the continent came, and hundreds of thousands of tables were set up in Blue City's plaza. Although it couldn't be compared to the Divine Realm, it was still unprecedented in the Flame Dragon continent. Divine Realm, Star Sea, Profound Spirit Cave Abode. Mo Xiaoxiao stored the 3 demonic beasts into his spatial artifact, then solemnly said to Yi Qinghan, "Little Han, if you don't have the confidence, don't go out. I've carefully observed this place and it's quite secluded. After all, there are no groups of myriad god caves here, so there won't be many people searching here. If you have no other choice, go back to your continent and hide. I'm leaving, take care." Chapter 875. After several months of searching, billions of martial artists in the Star Sea finally received a shocking piece of news. They found traces of Mo Xiaoxiao on an island a million miles east of Flying Snow Island. Although Mo Xiaoxiao managed to escape in the end, he managed to capture one of Yi Qinghan's demonic beasts. Tens of billions of martial artists, god bandits, and more than 10 supremacies had been searching for months, but they had not found any news at all. Not only did this cause the martial artists in the Starry Sea to feel embarrassed, but His Highness Li Tian even smashed a few bottles of wine that were worth hundreds of millions. Supreme Island had been sealed for 1,000,000 years. This was the first time they came out into the world and even issued a Supreme Star Order. If they didn't clean up after this, it would definitely be a severe blow to the prestige of Supreme Island. Although they managed to capture a demonic beast, they still managed to regain some of their reputation. His Highness Li Tian heavily rewarded the god bandit army that captured the demonic beast. This made the search team even more spirited, and their enthusiasm for the search grew even higher. Mo Xiaoxiao's appearance at the east of Flying Snow Island also made those supremacies even more certain that Mo Xiaoxiao Yi Qinghan was preparing to return to the Misty Continent. The entire western coastal area of the Misty Continent had become a forbidden land. More than 10 supremacies and billions of god bandit martial artists worked together to seal off the coastal waters of the Misty Continent. Even a seagull would find it difficult to fly into the Misty Continent. I wonder if Mo Xiaoxiao's plan succeeded? In a small hall in the mysterious spirit's cave abode, Yi Qinghan sat leisurely on a chair and flipped through a book in his hand. All of his men had shown themselves. Of course, they didn't dare to go out to scout for information. However, he was very confident in Mo Xiaoxiao. Soul cultivators had always had strange methods. How could a soul cultivator that could become a supremacy be underestimated? This Restriction Foundation study is really complicated. I have read it for half a month and I still haven't finished reading it. What Yi Qinghan had in his hands was the Combat Emperor Palace's fundamental knowledge of restrictions. Half a month ago, Yi Qinghan suddenly had an idea about the mysterious spirit's cave abode's restriction. He wondered if there were any simple restriction methods that could escape the detection of a powerhouse's divine sense. If there were, wouldn't he be able to move freely in the Star Sea in the future? The answer was yes. After Yi Qinghan flipped through the Restriction Foundation, he found that there was indeed such a restriction. Moreover, according to the introduction of the restriction, it was very easy to set up this kind of restriction. It could be completed in an instant and could escape the detection of a venerable's divine sense. However, if there was a venerable who was a soul cultivator or a 9th-grade war god, they wouldn't be able to avoid it. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and immediately began to learn. However, it was explained that one had to fully comprehend the Restriction Foundation study in order to set it up, and this book didn't mention it. After comprehending all the contents of this manual, the restrictions on the secret manual in the War Imperial Palace's inner cabinet hall would all be unlocked, and one could read it freely. There were 6 secret manuals in the small hall. Yi Qinghan could read 2 of them now. One of them was called Soul Extermination, which was a very abnormal soul skill. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was also looking forward to the other 4 books. Right now, his cultivation was mainly focused on the strength of his soul. Comprehension of the laws was not as important. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decided to memorize all the contents of this restriction foundation study. Then he would enter into a state of soul stillness and cultivate his soul while comprehending the restriction. However, his two souls recorded together, but after half a month he still couldn't memorize all the contents of this restriction foundation study. The soul of a God Realm warrior was very powerful, so it was very easy for them to have a photographic memory. They could even have an impression of a person they met tens of thousands of years ago. Even though Yi Qinghan's soul had reached the Divine King realm, he still didn't succeed after half a month. Using divine power to set up small spatial formations, there are 36 billion of them. Condensing, splitting, and combining various small formations with divine sense is another 53 billion. Using various tools and formation stones, there are several tens of billions of small formations. There were more than 100 billion of these small formations, and there were also mid-grade formations, high-grade formations, and finally all kinds of restrictions. Holy shit, this is going to drive me crazy. I wonder how the War Emperor managed to comprehend all of this back in the day. Even if he comprehended it all the way without any bottlenecks, I'm afraid it would still take him tens of thousands of years, right? If there is a bottleneck here and I can't figure it out there, I will have to comprehend for hundreds of thousands of years before I reach the great success stage of the restriction. After spending a full month, Yi Qinghan finally memorized all the contents of the Restriction Foundation study. This was because he had two souls and his soul strength had reached the Divine King realm. Otherwise his speed would be much slower. If a heavenly deity were to memorize it, it would take at least a few thousand years to memorize it. Swish. Suddenly there was a sonic boom outside. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes in alarm and saw the Wind Emperor carrying a Divine King realm warrior over. Yi Qinghan became slightly nervous. There was a spy heading over. Master, this person suddenly barged in. I immediately sealed the divine crystal. There shouldn't be any news leaking out. I have interrogated them. They have a team of warriors searching in the vicinity. There aren't many people. Why don't we go out and kill them all? The Wind Emperor also said somewhat nervously. How long had it been and someone had already found their way here? If they were exposed, everyone could only go to the Fire Dragon continent. Don't panic. Yi Qinghan waved his hand indifferently and transmitted a message to all the soul slaves to be careful and increase their vigilance. He looked at this martial artist who was trembling in fear and muttered for a moment before saying, "Bring him out and dismember his corpse piece by piece. Remember, you have to let him die slowly. It's best to torture 3 to 5 Moon Queen before killing him." When this Divine King saw this, he was so frightened that his knees went weak. He hurriedly knelt down and begged, "My lord, spare me, spare me. I'm just a small martial artist. I don't know anything. I won't say anything. I beg my lord to spare me. I can do anything. Why should I believe you?" Yi Qinghan used his soul skill suppression. Instantly, a strong aura surged from Yi Qinghan's body. Killing intent filled the entire hall. This Divine King martial artist felt as if the person in front of him had become a demon from the 9 hells. The Wind Emperor also released his aura. This made this martial artist feel that he would definitely be dismembered if something went wrong. He gritted his teeth and said, I can offer my soul spirit fire. My lord, I will become your soul slave. You don't have to worry about me betraying you." Yi Qinghan had been waiting for this sentence. He felt a little lucky and said, "You aren't a god bandit? You can offer your soul spirit fire? What's your name?" This Divine King explained, "No, my lord. I'm a guard of Dark Night Island. My name is Xianxia." 2 or 3 of Yi Qinghan's subordinates had just died. He accepted this Divine King martial artist's soul spirit and then retracted his suppression. He took out a divine stone crystal card and a message token from his interspatial ring. He handed them to this Divine King martial artist and said, "You can go back now. These divine stones are for you to scout for information. Remember to be discreet. If someone finds out about this, you will die immediately." Yi Qinghan waved his hand to dismiss Xianxia. Xianxia took the divine stone crystal card and scanned the numbers on it. He was shocked. He hurriedly got up and walked out. "Master is brilliant." The Wind Emperor understood what Yi Qinghan meant. They were a team. If one of them suddenly died, the others would definitely be suspicious. When the whole team came, it would be troublesome if one of them sent a message back. Now he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As expected. After that Divine King martial artist, Xianxia, went out, no one else came in. Not long after, he actually sent a message saying that his team had completed their search and had gone to another region. Wind Emperor, you guys take turns to guard. Don't be too nervous. There are only 3 entrances. You have to remember to immediately send a message to me if there are any special circumstances. We will return to the Fire Dragon continent immediately. I want to go into seclusion for a period of time. If I can comprehend that restriction, we can leave this place. Yi Qinghan instructed. He sat cross-legged and entered the soul spirit silent state. He started to cultivate his soul spirit and comprehend the restriction at the same time. Chapter 876. The study of warding spells is really miraculous. Just the ripples of God power, divine sense, and simple objects can be combined to form all sorts of minor spell formations. They can gather energy, increase speed, defend, attack, and even cause spatial fluctuations. All of those minor spell formations can be combined to form a grand warding spell formation, a warding spell formation, a powerful defensive spell formation, a powerful offensive spell formation, and even the power of heaven and earth to attack enemies. The ancestor who created the study of restriction is too awesome. Inside the Shenling cave abode, Yi Qinghan sat in a small hall. The surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi gathered above his head, and the entire hall was filled with cold wind. Beside him, the Wind Emperor sat quietly at the side, guarding him. Yi Qinghan had already been in seclusion for a year. There were a total of 120 billion small formations, and in this 1 year, he had comprehended and mastered them. He could set up 30 million of them with a wave of his hand. Some of these small formations were very simple. He only needed to simulate them once and he could set them up immediately. But some were very profound. He had to ponder for dozens of days and simulate tens of thousands of times before he could master them. Most importantly, some of the small formations were only for auxiliary purposes. As there was no theoretical basis, it was difficult to understand them. What was the point of setting them up? So it was especially difficult to comprehend them. But Yi Qinghan felt very satisfied. The more he learned, the more excited he became. And many of these small formations were related to the principles of heaven and earth. Yi Qinghan believed that as long as he comprehended restriction, it would be much easier to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in the future. In a year he mastered 30 million small formations. Yi Qinghan was very proud. He knew that even Empress Yu wouldn't comprehend as fast as him. Even Mo Xiaoxiao might not be as fast as him in some small formations. He had 2 souls. One was a godly king realm soul strength. The other was a soul jade and a soul silent state. With all these things added together, his comprehension speed reached a terrifying level. While he was comprehending restriction, he also discovered something that made him very excited. The basic knowledge that he had learned in his previous life, the scientific theories that were not very useful, were playing a very important role here. This was also why he thought that Mo Xiaoxiao's comprehension speed wasn't as fast as his. For example, the people in his previous life all understood the conservation of energy and Newton's 3 laws. For example, physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics. No one in this world understood these things and no one would learn them. Although Yi Qinghan was not very proficient, he had been an orphan in his previous life, so his studies were quite steady. The knowledge provided him with great help in comprehending the art of forbidding. Some of the things that the people of this world needed to comprehend for a long time were extremely simple in his eyes. And the strength of my soul has increased a little. Continue to work hard and try to comprehend all the small formations within 3 years. By then, my soul strength will probably reach the 2nd level of Divine King Realm. At that time, I will be able to read those 4 manuals. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying secret manual it will be. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while in his soul, then continued to meditate on the complicated process of learning the small formation. The inner sea of the Star Sea. Within the inner sea there were not many islands. It was not like other places which were densely packed with small islands. There were only 10 islands in the inner sea, and 9 of them were as big as the Peach Blossom Island. If one looked down from an altitude of 1,000,000 miles, one would see that the 9 islands were in the shape of a long snake. They were like 9 real dragons with their heads facing inward. In the direction of these dragon heads was a super large circular island. Supreme Island. 9 dragons guarding a pearl. This was the most peculiar terrain in the entire divinity. Over the past tens of millions of years, many islands would sink and many more would emerge. However, the terrain of the inner sea of the Star Sea had never changed. This matter was very strange, very strange. However, there were many strange things in the divinity. For example, the Apotheosis Valley, which was one of the 4 forbidden lands, and the Nepha's Abyss, which was one of the 4 forbidden lands. The Nepha's Abyss was within Supreme Island. The Nepha's Abyss was the continent's #1 forbidden land, and it was also the continent's #1 treasure land. Of course, this treasure land had always been a forbidden land before the Star Monarch was born. 10 million years ago the Star Monarch walked out of the Nepha's abyss. At the 9th level, no one in the entire Star Sea could contend against him. According to the legends, the South Mountain Monarch and the Star Monarch had a battle, and it was said that the Star Monarch was defeated. Other than the Monarch, no one knew what was inside the Nepha's abyss. However, many people knew that after the Star Monarch, many people entered the Nepha's abyss. In the end, 4 people came out and all of them were 9th level monarchs. Later on they unified their respective continents. In addition to the original monarchs, there were 8 monarchs on the continent. Of course, including Lord Devour, there were 9 monarchs now. The last monarch was a divine king who rarely showed himself. Ever since the Star Monarch ordered the islands to be sealed, no one dared to enter or leave the inner sea. Today, however, there were countless chariots flying rapidly in the low sea. The fire lions pulling the chariots seemed to be very familiar with the surrounding terrain. They skillfully avoided the spatial cracks and unstable spaces. They flew at high speed and were several times faster than the super dragon boats. The chariots did not stop at the 9 real dragon-like islands. They flew straight for Supreme Island. Supreme Island was very big, about a third of the size of the ethereal continent. A super large rainbow barrier lit up on such a big island. The light of the barrier could be seen from 1,000,000 miles away. When these fire lion chariots were approaching Supreme Island, they did not continue flying toward the rainbow barrier. Instead, they flew toward the blood-red sea of stars. The fire lion chariots, which were covered in raging flames, also lit up with a fiery red barrier. After traveling hundreds of thousands of miles into the sea, the chariots entered a super-large cave abode. The cave abode was also lit up with a barrier. It was obvious that ordinary people could not enter. There was nothing in the cave abode. There was only a dazzling teleportation array. The chariot stopped and 21 people walked down. All of them were wearing war god robes. Their leader was His Highness Li Tian. "You guys wait here. I'm going back to see my father." His Highness Li Tian did not look good. His eyes were filled with helplessness and anger. He took out a token and stepped into the teleportation array. "Greetings, Your Highness." With a flash of brilliance from the transportation formation, Li Tian appeared in a majestic black city. There weren't many people on the black stone plaza. There were only a few hundred guards wearing the war god's robe. However, these guards were all 6th grade war gods. Li Tian nodded his head indifferently and flew toward a majestic mansion on the left of the plaza. Eventually, he came to a study room in the backyard of the mansion. There was someone in the study room. He was also wearing a war god robe, but his robe was embroidered with gold. His figure and appearance were strange. He was unusually fat and his face was round. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha. "Father." Li Tian walked in and knelt down heavily. Then he lowered his head in silence. The fatty who was sitting in the study room did not say anything. He just drank his tea calmly and looked at Li Tian with a smile. After a while he said, "You got into trouble and there's nothing you can do? You're back to look for me?" Chapter 877. Li Tian lifted his head to look at the chubby middle-aged man. Although he was smiling, the fear in his eyes intensified. He said shamefully, "Father, Li Tian knows his mistake. Li Tian shouldn't have sent out the star token without permission. I shouldn't have acted out of spite for a woman and asked for punishment." The smile on the chubby middle-aged man's face didn't diminish. He took a sip of tea and said slowly, "You still don't understand. What does the star token represent? It represents the will of the monarch. It's fine for you to act out of spite for a woman. It's fine for you to send out the star token without permission. But, since you send out the star token you have to do it beautifully. Imo Xiaoxiao is a supremacy, but you forgot her other identity. Is a soul cultivator. Soul cultivators have the strangest methods. If I'm not wrong, she has already returned to the soul devourer manner. What did you do wrong? Your mistake was not investigating clearly before sending out the star token. Also, you've been searching for more than a year and only caught 3 demonic beasts. Don't you understand? You have fallen into their trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Those 3 demonic beasts were given to you as a gift. Father, what should we do? Once the star token is sent out, if there's no result when the monarch comes out of seclusion." Li Tian's face started to turn pale. He knew very well how cold-blooded and heartless the star monarch was. Although his father was the #1 supremacy under the monarch, if the monarch was enraged, his father wouldn't be able to protect him. The chubby middle-aged man revealed a disappointed expression, but the smile on his face deepened. He stared at Li Tian with a burning gaze. You're so flustered over such a small matter? What else can you do in the future? The ancient saying is right. Only those who grow up from the grassroots will be formidable. Those who rely on their ancestors will never grow up. Forget it, listen carefully. First, continue to search. Place your target in the cave abodes under the sea, especially those with restrictions. Search more. Second, take some Thunder God Roar and Teleportation Spirit Teleportation Formation from the inner mansion and secretly send them to the Blood Knight Sea's Eternal Universe army. I'll send a message to him and ask him to take action. As for the rest, you just have to wait for the news. When Li Tian saw that his father had finally made a move, he was incomparably invigorated. However, he was still in a daze when he heard the two pieces of information. He asked suspiciously, "Father, didn't you say that Mo Xiaoxiao might have returned? Why did they have to go through so much trouble to search for it? They had been searching for a year now, and many people were just trying to cope with the search. Also, why did the Eternal Universe Legion make a move? If they make a move, who are they going to make a move against? Idiot." The obese middle-aged man finally couldn't help but swear. He waved his hand and didn't explain. He coldly said, "Think about it yourself. Get out. Go and arrange it properly. If you can't even arrange this well, you don't need to come back." Li Tian wiped the cold sweat off his face and hurriedly got up and walked out. He didn't stay in the mansion and walked out with a gloomy expression. Finally, he was teleported to the teleportation formation at the bottom of the sea. He boarded the war chariot and flew towards the southern sea. Soul-devouring manor, City Lord's mansion rooftop. Lord Jiao pushed the door open, looking at the rooftop. He was a little surprised. Besides Lord Devour, there was another person on the rooftop. It was a beautiful woman wearing a green robe. Mo Xiaoxiao. "Alright, I got it. You can leave now." Lord Devour didn't turn his head or look at Mo Xiaoxiao. He just faintly waved his hand at her. Mo Xiaoxiao smiled at Lord Jiao and disappeared in the air. Lord Jiao hesitated for a while and couldn't help but be curious. She walked over and smiled at Lord Devour. Lord Mo is back." Lord Devour lifted his head to look at Lord Jiao's charming face. He smiled and said, "Ah Jiao, can't you say something?" Lord Jiao smiled embarrassedly and said, "Lord Xiaohan and the others are back too?" Lord Devour seemed to be in a good mood today. He kept smiling and answered straightforwardly, "No. Yu Qingqing and the others have gone to the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Sihan has also gone back. Xiaohan is alone in the Star Sea." Lord Jiao's face changed and she exclaimed, "The Star Sea is so dangerous now. How can Lord Mo leave Xiaohan alone in the Star Sea? Right now the entire Starry Sea is chasing after him." Lord Devour smiled faintly. "I said that I won't care about his life or death. Lord Devour, don't lie to me." Lord Jiao said hurriedly, "Last time when Xiaohan was in danger, you stood here and watched the wandering sea for a whole night. Obviously you were worried about him. Moreover, Xiaohan escaped easily that time. Lord Devour, you must have given him some treasures. Or you knew that he could get out of danger. Yi Qinghan has the power of the origin. If he can't kill a void-gouging beast, he's just a piece of trash." Lord Devour snorted and looked at the wandering sea in the distance. He sighed deeply and said, "Ah Jiao, you don't understand. Let me tell you this. If a young eagle only has his mother to protect him, he will never learn to fly. He will never be able to soar above the 9 heavens. If I keep helping Yi Qinghan will have the thought that if something happens, he will come to me to solve it. Then he will never progress and he will never reach the peak. That's why I chose to let him go. Either he grows up or he dies. Although it's cruel, this world is cruel. If he can't grow up, perhaps in the end, we will all die. The people of the soul-devouring palace will die. The people of the fiery dragon city will die. The people of the fiery dragon continent will die." "What?" Lord Devour's words frightened Nine-Tailed Fox. At the same time she was very skeptical. She asked, "Lord, are you worried about your enemy? You're a level 9 expert now. Who in this world can hurt you? Moreover, although Xiaohan's soul isn't like ours, how can you be sure that he can help you resist the enemy that you can't? First of all, I'm not a level 9 expert. Second, even a level 9 expert isn't invincible. I've told you about this. Third, I have a feeling that Yi Qinghan can do it. He's a man who can create miracles." Lord Devour's faint words had frightened Nine-Tailed Fox more and more. She was even more bewildered. Right when she was about to ask more, suddenly she saw a cold light shoot out of Lord Devour's eyes. Then a light flashed in front of her. She found that the two of them had appeared in the teleportation formation of the soul-devouring city. She was familiar with this teleportation formation. It was the teleportation formation to the Fiery Dragon City. But, why did Lord Devour rush to the Fiery Dragon City? Did something happen to the city? When the light of the teleportation formation faded away, Nine-Tailed Fox looked around. Her beautiful eyes widened, her beautiful face discolored. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. Was this the beautiful Fiery Dragon City? The entire Fiery Dragon City couldn't be considered a city anymore. It was more accurate to say that it was a pile of ruins. Tens of millions of buildings in the Fiery Dragon City had collapsed. Flowers, trees and flowers were all broken. There were countless severed limbs and corpses beneath the limestone. There were also countless divine crystals and space rings floating in the air. The divine crystals gave off a multicolored light that shone on the ruins, dazzling everyone's eyes. Harumph! Killing people and destroying the city? How dare you? Lord Devour didn't show any emotion. He just glanced at the Fiery Dragon City, said coldly and then disappeared. Chapter 878. This, what is going on? Lord Jiao blinked. He could not believe it. The beautiful Fiery Dragon City, the city that the two sovereigns had sworn to protect, was reduced to ruins just like that? Looking at the countless divine crystals in the sky, Lord Jiao did not know how many people had died. Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Because Fiery Dragon City was guarded by two sovereigns, countless families had settled here. In a short period of time, with the addition of Yi Qinghan's hundreds of thousands of subordinates, the population of the city had reached more than 1 million. But this time, almost all of them were dead. Swish! A group of people flew over from afar. There were not many of them, only about 100. Nine-Tailed Fox heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lei Zhen was fine, the rank 7 beast was not dead, and Little Smoke was not dead either. But those who survived were all powerhouses. Needless to say, the hundreds of thousands of Yi family soldiers were all dead. City Lord Lei, what is going on? Who attacked us? Nine-Tailed Fox hurried over. Seeing Lei Zhen's pale face, he must have used the Thunder God's protection. Otherwise he would not have survived. I'm not sure. After a loud noise, the city's shield was suddenly broken. Then, countless black balls were thrown over, and there was a huge explosion in the city. In addition, many people came this time. There were at least hundreds of rank 7 peak and thousands of rank 7 powerhouses. If I did not have the Thunder God's protection, we would all be dead. Lei Zhen had a lingering fear in his heart, but his eyes were filled with anger. Little Firework's face was pale with fright. Feng Qi and the others were also filled with anger, but they had nowhere to vent it because they had no idea who they were attacking. Moreover, after a round of attack, these people all teleported away through the temporary teleportation formation. Their divine senses could not lock onto them. Swish! Countless teleportation formations lit up at the same time. The city was destroyed, but the teleportation formations were undamaged. With such a drastic change, of course, countless people were teleported over. Li He nodded at Lord Jiao, then looked at the endless stream of city lords teleporting over. He said to Lei Zhen and the others, Lord Jiao, Lady Jiawu sent me a message, asking you to bring Lei Zhen and the others to the Soul Devourer Manor. She will arrange the rest. Xiao. More and more teleportation arrays lit up. There weren't many people in each teleportation array, but most of them were prefecture masters and important figures of the various prefectures. In less than an hour, almost all 108 prefectures had sent people. Only then did Li He loudly say, pass down the sovereign's decree and Lady Diawu's orders. All the experts of 6th grade War God and above in the prefecture are to gather at Longyang City and Black Star City, then march towards the Bloody Night Sea. Lord Monarch and Lord Diawu said that there is another God Bandit in the Blood Sea this time. There is no need for us to return. Blood Night Sea's God Bandits? Lei Zhen's killing intent soared. He patted Little Firework's shoulder and said to Lord Jiao, Lord Jiao, please take my daughter to Soul Devourer City. We won't be going. If I don't make the Blood Sea redder than the Starry Sea, my name won't be Lei Zhen. Feng Qi looked at the remaining Flame Dragon City warriors and roared, an eye for an eye. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. All the Flame Dragon City warriors roared. This time, not just the warriors of the Misty Continent would be going. Even if they didn't go, they would kill their way into the Blood Night Sea once they found out who attacked them. Lord Jiao pulled Little Firework into the teleportation formation. What happened next was beyond her and Little Firework's control. If Lord Devour and Misty Lord were enraged, the Blood Night Sea would not be spared. Half a day later, Longyang Prefecture's Black Star City, which was next to the Blood Night Sea, gathered tens of thousands of powerful warriors. These tens of thousands of people weren't ordinary warriors. They were all war gods above 6th grade. With such a powerful force, if they suddenly attacked any continent, they could flatten half of the continent within a few days. In just 3 days, the Blood Night Sea, which was 10 times the size of Longyang Prefecture, was wiped out by the enraged Misty Continent army. Besides a few warriors who could prove their identities, the remaining millions of god bandits were all slaughtered. However, many of the Blood Night Sea's god bandit groups disappeared mysteriously. This time they only killed small fish. At most, half of the powerful warriors who attacked the city were killed. The rest were all gone. The Misty Continent's army knew that many of these experts had escaped to the Star Sea, and some had escaped to the Blood Night Continent, which was south of the Misty Continent. However, they didn't dare to cross the border. After sweeping the Blood Night Sea one more time, the Misty Continent ordered them to return home embarrassedly. Just let it go? On the rooftop of the soul-devouring manor, Xianxia tried to keep his voice calm. However, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He looked at Lord Devour and asked. Lord Devour said leisurely, "What else do you want to do? Bring people to the Star Sea? Enter the Blood Night Continent? I can say this clearly. Lord Devour will not let all the continent's experts attack the Star Sea or the Blood Night Continent just because of this. However, if you bring hundreds of people, I guarantee that in less than half a month all of you will be dead." Xianxia spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He also understood that the ethereal sovereign had done this much for him. However, he still felt angry. A moment later he controlled his emotions and said, "Why are the Blood Night Sea's god bandits attacking Flame Dragon City? Do you know the reason, Lord?" "I will investigate this. Don't worry about this. I will make arrangements." Lord Devour stood up and looked at Xianxia. "Don't bother about this. Go back and rebuild Flame Dragon City. This time I will send people to build an array formation for you. It was my negligence last time. Even a few supremacies can't break the protective shield in a short period of time. Don't worry." Xianxia retreated helplessly. Lord Jiao asked, "Lord, you really don't know why they attacked Flame Dragon City?" "Of course I know." Lord Devour sighed and said, "Li Kong really thinks that I don't know about the Blood Night Sea's god bandits. Are they his subordinates?" "Li Kong? Surnamed Li? Could they be from Paragon Island?" Lord Jiao was shocked. Then he immediately understood. Flame Dragon City only had a grudge with some people from the Floating Mist Continent. However, the people from the Floating Mist Continent didn't dare to take revenge. The only explanation was that they were from the Star Sea. Yiqinghan had made them lose face. They were making use of this incident to regain their face. Or rather, to force Yiqinghan out. Lord Devour walked forward and looked at the wandering sea. He said helplessly, "Actually many people have guessed this. Xianxia must have guessed it too. However, I can't and won't do anything. If they want to take revenge, they can only rely on Yiqinghan and the people from Flame Dragon City. The people below can do whatever they want, but Lord Devour and I cannot do anything. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the Floating Mist Continent. It will be a disaster for the entire divine world." Lord Jiao's face was full of anxiety. He said to Lord Devour, "What about little Han? If he knows about this, he will definitely go crazy. If he is forced out, he will definitely die. How can he fight against the Star Sea with such a small number of people?" Lord Devour turned around and said, "We have no choice. If he can't bear it and is forced out, this is his fate." Chapter 879. The news of Yen Dragon City's destruction soon spread throughout the entire divine realm. The city was not important. What was important was the people guarding the city and the mastermind behind it. The people guarding the city were needless to say. Because of the establishment of Yen Dragon City, the divine realm had one more 9th grade war god. It was hard not to attract attention. The Blood Night Sea was located between the ethereal continent and the Star Sea. It was a lawless zone and the god bandits there were very strong. But some people in the divine realm knew that the god bandits there actually belonged to some big shot on Paragon Island. Ever since the 8 sovereigns gathered on Paragon Island millions of years ago and established the iron law of the divine realm, there had not been any large-scale war. This incident at Yen Dragon City attracted the attention of all the major factions in the divine realm. They were all guessing if this incident would cause a war between the Star Sea and the ethereal continent. The ethereal continent had 2 sovereigns. This had already changed the power structure of the divine realm. But the Star Sovereign was recognized as the strongest person in the divine realm. Most importantly, the Star Sovereign had another identity, the Pavilion Master of the Battle God Pavilion. If the 2 factions started a war, it would change the power structure of the entire divine realm. Why didn't the powerful martial artists in the Divine Realm pay attention? But what made the major factions in the Divine Realm happy and disappointed was that the Ethereal Sovereign and the Dancing Butterfly Sovereign only sent their troops to sweep the Blood Night Sea once and then did nothing. The scouts from the various continents also discovered that Yen Dragon City had started to rebuild. It was said that the Ethereal Sovereign and the Dancing Butterfly Sovereign provided divine stones. Since they started to rebuild the city, it meant that the Ethereal Sovereign and the Dancing Butterfly Sovereign had swallowed their anger. Many people were guessing if the two sovereigns had stopped fighting on the surface and started a war in secret. But many people also felt that it was reasonable for the two sovereigns to not do anything. After all, the ones who did it were not from the Star Sea. There was no evidence. If the Misty Continent were to send out their army, it would mean that the Misty Continent was being unreasonable. If they were to incur the wrath of the Master of the Stellar Pavilion and issue a War God Pavilion Master Order, even though the War Gods of the Firmament might not necessarily accept the challenge, if there were only 3 of them, the Misty Continent would be in deep trouble. The martial artists and god bandits of the Star Sea, however, were all invigorated and filled with joy. Everyone in the Star Sea felt as if their faces were lit up. Look, they attacked their inner city, destroyed an entire city and killed millions of people, but now they are completely fine. What did this mean? This meant that the people of the Misty Continent were afraid of the Star Sea. Of course, the various islands in the Star Sea were also starting to get nervous. They were afraid that the Ethereal Continent would play some tricks in the dark. For example, they might send people to pretend to be god bandits and slaughter 30 to 50 islands. However, 3 years had passed, and the people of the Divine World were astonished to find that the Misty Continent had not taken any action. The Sea of Stars was calm, and even the number of demons descending had decreased. The Misty Continent had really endured. Supreme Island Li Manor. Li Tian had just returned from the Peach Blossom Island. There wasn't much of a smile on his face. Instead, it was a little gloomy. By now, he naturally understood the meaning of his father Li Kong's instructions. Li Kong's meaning was very clear. Yi Qinghan was still in the Star Sea. Destroying the Fire Dragon City was actually just to force Yi Qinghan out. Of course, it was also to force Mo Xiaoxiao or those related to Yi Qinghan to come to the Star Sea for revenge. However, Yi Qinghan didn't come out. None of those related to Yi Qinghan came out. Although the Star Sea had regained some face, it wasn't completely recovered. Therefore he still didn't look too good. This young godly king's temper is different from what the voice transmission said? He can actually endure this? Li Kong, who was still as fat as before, had a smile on his face. As there was too much fat on his face, his eyes squinted into a line when he smiled. No one could see the coldness in his eyes. Li Tian knelt on the ground respectfully and said, "Father, there are too many myriad god caves in the Star Sea. For the past 3 years I have sent people to search the entire South Sea. However, there should still be many places that we missed. We found dozens of cave abodes with spirit beasts, and some transcendent great god artifacts and treasures. However, there is still no news. Father, why are you so sure that Yi Qinghan must still be in the Star Sea? I have checked the War God Pavilion's information on the Ethereal Continent. Yi Qinghan definitely didn't return to the Ethereal Continent. He also didn't appear in the other 5 continents. If he isn't in the Star Sea, then where is he?" Li Kong lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then a cold look shot out from his eyes. Even this can't force him out? This kid can really endure. Father, what should we do now? Could it be that, forget it? Li Tian was silent and a little discouraged. Forget it? Li Kong laughed again. However, this time his smile was cold no matter how one looked at it. He looked at Li Tian and said, "You must remember the Star Medallion should not be issued. Once it is issued, there must be an explanation. The destruction of Fiery Dragon City isn't considered an explanation. The Sovereign once said that if we don't move, we must not move. If we move, we must go all out. The final outcome isn't important. However, we must make a stance to tell the world that the prestige of Supreme Island is not to be challenged." Li Tian hurriedly replied, "Yes. Li Tian has learned his lesson. Father, what should we do next? Isn't Yi Qinghan the overlord of the Fiery Dragon Plain? Go and arrange for some 7th-grade war gods to tear through space and destroy the Fiery Dragon continent. Remember to leave a few people alive, people who can pass the message." The smile on Li Kong's face became colder and colder. The entire room was filled with coldness. After a moment he instructed, "Take note, this has to be done covertly. It's best to arrange for those who have enmity with Yi Qinghan to do it. Be clean and don't leave behind any evidence. The ethereal monarch in Jianghu, that be *tch, won't dare to move without evidence. I think Yi Qinghan, that bastard, can you still tolerate the death of everyone in the plain? Yi Qinghan couldn't tolerate it. In fact, Yi Qinghan didn't even know what was happening outside. He had been in seclusion and his soul was in a silent state. If the Wind Emperor didn't wake him up, he wouldn't wake up at all. Over the past 3 years, another 3 groups of people had searched this place. However, they were all taken down by the Wind Emperor. After that, the 3 of them became Wuxian's soul slaves. The Wind Emperor and the others were soul slaves and couldn't accept the soul fire of others, but Wuxian could. Through these 3 people, Wuxian and the Wind Emperor learned a lot of things. After Wuxian knew that the fiery dragon city was destroyed, he almost roused Yi Qinghan. However, he was stopped by the Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor was very clear that if Yi Qinghan woke up and knew about this, he would definitely go berserk. Once Yi Qinghan went berserk, they would all die. Therefore, the Wind Emperor guarded Yi Qinghan day and night, afraid that he would be startled awake. He hoped that Yi Qinghan would stay in seclusion for as long as possible. I finally finished comprehending the 120 billion small spirit designs. I almost fainted, however, the Wind Emperor's wish was shattered. In the 4th year after Yi Qinghan's seclusion, he suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He was extremely happy and relaxed. Congratulations, Master. The Wind Emperor bowed respectfully. However, his eyes flickered. He didn't know if he should tell Yi Qinghan about the fiery dragon city. There are so many messages? Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. Then, with a flip of his hand, a communication jade talisman appeared. There were many messages on it. Chapter 880. The messages came from 2 people. One was Su Longxiang and the other was Little Firework. Su Longxiang's message was mainly about the situation in the Star Sea. For example, the search in the Star Sea had intensified recently. There was also another piece of news that he had found out. It vaguely pointed out that the Flame Dragon City incident was actually instigated by people from the Star Sea. The god bandits from the Blood Night Sea were currently at the satellite islets beside Paragon Island. Yi Qinghan was still a little confused after reading his message. But when he saw Little Firework's message, his face darkened. He started to emit a formless murderous aura. Even the Wind Emperor felt a chill down his spine. After the Flame Dragon City incident, Lord Devour gave a gag order. Anyone who could contact Yi Qinghan could not send messages to him. But someone was worried about his safety and secretly sent a message to him. Firework. After Firework sent the message, Yi Qinghan did not reply. Firework became even more anxious and started to send messages to Yi Qinghan continuously. In the end, Firework told Yi Qinghan everything. After reading the message, Yi Qinghan closed his eyes. His body started to tremble. He clenched his fists tightly. His sharp nails pierced deep into his palms, tearing his skin and causing blood to flow. But Yi Qinghan did not care at all. 1 million people. More than 1 million people died. More than 100,000 Yi family soldiers. Many of them stayed willingly. They were all citizens of the Flame Dragon City. Many of them started to immigrate to the Flame Dragon City. But because of him, all of them died. This was a huge grudge. Yi Qinghan was a very reasonable person. I did something wrong and you came at me. If you could kill me, that was your capability. I had no complaints. But you touched the people behind me. This touched Yi Qinghan's reverse scale. Yi Qinghan had never been so angry in his life. Li Kong had completely infuriated him this time. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes, raised his head and let out a long howl. His furious voice reverberated in the cave, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. It also caused the souls of all the experts in the cave to tremble. Shoo! All of the soul slaves rushed towards the small hall. Wu Shan's face was filled with anxiety. When they rushed into the small hall, they realized that there were no enemies inside. When they looked at Yi Qinghan, they felt a deep chill in their souls. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's robe and hair were fluttering without any wind. His handsome face was filled with ferocity, and his eyes were bloodshot. Blue veins were bulging on the exposed skin on his face and hands. The invisible killing intent emitted from his body froze the air in the small hall. His entire person was like a devil god that had descended. It was so terrifying that it made people feel a chill in the depths of their souls. I, Yi Qinghan, swear to the Divine Emperor Supreme today that if I don't take revenge for this, I'm willing to stay in the Netherworld realm forever. If I don't make the Starry Sea pay 100-fold, I'm not a man. The chilling words were almost like a roar. At this moment, Yi Qinghan no longer looked like a person in the eyes of the crowd. Instead, he looked like a lone wolf in a hopeless situation. A lone wolf that was injured. A lone wolf whose hatred had ignited the deepest killing intent in his heart. "Master, please calm down. City Lord, don't be rash." All of Wind Emperor Wu Shan's people knelt down at the same time and looked worriedly at Yi Qinghan. They were afraid that Yi Qinghan would rush out in a rage. He would be blinded by hatred and filled with rage. Like a moth flying into a flame, he would be smashed into pieces in the end. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and closed his eyes once again. The endless murderous aura in his body also began to slowly retract. His body no longer trembled as fiercely as before, and the malevolent expression on his face gradually faded. He remained silent and just stood there for a long time. "Get up. I'm not a fool to think that we can fight against the entire Starry Sea with just these few of us. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Don't worry. Without absolute confidence, I won't make a move. But, if I have absolute confidence, I will make the seawater of the entire Starry Sea redder by 100 times. Yi Qinghan left these words indifferently and disappeared on the spot. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, their respect for Yi Qinghan deepened. This had nothing to do with strength. It was just a pure feeling. Just a moment ago, everyone felt a sense of danger. Even Wind Emperor had an indescribable feeling when Yi Qinghan roared. He felt that Yi Qinghan could easily kill him. Although he did not understand where this feeling came from, he believed that this young divine king who could always create miracles might really cause a bloodbath in the Starry Sea one day. Yi Qinghan flashed into War Imperial Palace. Then he sat alone in the huge hall in a daze. He did not move at all. He just sat on a stone stool with his head buried in it. His hands were in his hair. He was in an indescribable state. There was guilt, there was sadness, there was anger. After sitting alone in the hall for 10 days and 10 nights, Yi Qinghan finally stood up. There was no expression on his face. There was only calmness. He spent 10 days and 10 nights suppressing all kinds of emotions in the deepest part of his heart. Revenge was a long and extremely dangerous road. He could not let his emotions affect his judgment. He had to calmly move forward step by step until the debt of blood was repaid or perish. In the War Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan opened the connection between himself and Carefree Pavilion and began to transmit his voice to Elder Lu. Elder Lu was the guardian of Carefree Pavilion. He could understand the matters of the Flame Dragon continent through him. There was nothing going on in the Flame Dragon continent. Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom were also very comfortable. However, the girls could not contact him and were slightly worried. Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to Elder Lu and asked him to bring Yu Qingqing and the others to the Divine Realm to stay for a period of time. Yu Qingqing and the others arrived very quickly. Yi Qinghan instructed the Wind Emperor and the others not to reveal anything about the Flame Dragon City. He only said that he had been in seclusion for 4 years to comprehend the restrictions. As for Mo Xiaoxiao's departure, Yi Qinghan once again made up a white lie, saying that he had gone out to investigate the situation. Yu Qingqing and the others discovered that Yi Qinghan's condition was good. After staying in the War Imperial Palace for a month, they reluctantly returned to the Flame Dragon continent under Yi Qinghan's request. After the 4 of them left, Yi Qinghan immediately entered the War Imperial Palace and went directly to the small hall where the secret manuals were stored. Looking at the books that were emitting a faint blue light, Yi Qinghan's heart was burning with passion. He slowly extended his hand and the restrictions on the secret manuals were easily removed. The 4 books were taken by Yi Qinghan. There were 4 booklets, 2 brown and 2 golden. The secret manuals were taken, but Yi Qinghan discovered that he had been tricked by the War Emperor. Yi Qinghan casually opened the 2 brown secret manuals, but he couldn't open the other 2 golden ones. It was obvious that there was a restriction on the secret manuals. Without reaching a higher level of strength, he wouldn't be able to open them. Yi Qinghan embarrassedly put the 2 golden books back. He began to flip through the other 2 brown books. One was indeed a high-level restriction, and the other was a kind of secret skill, Battle Saint secret skill. Chapter 881. Yi Qinghan didn't care about that secret technique. Instead, he picked up the high-grade restriction and flipped through it. When he flipped to the middle and saw that there was indeed an escape technique, his whole body relaxed. After carefully reading the introduction of the escape technique, Yi Qinghan started to get excited. There was an introduction on it. As long as one comprehended this secret technique, one would be able to escape instantly. Even a supremacy's divine sense wouldn't be able to detect it, unless it was a soul cultivator at the supremacy level or a monarch level. Yi Qinghan was very clear about the supremacies of the Star Sea. He had once discussed with Mo Xiao and Xiao Liha that none of them were soul cultivators. There were only 3 soul cultivators at the supremacy level in the entire divine realm, but none in the Star Sea. Wait, isn't this a restriction? How did it become a secret technique? As he flipped through it, Yi Qinghan suddenly realized something. Wasn't this a high-grade restriction? How did it become a secret technique? What else was a secret technique? He had only heard of secrets, secret techniques, and secret manuals. This was the first time he had heard of a secret technique. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and then decided to memorize the entire secret technique and slowly comprehend it. This time it didn't take long. In just 1 month, Yi Qinghan had memorized everything. At the same time, he also understood why this escape technique wasn't called an escape restriction. According to the high-grade restriction, actually, in this world, all methods that could attack, defend, and generate various abilities were called restrictions in ancient times. There were 2 ways for martial artists to generate various abilities. First, martial artists used their own strength to generate various abilities. This was the ancient Qin's secret technique, such as divine force attacks or soul attacks. Second, martial artists used external objects to attack, defend, and so on. This was called a secret technique. However, the people of the divine realm liked to call the second type of secret technique as a restriction. For example, the barriers of every city, the violent lightning that killed Emperor Yun in Sealed God Valley, and the heavy pressure that Yi Qinghan used to make the white-browed venerable unable to lift his head. These were all restrictions, but in the ancient times, they were called secret techniques because they borrowed the power of external objects. According to the books, many people in ancient times preferred to use all kinds of secret techniques. They borrowed external objects, the power of heaven and earth, and all kinds of magical things to trigger all kinds of magical abilities. But now, martial artists paid more attention to their own cultivation, allowing themselves to reach a very powerful level, thereby allowing the laws of heaven and earth to bestow them with all kinds of mystical powers. For example, the power of origin, teleportation, and willpower. Of course, Yi Qinghan preferred to focus more on his own cultivation. Borrowing external objects was never the way to go. But at this moment, he had no choice but to come into contact with external objects. So, he chose to start comprehending the escape secret technique. The principle behind the evasion technique was very simple. The general idea was to use various methods to distort the space around one's body. Or, it could also be said to form an invisible barrier around one's body so that the enemy's divine sense would not be able to detect it, thus achieving the goal of concealment. The principle was simple, but when Yi Qinghan tried to comprehend it, he frowned deeply. It was easy to distort space, vibrate space, and even create some small cracks in space. However, it was very difficult to distort the space to a certain degree. Furthermore, if one were to stand on the spot without moving, it would be meaningless whether one could hide or not. If one wanted to move at high speed and still maintain the evasion technique, it would be extremely difficult. I only need 10 heart formation stones. That's easy. The star stone is currently the best heart formation stone in the immortal realm. But the divine power released from the body needs to be released at the same time, and it needs to be released continuously according to 108 different patterns. Moreover, the divine sense needs to take shape and mediate in the middle. It seems that to successfully cultivate this evasion technique, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. Moreover, to be proficient in using it, I'm afraid I'll have to practice it hundreds of millions of times, right? If one's soul isn't strong, they'll probably go crazy from cultivating it. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. This thing was indeed not something an ordinary person could cultivate. But he did not retreat. He had always liked to become stronger when he met strong opponents, let alone in the current situation where he had no other way out. Without thinking too much, he directly left the War Imperial Hall. Then, he transmitted a message to the Wind Emperor and immediately entered a state of soul stillness. He started to comprehend, simulate, and experiment. With the evasion technique, at least, his safety could be guaranteed. With his safety guaranteed, he could think of a way to take revenge. What was worth mentioning was that after 4 years of cultivation, the intensity of Yi Qinghan's soul was beyond Yi Qinghan's estimation. It still hadn't reached the second level of God King Realm. Yi Qinghan's soul had reached 2/3 of the first level of God King Realm. Now, after 4 years of continuous growth, and with the help of the Soul Jade, he was still a little bit away from reaching the second level of God King Realm. It was clear that it was really hard to improve the soul. However, Yi Qinghan didn't find it strange. If it was easy to improve the soul defense divine tool wouldn't be so precious in the divine world. Soul cultivators had the soul stillness great technique. Otherwise, if they wanted to improve their soul with treasures and spirit fruits, it would be as difficult as reaching the sky. Xiao He cultivated diligently. Day and night, he refined the soul fruits that Lord Devour gave him. But after so many years and nearly 100 fruits, the intensity of his soul was still not as strong as Yi Qinghan's. This made Xiaohei very depressed. But this time Xiaohei acted out of character and didn't come out to play. He made up his mind that he wouldn't come out until he finished refining the soul fruits. The mysterious spirit cave abode became safer with the help of the 3 spies. Although there were people who came to search occasionally, the 3 spies sent the news in advance. Wind Emperor and the rest immediately deployed. As a result, the spies became stronger and stronger. The soul slaves in Wuxian's hands also increased. 2 years later, the search in the South Sea of Star Sea started to weaken. Li Kong was very clear that the myriad god caves terrain was too complicated. Such a search would definitely not find anything. Only a portion of the people were withdrawn. But the spies still covered the entire Star Sea. Li Tian stayed quietly in the Peach Blossom Lodge, waiting for news from the Star Sea, waiting for news from the Fire Dragon Plain. The Flame Dragon continent became more prosperous than before. Because of the existence of Tsang City, no one dared to make a move. Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingwu, Yi Tianlong, and the rest all refined the God Emperor's divine crystal. Although the martial artists who refined the divine crystal were not strong, a God Emperor was a God Emperor. No one in the Flame Dragon continent could contend against them. Especially after the news that Yi Qinghan built a city in the divine realm and had countless experts as subordinates spread, Yi Qinghan was even conferred as the only true god by the people of the continent. Without the disaster of war, everyone lived a prosperous and peaceful life. The return of Yu Qingqing and the rest made the people of the continent more interested in martial arts. Tsang City had ordered that as long as one reached a certain realm, they would be bestowed with spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, divine pills, divine weapons, and so on. In the future, after Yi Qinghan settled the matters in the divine realm, he would bring the divine realm's martial artists to the Flame Dragon City, cultivating to become a true god, then roaming the divine realm like the Frost the Arch. Just like the Frost the Arch, the 2 words Flame Dragon would resound throughout the entire divine realm. This became the most noble goal of every Flame Dragon citizen. Of course, other than Tsang City, there was another sacred ground in the continent. Or rather, it was a forbidden ground, the Dark Forest. Tsang City had long given the order that no one was allowed to venture 10,000 miles into the Dark Forest, or they would be the enemy of Tsang City. In the depths of the Dark Forest there was a dark castle. The castle was very beautiful and huge. However, such a huge castle had not been inhabited for a long time. There was only a snow-white rabbit that liked to sleep under the grape trellis. The rabbit was snow-white without a single strand of mixed hair. It curled up under the grape trellis with its eyes tightly shut. From afar it looked like a snowball. Suddenly, at this moment, the rabbit opened its eyes abruptly and looked straight at the sky. Its ruby-like eyes emitted a cold intent. At this moment, the entire dark castle stopped blowing. At the same time, the back mountain of the Yi family, the Cold Heart Pavilion, the Demon God Mountain, the Barbarian God Mountain, and everywhere else in the continent. Countless God Realm warriors flew out from the mansions and caves where they were cultivating. All of them looked at the sky with stern faces. The sky was cloudless and the sun was high in the sky. However, in the next second, a massive black hole appeared. Countless warriors with intimidating auras flew out of the black hole, coldly scanning the Flame Dragon continent. They were like the Grim Reaper's messengers that appeared from the cold void, ready to capture people's souls. The Divine Realm's warriors are here. They are all 7th grade war gods. Yu Qingqing didn't show any panic on her face, but she was anxious. She teleported directly, appearing on the castle in the dark forest. She said to the rabbit that was emitting a cold aura, "Madam, please send a message to Lord Devour. Or else, the Flame Dragon continent will be finished." Chapter 882. I got it. The snow-white rabbit's mouth twitched, but it didn't show any emotion. Its eyes were cold. After saying a few words, it quieted down. "My lord." Yu Qingqing was worried. She couldn't maintain her transcendent aura anymore. She said hurriedly, "Can Lord Devour come back in time?" "You should go back." The rabbit didn't answer her. It said faintly with an unquestionable tone, "Go back and tell the members of the Yi family castle not to send messages to Yi Qinghan." Yu Qingqing was surprised. She had never seen this rabbit before. However, Lord Devour appeared after he went to the god world. It didn't have any demonic energy or god energy, just like an ordinary rabbit. However, its tone was exactly the same as Lord Devour's, overbearing. Yu Qingqing had no choice but to teleport back. She hurriedly gave instructions to everyone and sent a message to Elder Lu of the Carefree Pavilion, asking him to close the door here. This way, even if the Flame Dragon continent was destroyed, no one would be able to trace it back to Yiqinghan from the Carefree Pavilion. More and more warriors appeared in the sky. All of them were 7th-grade war gods. There were more than 20 of them and more were coming. The brutal aura shrouded the entire Fire Dragon continent. Billions of residents of the Fire Dragon continent looked at the black gate in the sky in bewilderment. They didn't understand why the Fire Dragon continent was so powerful now. Why did creatures from the alien plane still dare to come here? However, they weren't afraid. They thought that as long as their true god was here, those creatures from the alien planes couldn't hurt them. They weren't afraid. All the God Realm experts of the continent were scared. Yiqinghan had brought back a lot of divine crystals, which helped the Emperor Realm and Saint Realm warriors who didn't have the potential to break through to the God Realm. In recent years, thanks to Yiqinghan's elixirs, some warriors who had comprehended the principle had become God Realm. However, they all felt that even if all the experts of the continent joined hands, they wouldn't be able to defeat one of them. Swoosh! Countless God-tier warriors started to teleport towards the back mountain of the Yi family. At this moment, they knew that only the sacred land of the continent, Song City, could save them. The 7th-grade war god in the sky paid no attention to the god-level warriors on the continent who were teleporting here and there. He only looked at the warriors on the continent with disdain, as if he was looking at a group of ants. You really think highly of us. They actually dispatched 37th-grade war gods, and 5 of them were at the peak of 7th grade. Are these people planning to destroy the Flame Dragon plane? Yi Tianlong looked at Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu bitterly. Although they could all refine divine crystals to become god emperors like them could be killed with a flick of a finger. They were not on the same level. Right now, there were already several tens of divine-level cultivators gathered at the back of the mountain. However, so what if there were 10 billion heavenly gods at their level? They didn't dare place their hopes on Yiqinghan. Even if the rabbit didn't, he would still get Elder Lu to close the portal. Now he could only count on the White Rabbit to send a message to the divine world, and then Lord Devour would come back. But, would Lord Devour come back? Could he come back so soon? The answer was no. When those 7th-grade war gods who were shrouded in black armor and whose faces couldn't be seen clearly, all teleported to the sky above Tsang City, those experts didn't say anything. They released their divine power and smashed down on Tsang City with their giant hands. Lord Devour still didn't show up. Instead, it was a rabbit. Many god-level warriors recognized this rabbit. It was the White Rabbit that was sleeping on the Dark Castle. At this moment, the White Rabbit suddenly released a snow-white god's domain, which enveloped the entire Tsang City. Then a pair of ruby-like eyes shot out beams of red light. They were as fast as lightning and many people couldn't even see them clearly. How powerful were the energy attacks of 27th-grade war gods? Even the protective shield built by the Flame Dragon City couldn't withstand dozens of rounds of attacks from these people. However, under the snow-white protective shield of the rabbit, countless sparks blossomed above Tsang City. Although it was daytime, it was extremely beautiful. A cloud rose above Tsang City. Countless hills and ancient trees outside Tsang City were instantly razed to the ground, and thick smoke billowed. However, when the smoke settled, the snow-white protective shield still shrouded the sky above Tsang City. Tsang City still stood there, and the beautiful Tsang City formed a sharp contrast with the apocalyptic scenery outside. Countless god-level warriors in the mountain behind the Yi family opened their eyes wide, and their mouths were wide open. Their expressions were as if they had just seen the funniest joke in the world. Even Peach Blossom, who had seen many things, couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the ordinary-looking rabbit. In the next second, something even more bizarre happened. The 7th-grade war gods in the sky started to fall to the ground one by one, like falling dust, like kites with broken strings. They floated down, leaving behind a pile of divine crystals and spatial rings, which glittered in the air. There were many country bumpkins in the Flame Dragon continent, but there was no lack of people who had seen the world. For example, Yu Qingqing and the other 3 and Peach Blossom. Thousands of warriors gathered outside Flame Dragon City. Later on, many venerables appeared, and 2 of the most powerful 9th-grade war gods appeared. Although Yu Qingqing and the others later entered the War Imperial Palace, they had heard the details of the grand occasion. Peach Blossom was at the God King realm, and his father was a venerable whose name shook the Star Sea. However, they couldn't figure out what was going on. It wasn't difficult to block the energy attacks of 37th-grade war gods, and even a venerable could do it. However, to kill 37th-grade war gods at the same time, even an ordinary venerable couldn't do it, right? Moreover, no one had ever seen or heard of this rabbit's methods. How powerful was this rabbit? Venerable? Soul cultivator? Ninth grade? The rabbit didn't give an answer and disappeared in a flash, along with the divine crystals and spatial rings in the sky. The apocalyptic crisis was over, but no one could have imagined that it was an ordinary-looking rabbit that saved the people of the continent in the end. Send a message to Yi Qinghan and tell him what happened here. Also, tell him that I'm protecting this place and he can do whatever he wants. The rabbit sent a strange message at the end. Originally, it asked Yu Qingqing not to tell Yi Qinghan, and now it wanted to tell him? Divine World, Soul Devourer Manor, City Master's Mansion Rooftop. Lord Devourer stood indifferently in the pavilion on the rooftop. The sea breeze messed up his black hair, fluttered his fiery red skirt, and revealed his curvaceous body. Nine-tailed Fox stood quietly behind him, not knowing why Lord Devourer opened the protective cover of the rooftop and wanted to enjoy the wind. Agio, you don't know, but someone dared to send dozens of 7th-grade war gods to our hometown, and attempted to destroy the world. Lord Devourer suddenly opened his mouth, startling Nine-tailed Fox. Her eyes were immediately filled with anxiety, anger, and worry. However, when she recalled that Lord Devourer was still standing there quietly, and that although there was anger in his tone, he was still calm, she assumed that he had already dealt with it. Thus, she didn't talk, continuing to look at Lord Devourer, waiting for him to continue. Lord Devourer liked Lady Jiu a lot because she was a good listener, standing at the peak of the warriors. Lord Devourer had a lot of things to say, but no one could tell him. It was lonely at the top, and all emperors were lonely. Lord Devourer kept silent for a while, then continued, "Unfortunately, they're all dead. They wanted to force Yi Qinghan out, so I gave them what they wanted. However, I think the one they forced out would be Yi Qinghan, the one that the entire Star Sea is afraid of. Let's wait and see. The Star Sea is going to be really lively and fun." Lady Jiu couldn't help but ask, "My lord, I don't understand one thing. Why do you have so much confidence in Yi Qinghan? Do you really believe that Yi Qinghan can resist the entire Star Sea alone?" "To be honest, I don't have faith in him." Lord Devourer lifted his head, looking at the sky. "I have faith in the Soul Emperor and the Master of the Apotheosis Valley. How could the descendant chosen by the two eccentrics be ordinary? Although Yi Qinghan can't resist the Star Sea now, one day he will make the Star Sea tremble." Chapter 883. Stellar Sea Peach Blossom Island. Li Tian had been living on the island for a long time, but there was still no news of Yi Qinghan. At the same time, there was no news from the Flame Dragon continent either. Li Tian could no longer sit still. He let Peach Blossom Venerable continue the search while he led his men to the southwest region of the Stellar Sea. There were not many islands in the southwest region of the Stellar Sea. There was only one main island and some smaller islands. But at this moment, countless experts had gathered in the southwest region of the Stellar Sea. More than 10 venerables had come, and these venerables were from different continents. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had reopened after 10,000 years. The Soul Emperor was the most legendary person in the divine realm in the past million years. He was a soul-devouring beast, and his strength was at the peak of grade 7. But with a treasure he could suppress grade 8 venerables. He had endless wealth, and his treasures were as many as a mountain. He was an artifact refiner. The fury of the dancing butterfly was successfully refined by him. Moreover, he loved adventure. He explored the myriad god cave below the Stellar Sea the most, and went to many mystic realms that many people in the divine realm had never heard of. He and the Misty Monarch were sworn brothers, and he was a guest of the Grace Monarch. He also had a good relationship with several monarchs. He was the undisputed #1 God Emperor in the divine realm. Of course, this #1 God Emperor did not include venerables and invincible war gods. But his status was definitely higher than the venerables. Unfortunately, he died in the end. He placed all of his treasures in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He also set up restrictions that forbade those above grade 5 from entering. If they forced their way in, the Soul Emperor Pavilion would self-destruct. The Misty Monarch and several other monarchs respected his dying wish, and sent several venerables to guard the Soul Emperor Island. Although there were amazing treasures inside, only the fated could obtain them. The Soul Emperor Pavilion opened once every 10,000 years, and could be entered with the Soul Emperor Sword. Each sword could allow 3 people to enter for a maximum of 3 years. There were many treasures in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Over the years, countless transcendent grade divine artifacts had appeared. There were also countless other mystical treasures. Most importantly, there were 9 levels of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Until now, no one had been able to enter the 8th and 9th levels. Just the 7th floor alone was already filled with such treasures. No one dared to imagine what would be in the last 2 floors. 11 of the 12 divine swords had been unearthed. Among them, the Star Sea had obtained 3, the Ethereal Continent had obtained 3, and the other continents had obtained 1 each. There was also a divine sword that had been unearthed. It was with Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan had no intention of participating in the treasure hunt, nor did he have the time to do so. Of course, he did not dare to do so at this moment. He had been in seclusion all this time, comprehending the escape secret technique. The principle behind the secret technique was very simple. Yi Qinghan's comprehension speed was also very fast. However, he had been in seclusion for a few years now, yet he was still in seclusion. The Wind Emperor sat beside him. Because of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasure hunt, the Stellar Sea search had weakened even further. It was safe to stay in the profound spirit cave abode, but it was a little boring. He did not know what Yi Qinghan was comprehending. He also didn't think that Yi Qinghan could make any big breakthrough in a short period of time. Thus, he asked Tianqin and the rest to stand guard at the side while he went into seclusion. The Wind Emperor did not understand, but Tianqin's face was full of hope. He saw with his own eyes that Yi Qinghan used the power source to kill the powerful monster in this cave abode. He did not know where Yi Qinghan's power source came from, but the more strange Yi Qinghan was, the more excited he was. He had an inexplicable anticipation in his heart. Perhaps Yi Qinghan would make a big breakthrough, and then slaughter in the Stellar Sea so that they could also feel proud. Suddenly, Tianqin's eyes lit up because he realized that Yi Qinghan's body was emitting countless divine powers. These divine powers revolved around his body in a strange trajectory. Then Yi Qinghan suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. Just when he thought that Yi Qinghan had entered the War Imperial Palace, his eyes suddenly opened and he exclaimed, startling everyone in the small hall. Tianqin quickly turned his head in disbelief and found that Yi Qinghan was indeed standing not far behind him, his face full of excitement. Teleportation? Tianqin cried out in horror. Yi Qinghan was still in the Divine King realm, but he had the power source. Now he could actually teleport? Was this master going to defy the heavens? All of you lock onto me with your divine senses. See if you can find me. Yi Qinghan's body emitted countless divine powers again. These divine powers revolved around his body quickly, and then his body disappeared in the air again. It was silent and very strange. The Wind Emperor and the others finally came to their senses. They spread out their divine senses but still could not find Yi Qinghan. Finally, they saw Yi Qinghan's body suddenly appear in the hall outside. And master, didn't he enter the War Imperial Palace? He can teleport? That's not right. The speed of teleportation shouldn't be so slow, right? What's going on? The Wind Emperor was in a daze. He exchanged glances with everyone else before they all rushed into the hall. Were you able to lock onto me with your divine senses just now? Yi Qinghan looked at the crowd and asked immediately. After a few years of enlightenment, the evasion mystic technique had reached the great accomplishment stage. Now he was eager to know the effect of this thing. This was something that he had been studying for nearly a decade. We can't lock onto you. Master H, how did you do it? Before the Wind Emperor could speak, Yi Qinghan already knew the answer when he saw the crowd's expression. He rubbed his hands together and said angrily, "Humph, the evasion mystic technique has reached the great accomplishment stage. It's time for the Stellar Sea to collect some interest." Without explaining to the crowd, Yi Qinghan once again experimented in the Shenling cave abode. Although he knew this thing, he had to practice it to the point of perfection. Otherwise, if it suddenly failed, it would be fatal. After everyone's divine senses locked onto him, Yi Qinghan began to run around the cave abode. He revealed himself from time to time, and hid himself from time to time. Without a moment's pause, he practiced non-stop. After practicing for a whole month and exploding dozens of star stones, Yi Qinghan finally stopped practicing. He finally confirmed some things. This evasion mystic technique was indeed undetectable by 7th grade war gods. As for 8th grade venerables, it was still uncertain. Each evasion mystic technique could last for a day. After a day, the energy of the star stones would be exhausted and explode. Currently, Yi Qinghan could maintain the evasion mystic technique without failure at half the speed. If the speed was too fast, he would lose control and fail the evasion mystic technique. But even so, it was enough to make the Wind Emperor and the others so shocked that their eyeballs fell to the ground. Although this thing was not as powerful as teleportation, it was also a sharp weapon for killing and escaping. Imagine a person following you but you were unaware of it. Then this person suddenly attacked you. Could you dodge it? Fine. Even if your mind sensed danger. But if he followed you, for example, when you were drinking or when you were having fun with a woman, and suddenly attacked when your mind was at its most relaxed. Could you block it? Master is in too much danger now. Tianqin secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Others might not know, but there were 3 people among them who clearly knew that Yi Qinghan possessed origin energy. If Yi Qinghan launched a sneak attack, even if a venerable was slow in dodging or reacting, he would still die. A divine king realm warrior could actually kill a venerable in a second. That was too terrifying. Of course, Tianqin was only thinking about it. He also knew that it was unrealistic. A venerable possessed origin energy and could teleport. Once he sensed danger, he could immediately use origin energy to protect himself or teleport. Who could hurt him? Chapter 884. Do you know what's the heart formation stone that's even better than the star stone? Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with other aspects, but he was very dissatisfied with the fact that he could only hide for a day. His speed was very fast. Even at half his speed, he could travel 1,000,000 miles in a day. Although 1,000,000 miles was very far, supremacies could instantly teleport over. The stellar sea was unstable, and supremacies did not dare to teleport too far. But what if there were supremacies nearby? After he exchanged for the star stone, wouldn't he be dismembered? Wu Shan and the rest did not understand, but the Wind Emperor thought of one. There's one, the Dragon Blood Stone. The older the better. But it's very difficult to buy. Ordinary places don't have it, but the War God Pavilion definitely has it. Master, you can ask Su Longxiang to buy it. Yi Qinghan immediately sent a message to Su Longxiang, asking him to come over and give him some divine stones to buy it. At the same time, he was prepared to practice here for a period of time to see if he could increase his speed when hiding. It would be safer this way. With everything planned, Yi Qinghan opened the Carefree Pavilion and prepared to contact Yi Qingwu and the rest to see the situation of the Fire Dragon continent. But Elder Lu immediately sent a message. Yi Qinghan's expression changed instantly. The Fire Dragon continent was under attack. Can you be more shameless? Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and shouted. Through the information from Su Longxiang and several spies, Yi Qinghan knew very well that the person in charge of this matter was not the Peach Blossom Venerable, but Li Tian of the Supreme Island. Previously, the Fire Dragon City was destroyed, and this time the Fire Dragon continent was under attack. Even if it was the Peach Blossom Venerable, he would not be able to do it. Needless to say, Li Tian and the Supreme Island were behind it. Yi Qinghan also felt a special meaning from the rabbit's words. Although this rabbit's strength surprised him, Yi Qinghan felt that it was Lord Devour who sent this message. I'll help you protect the rear and you can do it boldly? Lord Devour is encouraging me to open fire? Now that the Flame Dragon continent was safe and sound and the rear had been stabilized, Yi Qinghan had nothing to worry about anymore. Since that's the case, let's open fire. Su Longxiang came very quickly. Recently, because Li Tian had gone to Seoul the Arch Island, the search had weakened. Therefore he could easily sneak his way here. Yi Qinghan tossed him a nameless Godstone card, and the amount on the card caused Su Longxiang's body to tremble again. A month later, Su Longxiang brought back several hundred dragon bloodstones, but they were divided into 2 types. One was 1,000,000 years old, and the other was only 500,000 years old. Yi Qinghan immediately gave it a try and found that the 500,000-year-old dragon bloodstone could hide for 3 days, and the 1,000,000-year-old dragon bloodstone could hide for 10 days. After practicing in the cave for another 3 months, Yi Qinghan felt that his speed had already reached 2/3 of his full speed in the state of evading. He could not bear it any longer and immediately decided to set off. When they heard that Yi Qinghan was going to kill people for revenge, all the soul slaves fell silent. They did not agree with it. After all, although Yi Qinghan could hide, it was still very dangerous. However, as Yi Qinghan's soul slaves, they did not dare to raise any objections. City Lord, I think it's better for you to cultivate for a period of time. After all, it's safer that way. Wu Shan spoke and reminded tactfully. Yi Qinghan also knew that it was dangerous, but after cultivating for so many years, his soul had just broken through to the 2nd level of God King realm. He did not know how many years it would take to break through to the God the Arch realm. The Flame Dragon continent was under attack, and he could not sit still anymore. It was as if there was a bone spike stuck in his throat, making him restless. If his thoughts were not clear and his heart could not calm down, how could he cultivate? He waved his hand and shouted, "You don't have to persuade me. If you want to go, follow me. Regardless of success or failure, each of you will be a soul slave for 100,000 years. If you don't want to go, just stay here. I won't force you." Although Yi Qinghan said so, no one dared to not go. Firstly, without Yi Qinghan's spatial artifact, they would definitely not be able to escape. Secondly, if they went this time, they would be able to reduce their soul slave by 100,000 years. If they did not go, it was not impossible to infuriate Yi Qinghan and destroy their souls directly. After going to another small hall, Yi Qinghan kept the dozens of 6th-grade demonic beasts and the Wind Emperor and the rest into the War Emperor Palace. Then he escaped. As he escaped into the distance, he started to transmit his voice to Su Longxiang to find out the current situation of the Star Sea's personnel. The situation was quickly figured out. Because Li Tian had gone to Soul Emperor Island, the factions of the Southern Sea and the top 10 god bandit groups had stopped their search. They only sent out some small teams to deal with the situation. The only ones who were still searching were the hundreds of thousands of Star Army that Li Kong transferred from the Supreme Island and the Nine Guardians Island. Of course, there were also the Peach Blossom Venerable's subordinates. Star Army? Let's start with you. Since you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed. Yi Qinghan quickly set his target. He would kill the army directly under Li Tian. This would make him lose more face and drive him crazy. Yi Qinghan did not dare to advance under the sea. Evading martial artists could not detect him. If the demonic beasts under the sea had special abilities that could detect him, then it would be troublesome. Floating directly to the surface, Yi Qinghan began to fly rapidly. His target was the northern part of the South Sea, the section near the inland sea. After flying for a short while, Yi Qinghan saw 5 dragon boats speeding toward him. Yi Qinghan stopped in the air and looked down nervously. He did not dare to release his divine sense and just stood there quietly. The 5 dragon boats quickly passed by. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. Such a large dragon boat definitely had a 7th-grade war god on board. Reality proved that a 7th-grade war god was indeed unable to discover the secret technique of concealment. Yi Qinghan began to fly rapidly. This time he used a million-year-old dragon bloodstone, which could hide for 10 days. Along the way he encountered many search teams. Some were private soldiers from various islands, and some were Star Army soldiers wearing war god robes and black helmets. However, Yi Qinghan did not make a move and continued to advance quickly. Until 10 days later, when the dragon bloodstone was about to explode, Yi Qinghan finally stopped and chose to dive into the deep sea. He revealed himself and quickly exchanged for the dragon bloodstone before continuing forward. In the evading state, he could not use his divine power recklessly other than flying. Once he attacked or entered the War Imperial Palace, he would immediately reveal himself. Therefore, Yi Qinghan had to reveal himself to exchange for the dragon bloodstone. A month later, Yi Qinghan had already flown several trillion miles to the north. Finally, he hid near a place called Dragon Tooth Island. According to Su Longxiang's information, there were no large islands within a radius of several thousand miles. This Dragon Tooth Island was a nearby supply island. Su Longxiang had once stayed here for a period of time. The reason why Yi Qinghan chose this place was that the islands with venerables were very far away from this place. It was impossible for venerables to arrive in an instant. This was the first battle, so Yi Qinghan had to be more cautious. Everyone prepare for battle. A day later, when a dragon boat was rapidly approaching Dragon Tooth Island, Yi Qinghan made his move. He flew toward Dragon Tooth Island and transmitted his voice to the Wind Emperor and the others in the War Imperial Palace.